This is Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily with Andrew Hustler Paterson and Michael Remis.
Well, we don't say this very often, folks, but good morning and welcome to an extended trade deadline edition of Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Andrew Paterson and Michael Remis with you a couple hours earlier than normal as we'll bang out an extended show going until 3 p.m. this afternoon. 4 hours of coverage surrounding the National Hockey League's trade deadline and, of course, with a direct focus on your Winnipeg Jets. Remis got us ready to go. We've got the ticker at the bottom for those of you watching live on YouTube, and we've got the countdown at the top of the screen. Less than 3 hours till the final gun when we see what, if anything, the Winnipeg Jets do to help their chances this year and potential player moves that could affect the team going into the offseason and to next year. Should be a great 4 hours. This is funny. I was just thinking about this. Our second anniversary is next week. And actually, by the way, this is show 499, so make sure to join us for a special 500th episode of Winnipeg Sports Talk on Monday. But this is actually our third trade deadline show because, of course, the trade deadline 2 years ago was a little bit later due to the season, COVID, and all that stuff we don't want to talk about. That being said, there have been a few deals this morning, which we will get to as well. Still some intrigue, but a different trade deadline considering how much action we've seen around the league over the course of the last 7 to 10 days, including a significant move made by the Winnipeg Jets, adding Nino Niederreiter last Saturday. Niederreiter, of course, made his Jets debut Tuesday in the shootout loss to the Los Angeles Kings, and will be back in the lineup tonight as the Jets begin a massive home-and-home series with the Edmonton Oilers. We'll get to all of that coming up. We'll keep an eye on what's happening in and around the league, and we'll welcome in all of your comments in the chat as well as at our Twitter feed at Sports Talk WPG. Just before we get going and get Remo in here, a big thanks to the sponsors that make this show happen each and every day. Princess Auto, Coolbet Canada, Little Brown Jug, Canadian Club, Culligan Water, Vita Health Fresh Market, Wallace & Wallace, Consolidated Supply, F Apparel, Manitoba Battery, the Nick and Nicky DQ Group, Boston Pizza, Royal Sports, and no shortage of topics for our Why Not question of the day today for the gang down at Not Auto Corp at Waverly and McGillivray. Great to see everyone with us already, and great to see you, Michael Remis, bright and early. Great job getting us ready to go, and now we wait and talk and hang out for the next 3 hours.
This is it. This is the finale of, mid-season finale for the Winnipeg Jets here. Sorry, I got something on the screen I don't want to bring up right now, so I'm taking myself down. There we go. I was testing out trades with a breaking news banner, and I put a fake trade on there, so I didn't want people to see it. This is it. Mid-season finale. We're all excited. What's going to happen with the Winnipeg Jets? I think we're going to see at least a trade, Hustler. And Dan Robertson was on here earlier this week saying if they don't get another, I think people will definitely be disappointed. But we're all counting down. We've had a couple deals today. We had some deals. We had a couple yesterday after the show. Not as many as the day before. There was one player, I want to get into this, but Max Domi traded to Chicago, finalized late last night for Khudobin in a second. They also sent
from Chicago to Dallas.
From Chicago to Dallas. And, we talk about getting Max Domi here, but if the cost was a second-round pick, well, I guess they sent a 2025 pick. The Jets don't have their next two. Maybe they could have
put it this way.
Yeah.
I'd wait. seeing what Domi went for,
Yes.
and I know there was some salary retention. They had to take Hudobin back. Makes me feel that much better about the Niederreiter deal. And, I was going through the draft grades at The Athletic, and there was very few that had consensus A grades. The Niederreiter deal for the Jets certainly was one of them. But as we talked about with Dan, and certainly have heard from the chat, considering the way this team's played over the course of the last month or so, I think if you're all in on this year, which some of the fan base is, you certainly would like a little bit more help. I mean, to me, Reem, the area that they're going to be looking for that you could potentially get some improvements in is the bottom six. Maybe a depth defenseman as well. Although, I mean, speaking of depth defenseman, I mean, that might be what the Winnipeg Jets have actually to barter with when it comes to getting some help up front. We talked yesterday extensively about Logan Stanley and Andy Strickland reporting that he had requested a trade. Stanley's one of these guys on the outside looking in, a former first-round pick that has some unique intangibles that might be of interest to some other teams in the National Hockey League. I would think that he could be in play. And, I mean, Ville Heinola is a fascinating situation in that, he's had a few cracks. He hasn't been able to establish himself in the top six. Because of the waiver rules, he didn't have to go on to waivers. He's been playing with the Manitoba Moose. I'm still not sure that the Jets as an organization are willing to move off of Ville Heinola, but if you don't want to give up draft picks, and we've heard reports, and I certainly would not like to see them trade that first-round pick. That's my own personal opinion. You may have to go to a talented prospect like a Ville Heinola, who you know quite a bit about, as potentially something that you throw out there. All in all, though, the Niederreiter deal, I think, will certainly be the biggest deal that Kevin Cheveldayoff makes. But if we go back to history, there has been quite a bit of activity with Winnipeg around the periphery of the lineup on trade deadline day, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if that happens.
Yeah, great seeing all the messages here in chat, Huss. As far as the Jets go, that was a report from Darren Dreger yesterday saying the Jets want to add scoring, but they don't want to give up draft picks. And Elliot Friedman said that as well on Hockey Central yesterday. And so if you don't want to give up draft picks, who do you have? And we've talked since last summer, Huss. They have too many veteran defensemen, but I don't know if you can trade those contracts. And so you have a lot of younger defensemen as well with Samberg, Stanley, and Heinola. We know Samberg was a report of the trade request yesterday. Ville Heinola's agent. Stanley. Yes, Stanley. They both start with S. It's early. I've only had one cup of coffee so far.
They're big.
We're on a bit early. They're both big guys, yeah. Stanley's trade request yesterday, and we know Ville Heinola's agent has requested more ice time. So 3 guys have been fighting for one spot since training camp, and it's pretty clear that one guy has grabbed that, and that's Dylan Samberg. So what are you going to do? Trade? I think you got to trade one of those defensemen, and we haven't even mentioned Declan Chisholm with the Moose, who's an AHL All-Star, and played pretty well last year when he was called up for a couple games. Where does he fit in? So you have these 5 spots already locked up by guys who are under contract for the next couple of years. So where all these younger defensemen fit in? So you got next year as well, Morrissey, Schmidt, Pionk, Dillon, DeMello. So there's one more spot. You got Samberg and Stanley as RFAs. Capobianco is actually signed next year too. I don't know. He's just there he's like a seat filler. Doesn't play, hangs out. He's got a nice gig. And then you said Chisholm.
He's the in case of emergency break glass option for the Jets.
And Chisholm he's waiver exempt next year. So you're going to get in another Kovacevic situation where you could lose him for nothing. So something's got to happen. We've been talking.
That being said, they don't want to trade those veteran defensemen now. I mean, part of the reason, to me, that's an off-season thing. And I think that much like we talked about last year, it'll be imperative for them to do that to avoid losing a talented young player that might not be entirely in the mix right away, but still could be on the roster, as opposed to like what happened with Johnny Kovacevic. LB and Chad is saying, why don't they want to give up draft picks? Well, pretty simple, LB. They're going to need them. They've traded away their second-round pick the next 2 seasons already. This year's, I believe, was in the Brendan Dillon trade. Next year's second-rounder has been traded to the Preds in the Niederreiter deal. And I mean, you cannot live in such a vacuum. Don't realize that, this team and this organization could be going to a bit of a reset over the course of the next 18 months for sure. And I'm of the opinion that probably happens starting this summer when you still have, value for players that you might not be able to sign. I mean, it's going to be a crazy summer for the Winnipeg Jets. But, I mean, for everyone that wants to trade Brad Lambert and Chaz Lucius and Rutger McGroarty and their first-round pick, I think you have to recognize the significant opportunity cost of doing that. And listen, if this team had been the opposite of what they'd been the last month and been playing great and stayed up there in first place and was clearly a lock for a playoff spot and was setting up to make a big playoff run, I think maybe Kevin Cheveldayoff gets pushed that way. But as we heard from a number of the insiders, sort of echoing what I've said all week on this station or on Winnipeg Sports Talk, Reem, I don't think the way the team has played over the last 4 to 6 weeks has particularly given management the confidence that that is the right thing to do. Now, I love the Niederreiter trade as well, and we can't overlook the fact that maybe the number one thing they wanted to do was get a player that could fit in well into that top six and help score some goals. They got that guy, but there are still some guys on the market that might come at a much lower cost. And I mean, listen, a late round draft pick, if we're talking 5th rounders, 6th rounders, 7th rounders, whatever, that's fine. I mean, those players rarely turn into NHLers. But I mean, when you look at where they're at right now, with this upcoming year, the 2nd rounder's gone, the 4th rounder's gone. I mean, I guess you could maybe go with the 3rd rounder. And apparently that's been rumored to be the asking price from Philly for a guy like JVR, James Van Riemsdyk. But I was loath to trade the 1st round pick in a deep draft earlier this year when things were going well. I'm certainly not expecting or wanting the team to do that, considering where they are right now in the standings and the way this team has trended over the course of the last month and more.
Yeah, I know the Jets haven't been great, but one thing that makes you feel good, Huss, is the standings. And you look at them and you see behind St. Louis, Nashville, they've kind of, St. Louis made a move today, actually. Sorry, who did they get? They got what's his face? Vrana, yeah.
Jacob Vrana.
And they got Kasperi Kapanen on waivers. They've actually made some nice moves, St. Louis, but they've, traded away a lot of their UFAs. Nashville's done some trades as well. And, it's Chicago, Arizona, not trying to win. And so the only team really behind them that's chasing them that's competitive is Calgary. And we're kind of waiting to see what they're going to do because they've done absolutely nothing so far this deadline. And they're kind of in a spot where, they're not really sure. They're in the middle. And so you're looking at who's available. And I'm looking, thank you, Frank Saravalli. He's whittled his list down to 35 of the who's left. And yes, JVR, number 1, pending UFA. He's got $7 million AAV. John Klingberg, defenseman, UFA, $7 million AAV. Kevin Hayes, he's got the long contract. I don't think he's an option for the Jets as much as we like to joke about bringing back Kevin Hayes for a second tour of duty, and everyone would have to go and get their Kevin Hayes jersey out of the closet, but no. And Brock Besser, I think, is interesting because he's from Minnesota. We know how much the Jets love guys on Minnesota. He's a winger. He can shoot. He can score. Although he's got 2 more years left, $6.65 million AV. Vancouver would have to eat some of that. And they had Vrana, number 5, and he got traded. Bonino, number 6, got traded. Parayko, number 7, but again, he's got the no trade. So I don't know why he keeps being talked about, but whatever. And Connor Sheary's on there. I think that's an interesting one. Depth forward. And then, they just added Troy Stetcher from the Coyotes. He's a pending UFA. Maybe they would just give him away, Huss. He could be a nice ad. And, there's our old friend Dmitry Kulikov there, coming in at number 11. So
Ken was talking about Cooley yesterday. And I mean, I guess if you're getting Cooley for a very low pick, and maybe then you're turning around and trading, maybe it's a Logan Stanley or a Ville Heinola for better draft capital. I guess that probably helps you going into the offseason. The other thing when it talks about draft picks, because I know who was it that just said, let me just get this comment up. Victor Owen said you either give up picks or you acquire picks. Sitting on your thumbs get you nowhere. Well, I don't doubt that they may be acquiring picks, but I think that probably maybe happens in advance of the draft. I mean, they are still in a playoff spot right now. And shout out to the Leafs. You won't hear me saying that very often, but they got the job done in regulation last night, beating the Calgary Flames. So the Jets are still 5 points up on the Flames, holding down the second wild card in the West. And they do have a game in hand. That game will be played tonight against the Edmonton Oilers. So we're thinking about right now. And listen, for those of you, for the LBs of the chat that want this team to quote unquote go all in, who are you looking to get today? Put it this way, if you are willing to throw a first round pick on the table, well, what's coming back? I mean, part of the fascinating trade deadline, if you will, is the fact that this deadline almost seemed like it started a week ago. And I mean, a guy like Kyle Dubas, went and traded, 5 picks and a player for Ryan O'Reilly. And the Tanner Jeannot deal, I think, still stands out, Remo, as maybe the one. I mean, we thought, that guy would look really good in Winnipeg. And then you saw that they gave up a first-round pick in Cal Foote along with a first-rounder, a first, second, third, fourth, and a fifth? Now, those picks, when they're coming from Tampa, may not be at the level that, a middle-of-the-road team like Winnipeg or a bad team would be. But the bottom line is the prices on some of those players have been exorbitant. And, it's a very, very difficult situation to realize which is the best way to go. But I don't think selling right now is a great idea for the Winnipeg Jets, because I think they still do have the opportunity to get in and make some noise. But I do wonder, beyond some of the players that we've mentioned, and Connor Sheary is one that I think might be able to come at a reasonable cost that can help the Winnipeg Jets. But that's the sort of player, Reem, that I would think if we get news that the Jets have made another addition, that's sort of the type of player without term that we'll be talking about today for a lower pick in the draft.
Yeah, the one player with term that was mentioned a lot, earlier in the week was Nick Schmaltz, and he could definitely be a fit as a center. You're looking for someone, to take over if, Dubois is traded. That was the one guy, but he's not on Frank's list. Frank did have Logan Stanley in at number 13 coming on the list. So that was a new addition for Frank. But yeah, I said yesterday they'll probably grab some guys who can score depth and, maybe trade a 5th, 6th, 7th round pick. And, maybe if Arizona wants to get out of this Troy Stetcher he's defense. Troy Stetcher contract. But Connor Sheary as well. He's got 30 points this year, 63 games, 12 goals. I mean, that 12 goals would look pretty good on the Jets' third line, or, play up if needed. So, 1.5, that would be a nice add too. I'm curious about Washington. There was talk about, Trevor Van Riemsdyk being traded, and I was all for a Van Riemsdyk reunion. If you got James and Trevor together on the same team, but Elliot Friedman reporting they're not going to trade TVR. They might even try to re-sign him. They got some injury issues. So Washington, team to watch.
I had heard that that Carolina was another team that, just because they have been far more prudent. And listen, they had the best cap situation of all the teams in the East, and they had the most picks. And they've been the ones that have just added Jesse Puljujarvi and Shane Gostisbehere for middle of the round picks. I want to get back to a guy that you mentioned, and that was Nick Schmaltz, because Schmaltz is a player that on paper, making less than $6 million, is a guy that, has been productive in the past, had 23 goals and 59 points in 63 games last year, playing a pretty big role, and is just south of a point a game right now for the Arizona Coyotes this year with 18, 24, and 42. Might be a guy that, could fit in well with the Jets. The one thing that Ken mentioned yesterday was how bloated the actual salary is as compared to the cap hit for the next 3 seasons. And I think that if anything, that makes him more expendable from Arizona based on everything that we've seen. But I also do wonder whether the Jets have the stomach to pay a guy $8+ million with a $5.8 million cap hit. I guess only time will tell. But he has been a productive player, and if we're getting ready for the potential exodus of Pierre-Luc Dubois and maybe even Mark Scheifele, you do want to have centers, guys that come into that center position and at least make up for some of the offense that'll inevitably be gone if either one of those players leaves Winnipeg, whether it be this summer or the following.
Yeah, and that's the underlying thing here with the Jets. I see Julian in chat saying, the Jets might have to retool this summer, and we're going to have to talk about possibly trading Connor Hellebuyck if he's not going to re-sign, because Scheifele, Wheeler, Hellebuyck, all going to be entering their final years in this, next year. So this summer, you're going to have to make some big decisions on who you're going to try to re-sign long-term. And if you can re-sign them, can you get assets back for them? And it is kind of scary to think what the Winnipeg Jets would look like without Connor Hellebuyck, but maybe it would force them to confront some of the issues that they have, because we know they sometimes they just rely on him too much. And I mean, it's great to have that kind of goalie, but maybe it creates some bad habits with the team. But I mean, he can steal games like we saw that 50 save performance in New York. I mean, absolutely. The only
incredible. Time this team's won in the last couple of weeks, which is part of the reason. And again, I keep going back to our pal Laurent Brossois, LB in chat, who's wondering how the entire podcast is not talking about how poor this has been handled leading up to the trade deadline. Listen, I'd be talking about how poor it's been if this team continued to be in free fall and they went and threw all of their future assets out to try to stop the bleeding. To me, this is something that's going to need to happen from within. They got Nito Niederreiter, which I think is a fantastic ad at a great price with another year of term on it. It makes a lot of sense. But I mean, tell us in the chat, like what did they miss out on? I mean, did you want them to trade all their picks from this year's draft to get Ryan O'Reilly, for instance? I'm not even sure that makes up for the actual price that the Leafs made. So, I mean, this does go back to one thing, and it's the performance of the team. And, the old saying is that the team will earn that opportunity for the general manager to really make the aggressive moves. If this trade deadline was 6 weeks ago, I think we're having a very different conversation. But as we heard from Elliot Friedman, as we heard from Darren Drager, you'd have to be completely clueless or not paying attention to what's happened with this team to think, in my opinion, that now's the time to go all in, if you will. That's just where I'm at. And I would be disappointed if the first round pick was traded, unless you're getting a talented young player that is on term or under team control. But guess what? Those are few and far in between on the trade market right now. So, I mean, there's some option, but to me, this is going to end up more like a traditional Jets last day. Now, I guess they did pull that rabbit out of the hat in 2018 and get Paul Stastny. But again, Stastny was technically a rental, and at that point, they really felt that this team was a Stanley Cup contender. And I'm sure there's some people that do that. From where I'm sitting right now, and I watched every minute of this hockey team all year long, I don't think that they are. And I think the prudent thing would be to do is try to add a little bit to the bottom six and see what this team can go for. But I'm not planning on a parade or winning the West or any time. And I'd love to be wrong, but I'm not sure that they're feeling that way inside management's office as well. Remo, we got some action happening or what?
We've got a trade to announce, and this is a Jets trade, Hustler. Elliot Friedman is reporting, and thanks to everyone in chat who keeping us up to date. I didn't think we'd have a Jets trade this early, but here it is. He's hearing Namestnikov to Winnipeg.
Wow.
So the Jets basically trade Mikey Eyssimont for Vladislav Namestnikov, because he was traded from Tampa from Tampa to San Jose for Mikey Eyssimont. And people in chat, Bailey says it's for a 4th round pick. So I'm sure Drager and they're all piling on, but I'm trying to keep up to date. So yes, that is the trade, and we can pull up his stats this year. I mean, he's kind of been in Tampa for a while, played up and down the lineup. There's Billeck saying he's got 15 points in 57 games. Billeck calls him a defensive forward.
This is a guy that he has scored 20 before in his first run with Tampa. But I mean, more often than not is a bottom 6 player that, well, I mean, listen, it is important to be good defensively. hasn't had a ton of pop. I guess he was with Dallas and Detroit last year, had 13 goals and 25 points in 60 games with Detroit, and then it was 3-2-5 with the Dallas Stars and had 1-1 in the playoffs. And this year was playing a limited role with the Tampa Bay Lightning. He is, I remember him being bigger than 6 feet and 180, but that's what he's being listed at Daily Faceoff. And yes, the ironic thing about this is that he was, as you mentioned, traded for Mikey Eyssimont earlier this week. Now, I don't think that was just a straight one-for-one deal per se as far as talent goes. But I do think Tampa might be looking to make some similar moves, and I think we're hoping to get that contract off of the books and get the cheapest possible return for a player that might be able to play if needed, and that sort of was Eyssimont. Do we have the contract terms? Is he a UFA at the end of this year, Reem?
I'll have to double check, but here's what Darren Dreger and Pierre LeBrun are saying. Who LeBrun says for a 4th round pick in 2025, so that's a couple of years down the road. And Dreger says Namestnikov for the Jets takes them out of the mix for JVR. So I don't know if the Jets are going to look to add another forward. I kind of thought they needed a couple to fix up this bottom 6. They got one in Niederreiter, but that kind of just replaces Perfetti. So I still would like to get one more. I'm not sure about this one, Huss. I don't know if he fits the definition of scoring forward, but maybe he's an upgrade over what we have now.
He's not a scoring forward, but I mean, any scoring is better than what they've had in the bottom 6 for the last 2 months. And listen, you do want a guy that has to be able to play, a good defensive role as well. And listen, this is a straight up rental. He has no term left on his contract. He's making $1.25 million right now. He is relatively versatile, though. We've seen him play center before, and he's also played left wing and right wing. But with the uncertainty of David Gustafsson, Remo, and the scoring issues with Adam Lowry, I wouldn't at all be surprised. Kevin Stenlund's been pretty versatile, and of course, he's been the one guy in the last 2 or 3 weeks that's actually scored anything. He popped 2 goals against the LA Kings. I'm not sure whether Namestnikov comes in and takes over a 4th-line center role and Stenny moves to the wing, or potentially maybe plays up on that 3rd line along with Lowry, trying to get something going right now. And I'm sort of with you. I mean, I'm not sure this is necessarily the end of the moves, but with a future 4th rounder in 2025, I mean, that's certainly nothing that impacts you next season or the following year. And that is something that the Winnipeg Jets have done consistently over the last few years when adding at the deadline is looking in and around that 4th, 5th round, sometimes 3rd rounders to get players in the bottom 6. Obviously, the cost to get a Niederreiter was much more at 2.
Yeah, so there we go, Huss. Our first deal of the day, and I'm seeing reaction in chat, and I think people were hoping for more of an impact player. We'll see where he fits in. I don't know if he's going to play today. We do have the Jets playing Edmonton tonight, 8 p.m. puck drop. So we'll have to see what happens if Gustafsson is back. They said they don't want to go 11-7 again. They want to go 12-6. I don't know. I'm seeing some I don't know, not as positive reaction to the Niederreiter trade as this one, but the Jets do make a move.
Yeah, I mean, I know JVR's out there, and we got Brandon Rewucki coming up, and we'll talk to JVR, talk about him and some of the other possibilities. I mean, JVR's got 9 goals on the season, 14. The issue with him is that he's not a particularly responsible defensive player, and you filled that role in the top 6 for Niederreiter. So is that a guy that fits on your 3rd line? Does it make you better? Can he handle the defensive responsibilities? He was a -33 last year, although he did score 24 goals. 33 years old as well for that. So listen, we're going to get to Brandon Rewucki right away. Keep the comments coming in chat. Hit us up on Twitter as well. Just before we do that, we are going to be powered throughout the day by our friends over at Manitoba Battery. When you need that extra life, or heck, when you're needing from a battery for your car, your truck, or even that summer toy you're working on, Manitoba Battery is the most convenient and well-priced option in the city. You can put your order in for the battery around our normal start time of 1 o'clock or just afterwards, and have it sitting on your doorstep in 2 to 4 hours for less money than you'd spend anywhere else in the city on the same battery. Manitoba Battery, basically the Amazon of batteries here in Winnipeg, but it's coming right away. No fighting for a parking spot at Costco, no waiting in line at Canadian Tire, no spending more money on a battery at the big box stores. Let Manitoba Battery bring it to you while you spend time on more important things. Make a phone call or order online at manitobabattery.com. Let Manitoba Battery simplify your life. And hey, looking forward to the upcoming spring golf season and more. I know Spicy Joe and the gang at Consolidated Supply are ready to go, already working with golf courses to get everything set up. They're the irrigation leaders in Manitoba, as well as the guys with the best options on artificial turf. And heck, maybe you want some artificial turf in your backyard, along with a new spa or hot tub and a beautiful outdoor kitchen. Check out everything Manitoba Battery can do, or the Consolidated Supply Gang can do for you online at cte.ca. All right, let's get to Rewucki. We've got Brandon coming up, and man, we've already had a deal, Brandon, right off the bat. I'm not sure if you heard us coming in, but Jets didn't wait till the last hour. A depth forward coming over for a future fourth rounder, Namestnikov, who was on Tampa, traded to San Jose, ends up in Winnipeg. What's your instant reaction to the first deal of the day?
That if Namestnikov isn't Russian for Chikrin, I don't really care. It's fine. Like it's a fine deal. It doesn't move the needle a ton. I'll tell you what, just because you had mentioned JVR there earlier than that, I'd probably rather give up a fourth in 2 years than a third round pick this year for JVR, because you kind of touched on it there. You're not getting a whole lot in terms of value and impact other than him being a net front presence. And with the addition of Nino Niederreiter, might make him a little bit redundant if Nino's going to be on the second power play unit once everybody's healthy and ready to go, right? So, I mean, I guess the basis is that he makes the bottom six better. He's an addition over the majority of the bottom six. So it's an improvement for the team. I don't mind it. I've always kind of liked Namestnikov's game. He's sneaky good defensively, actually. You wouldn't necessarily think it because he's got a little bit of skill to his game, but he's a pretty responsible forward, and he's versatile. He can play all three positions there. So I think it's fine. You know, I'm not gonna. It wasn't a home run that the Nino trade was. Let's put it that way.
Well, no, but exactly. I mean, were you? I mean, listen, I know there's some people with some pretty wild expectations of what could happen today, and frankly, what could have happened at the deadline, especially the way this team's played for the last month or so. I'm not one of those people. But I mean, when I came into today, knowing that the Nino trade's already been done, what they'd given to that, the situation for the club overall going into the summer, and the picks they'd already traded. I mean, I thought that maybe they'd pick up one or two guys to supplement the bottom six. I mean, that is what I'm expecting. They've got one, and I like the fact that this fourth round pick is kicked down the road to 2025, considering pick they've already given up in two drafts that could be very important for the Winnipeg Jets, considering where their team is at as far as the era, if you will, of some turnover of players.
Yeah, and I guess it depends what camp you're in, right? Because there was a lot of people, maybe the majority of the fan base, that was all in on the Timo Meier train, and that bringing in a high end forward would be kind of the big push that this team needs to make some noise in the playoffs. And I was probably in the minority in that, in the sense that I kind of like what the Jets did up front so far. And Nino was a really, really strong get. Like that was some really impressive work by Chevy there. And then you fortify your bottom six with Namestnikov here. But to me, it's always been about finding that secondary support system behind Josh Morrissey on the blue line. Like that to me is where I've always felt like the team needed to pour the majority of their assets in here. And I still think that's the focus right now. Maybe there's another depth forward that comes in here. I'd be kind of surprised at this point. But to me, if you wanna give this team a boost, if you wanna show this core that you believed in so much that we're gonna put our support behind you here, that to me is the move to be made. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the big dog that was acquired a few days ago, but there's still some intriguing potential options out there for the Jets. But I don't know if there's going to be another forward coming in here, but man, I'm not going to be surprised if they take a swing and try to grab somebody impactful on the second pair behind Morrissey.
Well, I guess it depends. I mean, what are you willing to give up for that? I mean, are you taking a player that's already in your lineup, in your top 12, in your top 9 to do that? How much salary are you willing to take on? I mean, listen, I've heard Colton Parayko, and I mean, right now in a bubble, would Colton Parayko look good in the Jets' blue line? Would he be an improvement? Well, yeah. Do I want 7 more years at $6.5 million? No, I mean, I guess you can trade that down the road. Ken made that point yesterday. The other thing is that he's got a full no move. So, I mean, is he signing up to come to the Peg for potentially the rest of his career? Who knows? Maybe they did go down that road. Those are the sort of things that we'll never know. But, I mean, and I guess the other thing is if you go in and we heard the name Kulikov or something named up. So what does that do for the Jets other than just move Dylan Sandberg out of your top 6? And, I mean, does that make you that much better? Right now,
No.
Not to mention you take out all the experience of a young player that you're going to be leaning on in future years.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of it too, I honestly think Sandberg's been, I would say, this team's 4th best defenseman this year. Like if you're asking me, I'm giving him more responsibilities, not looking for ways to take him out of the lineup. But for me, like an addition of a Kulikov or I don't think it's going to happen, but like an Edmondson or, any of these guys that would be tweener, second, third pair guy, that doesn't move the needle. Like the Jets D-core is littered with those guys. They need the high-end piece behind Josh Morrissey. Look at all the contending teams. They all have that, right? Like they've got the number 1 stud. Thankfully, Morrissey's taken the leap and played like an MVP this season and checked that box off for the Jets. But they don't have that number 2 guy. And I don't think it's on the roster right now. And that to me is the move to be made. It's why the Chychrun return was so disappointing for me, in the sense that this was a move that was out there that I think would have just vastly improved this team and vaulted them up near the Colorados and whoever else you want to put there.
They had too good of a first half of the season. Their pick's not good enough.
I don't know, man. I just can't buy that if you would have offered 2 firsts and then some package of prospects that
apparently
that's not
by
enough.
multiple insiders, they turned down multiple offers with 2 first-round picks. I mean, they wanted Ottawa's pick because they figured in this draft, I mean, if you're getting a top 10 pick, you're getting an excellent prospect right now. And then, it was 2 second-rounders instead of another first-rounder. I mean, I am sort of with you, although, to be honest, Brandon, and as much as he looked great right now, and this goes back to the way the team has been trending and the way they've been playing, it's great to get a young player like that, but he's still 2 years away from free agency after this. And, does that line up with where this team will likely be, considering the turnover that we're going to be having in the next 12 to 24 months?
Well, I still think it's fine because if the plan, I guess it depends. Like, I mean, what's the plan here, right? Like, what's the plan? What are we trying to accomplish here? Are you trying to be? Are you like if you want to give this a go with the core that you have? And Chevy's been more patient than arguably any GM with this group of players. But if you want to take a run at it here, then take a run at it, man. Like, go out there and make some swings and bring some big time talent to this team in a one-off year where the West is not going to be as dangerous as it's been in quite some time, right? And if it doesn't work, and hey, if you get Chychrun and it doesn't work, I can't imagine if you wanted to move him this offseason, you probably end up getting more for him than what Arizona just ended up giving up for him right now. You know what I mean? Like, I think you can recoup a bunch of your assets there. I just think if you want to see what this team is capable of, like, this is the year to cash in. And while Nino and Namestnikov are great, like I feel like this would be beyond a major missed opportunity here. Not cashing in a first round pick, whatever it is, to bring some help in here, see what they can do. And if it doesn't work, I think fans would understand that. We sell off. we get back a bunch of the stuff that we gave up with some of the assets the Jets have, and then you try to plot a new path forward after that.
Let me ask you a question, honestly. Has your opinion on that changed in the last 6 weeks with what you've seen from the team? Because mine has. If we were having this conversation 6 weeks ago, I'm with you. But I've been out, and it's been growing that way over the last number of weeks. And to be honest with you, that is an all-in bet on this core. And I'm just going to say it straight up. I don't have the confidence in this core that makes it worthwhile to sacrifice what you're talking about giving up. I believe in Connor Hellebuck. I believe in Josh Morrissey. But it's too similar to other years where it's been a disappearing act of the most important players at the most important time of the season. And when you're talking about decisions now that can really, really affect the way you're going to look in the next few years, because that rebuild, retool, rebuild, whatever you want to call is coming. Like, to me, I'm just personally in a very different place than I was 6 weeks ago looking at this team with the way that they played. And I can't help but think, based on what we've seen, that Kevin Cheveldayoff's in a similar situation to where I'm at.
Yeah, I still think it's definitely changed. I think even the most optimistic fan would be fooling themselves in thinking that. But I still think there's a good team in there. It's just a struggle right now. And I think, despite the loss and the optics around the game, I thought the team played a hell of a lot better against the Kings than they have in quite some time. I thought Scheifele played one of his best games in months, which is something that I was clamoring about earlier this week. Like, let's have the big guys down the middle step up here and take this team by the collar and try to grab them and take them somewhere. So I think there were positive signs there. It kind of comes down to this for me, though, is that, like, it doesn't really matter how much what I think. Like, what does Chevy think? Like, Chevy, if you look at his moves over the past several years, he believes in the core. So, like, what are these half-ass measures then if you're not going to take a big plunge? Like, you either believe in them or you don't if you're Chevy. And I think at this point he's proven that he believes in them. So if you believe in them, take the plunge, take a big swing, go out there and get a guy. And I'm not saying, get a rental and give up a first-round pick in your top prospect or anything like that, but get a guy with term. Right? And there's still a few of them out there, even though a bunch of guys have been moved over the past little while. But get a guy with term with a couple of years left on his deal. See what happens this playoff run. And if you want to blow it up after that, go ahead. If you want to take another run the following year, because they showed that they can maybe give a little more than they have so far, then you have a lot more options at your disposal. But just kind of doing 1 foot in, 1 foot out, that to me is death in the NHL. It's death in pro sports trying to build a team. Like, either have conviction in what you're doing and going for it, or rebuilding. But don't do, we'll tinker here, we'll tinker. Just figure out if this is the group that you want to push your chips in on, and make the move. And like I said earlier, if it doesn't work this postseason, you can't tell me that trading Dubois, trading a handful of other players on this roster wouldn't net you a bag of high-end picks and prospects and different things like that, and then you could chart a different path after. So I still think that, with what you've done so far this season, past seasons, to me, it's time to show that, you believe in this core, go out there and make a move, get the fan base, get the team excited. And I think people would understand whatever happens after that. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, I think people would at least appreciate that the team tried and went out there and tried to, get a couple playoff rounds here in Winnipeg once again, and then you see what happens after that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not sure that is entirely out of the question. I mean, making the playoffs and winning a round or, going forward. But I still don't listen, I don't know. Maybe this is just kind of where I'm coming from, and I've sort of conditioned myself to get my hopes kind of they have been diminishing over the course of the last 6 weeks. And I think here we go again. Okay, listen, like, this is where once again we're being told what this team is. And, is it worth trading, very important future assets for the now? I don't know. And I know this will be unpopular with some of the people in the chat that wanted, to be the most aggressive team in the league. But if you had told me a week ago that they would have gotten Nito Niederreiter for a second-round pick and added Namestnikov for that bottom six and maybe added another player, to be honest, that's sort of what I was expecting to happen. Now, you make a great point about the blue line. And, if you could get that impact player to come in like a Chychrun or somebody else with a little bit of term, I think I'd certainly consider that. But when you look back to what transpired with the Coyotes, and I mean, this guy was on the block for a year and a half, and I mean, it finally took that deal. So there's a little bit more to it. But as I said, maybe Connor Bedard and everything that's going on. I know it's a top 5 protected pick, though. So, I mean, if Ottawa somehow bails out and, goes in a big losing streak and ends up in the top 5, they're still making their pick this year, and that won't be the case. So that's the situation with the Jets right now. Let me ask you this. What of the trades, and I'm not talking today, but the last 7 to 10 days, which is there a GM or a team that has really impressed you? Is there one particular deal that you think was a real home run for one side or the other? Does anything stand out? Because there's been a lot.
Yeah, I would say, unfortunately, I think this has been a big Ken Holland W the past week or so. I think he's done an excellent job. And the Oilers also didn't give up any of their top prospects, right, in making the moves that they made. But they strengthened their bottom 6. They get that, surprise, surprise, big number 1 or top pairing defenseman to come in there. And, a first-round pick and some change. It was a pretty tidy week of work by Ken Holland there. And I kind of wonder if Edmonton is... would you take Edmonton over Colorado? Who's the front runner in the West right now? At the very least, the Oilers have made it a conversation with themselves, right? I think they had themselves a really, really strong couple of days. I think
I love the Ekholm pickup. I love the Ekholm pickup for him. And I was on in Edmonton with the guys in the morning with Dusty after the deal was made, and we were talking. And again, giving up a first rounder, those sort of things, to me, it's very different for a team like Edmonton than for a team like Winnipeg, because they've got a very finite period of time guaranteed with Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, and that group right now. But Ekholm has $6 million a year. He's got, I believe, 2 or 3 more years on the term, and the guy's a horse that can eat up 20 minutes a night, no problem. That's a guy, and I guess this goes back to your original point. If you get a guy like that significantly improves your fortunes on the blue line. But I am with you on Edmonton, and I guess we're going to get a chance to see that firsthand tonight and tomorrow. And by the way, McDavid scored 2 goals in 5 straight games and can set an NHL record tonight if he does it again.
Yeah, I might over on that one there. But I kind of like what Toronto's doing too, even though they went full NHL be a GM mode, and what they made 10 trade. What I like about what Toronto did, though, honestly, is that when's the last time you saw a buyer acquire a first round pick? He is, hate him or love him, and whatever you think about the Maple Leafs, Kyle Dubas will do literally whatever it takes to improve his team, and he will go and explore avenues that other GMs can't. For God's sake, the Flyers right now, all they can manage is swapping 4th liners. You know what I mean? There's some GMs that aren't even it's a different galaxy compared to what Toronto and what Boston are doing right now. They seem to be on a different plane. But the Bruins, come on. They might have had the best deadline out of anybody, right? It's certainly up right near the top of the list. And I would have said that before Tyler Bertuzzi comes in.
Yeah, well, and don't forget the 8-year extension on Pasta. It's been a pretty good couple weeks for thing about Dubas. And I'm with you. I'll give him a lot of credit. But that's a guy that knows that there's no tomorrow if they don't get it done. And
that would be the best job, yeah.
And he's not in the Central Division or the Pacific Division with a whole bunch of teams that are pretty good, but know what I mean? They're going up against the 3-time defending Eastern Conference champion. Oh, and if you win that, the Boston Bruins are waiting right now.
You faced a better team.
It is. I do love the tone of fans and these conversations going into the deadline where everybody wants everything, and we need to make these moves, and then in 4 weeks, 80% of the GMs are complete idiots because look at what they gave up and they weren't able to get out. Hell, look at what's happening in Florida right now. If that's not a perfect example of, that team last year, Brandon, had every single reason to do that. Now, I think some of the trades they made were obscene. I mean,
Yeah.
Ben Sherratt for an unprotected first-round pick that then they didn't sign him and didn't win looks pretty bad right now. But that was a team that was in first place. They had given them every reason to think that, okay, this was the year that they were going to get over the hump. Although, ironically, they pretty much blew the entire thing up after the season, changed the coach, hired Paul Maurice. I don't know if you caught Maurice's post-game last night after they lost at home to what's left of the Nashville Predators. I mean, it was it was like, this is the first year of Maurice. It was basically year 7 or 8 Maurice. I mean, right around that Buffalo game that became the last game. That's where it was right now. And not a lot of answers right now in Florida, but pretty incredible how making ill-timed moves at the deadline can really, really screw up your franchise potentially for a number of years.
Yeah, I to me, Florida is the great example of why you don't go all in for rentals. Like, that's the danger, right? Because you can run into a hot goalie like Vasilevsky like they did, and it's, oh, great moves, your team's playing awesome. Well, see ya after 4 games. And then you have nothing to show for it, right? As opposed to some of these other teams that Tampa Bay's made a masterclass of this, right? Where it's, we'll give up a lot of assets, but we're getting guys for multiple runs, and we're able to reload each year by acquiring guys that aren't just going to be here for a couple of months. But Florida's a mess. Vancouver's a mess. Philly's a mess. I don't even count Arizona in all of this because they're clearly a money laundering organization at this point. It's this time of year that you can really differentiate between the organizations that know what they're doing and the ones that have no plan and are basically just hoping for a miracle.
Well, speaking of that, how about your Flyers? And you know what? Tortorella might be happy. I mean, Brendan Lemieux seems like a perfect guy to run around like an idiot on one of John Tortorella's teams right now. And but I mean, I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been a little bit more movement. Do you think there's any possibility a Konechny could be on the move?
No, I don't think Konechny. To me, the outside of the pending free agents, and it's great that the Flyers were able to get a guy that bit somebody. Super happy about that. To me, it would be either Hayes and or Provorov. And I think Hayes would be the likelier of the two to be moved, although maybe even Sanheim too. There's been a little bit of smoke about Sanheim, who, if you don't know, is coincidentally from Manitoba and played for Brandon as well in juniors. So if you want to try to make some connections there, that could potentially be something that interests Winnipeg. But
so did Provorov. Provorov's name's been thrown out. I was looking into it. I mean, listen, I haven't watched a ton of the Flyers. I'm not a sadomasochist.
I was going to say, please don't.
Yeah. But I mean, and listen, I mean, I take these for what they're worth. I mean, I certainly don't put all the value into just what we're seeing from someone's model of what a graph is. But I mean, it essentially said that he's making $6.5 million and he's delivering minimum salary worth to the Flyers right now. I mean, is that accurate? I mean, you see a lot more of this team than any of us.
I mean, I don't think he's been that bad. I think, look, he's not a top pair guy. I think he's on a really good team, like a 2-3. I think on a great team, he's ideally on your second pair. And I think he'd be best suited for something like that, which is, honestly, that's where he would suit up with Winnipeg. So, I mean, in terms of pecking order and things like that, I think having an Ivan Provorov on your second pair is pretty solid. But I mean, here's the other thing too, though. I mean, the Bruins went after Hampus Lindholm last year, and people were mocking them for giving up as much as they did because he was playing poorly for Anaheim. He's been one of the best defensemen in the NHL this year. So, like, that's always the difficult stuff with defensemen too. Is sometimes environment can really weigh down your perception of somebody. But I wouldn't say Provorov's been that bad. But I think if you're acquiring him and expecting him to be your number one defenseman, you'll probably end up in a similar situation like Philly is right now. But to me, Hayes is the really interesting one because I don't know if you caught the comments from both Chuck Fletcher and Torts, but they both openly kind of said yeah, we want to move him. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but when somebody asks, generally when a GM is asked about a player who's under contract for X amount of years, they kind of dance around it and don't touch it, but they're like, yeah, you know what? We would like to get younger, and Kevin will be a part of the discussions. So it's like, oh, okay, you're basically trying to move him right now. So that one is a fascinating one because it's retain money and who would be desperate enough, I guess, to take the plunge on on a contract for a guy that's been so up and down over the course of his career. But I mean, I don't know if Chuck's got the bandwidth to make that happen. He's pretty busy right now, wasting all his leverage on getting a third for JVR. So that's going to take up the majority of the afternoon for him. And then if he's got time after that, then he's got time to do something.
Hayes does have a modified no trade contract. I mean, we kind of jokingly said, "Oh, a big reunion, get Kevin Hayes back here in the peg." But I mean, I'll say this though. I mean, for a guy at center that has scored in the past, I mean, right now would that be nice to add for sure? But here's the thing: if one or both of Dubois and Scheifele are no longer on your team going forward, I mean, you're going to need to fill that spot at center. And now, is Kevin Hayes taking you to the promised land? I don't think so, but at least you can be competitive. But again, those are probably discussions that we'll have more down the road come the summertime. So Namestnikov as well. Someone, I think it was Bailey. What's up, Bay? Was mentioning, and this is a guy that Remo and I talked about off the top that I thought might be available to come in and be bottom six support for the Winnipeg Jets at a relatively reasonable price. Is Connor Sheary. Does that make sense to you from a Jet standpoint, Brandon?
Yeah, I like Sheary. I guess it depends too what you want your third and fourth line to be, but essentially if you can push Menelainen and then one of Janssen Fjallby or Carson Kuhlman, whoever it is, like Sheary and Namestnikov would both be improvements on
all of those guys. I mean,
have.
I think is basically what we're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know what the price would be, but if it's a late round pick on a guy like Sheary, sure. And he's had a couple deep playoff runs too with Pittsburgh. He's performed well, so yeah, I got no problem there. I guess minor quibble, but I think in an ideal world you might like maybe Appleton and Barron both on your fourth line, because it means your third line is pretty jacked up. I don't know if that's going to be a possibility for the Jets, especially with Perfetti being out for so long. But if Sheary costs you a fifth or a sixth, go for it.
Hey, one more for you before we take a break. And Drew Mindell from Illegal Curve is going to jump on in just a couple minutes as well. Yesterday, we were talking about this report from Andy Strickland that Logan Stanley had asked for a trade. I can't say that I'm surprised. I mean, he's been passed by Sandberg on the depth chart. He's not playing often when everyone's available. But, we were thinking, and I was still speaking about, geez, I don't want to move off that first-round pick. Maybe you could do something with some of the other players that you sort of have seen enough of and you know what they are. What do you think the value is? Who's worth more on the market, Logan Stanley or Ville Heinola? And are either of them worth very much when, if either of them was going to be moved today? Both former first-round picks. Ville with far less NHL experience. I mean, top player in the American Hockey League. Logan Stanley with a very different toolbox, if you will, that has had a very disappointing year when he's been in the lineup. And as we mentioned, has sort of played his way out of that top six after getting the opportunity to start the year.
That's a good question. It's kind of depressing in a way too. I might still say Heinola has slightly more value, but I don't think it's all that much more. I'm kind of fascinated to see what Logan Stanley would be worth on the open market.
Me too.
Yeah, I think right now with where the Jets are at, and would I like him to be the team's seventh defenseman down the stretch? Yeah, I think he'd be a great 6'7" defenseman. But if he can nab you a second round pick, I mean, you got to jump all over that if you're Kevin Cheveldayoff. It's, to me, that's the no brainer. I don't know what his value is going to be to other teams, but I mean, There's enough GMs out there that are old school in their thinking and maybe thinking that a reclamation project like Stanley would be of value to them, that I wouldn't be shocked if he gets a second round pick. And if that's the case, then I think that's a move Winnipeg needs to be really aggressive in pulling the trigger on. And Capobianco's been pretty serviceable when he stepped into the lineup. I think Declan Chisholm honestly could come in and be pretty damn good on the third pair as well.
Okay, that is something that I brought up yesterday, and we live so much. A lot of people don't pay attention to the Manitoba Moose, but Chisholm not only has shown that he has, a incredible skill set and could be ready for a much bigger opportunity.
Yep.
You're going to get in Johnny Kovacevic territory where this guy's not waivers eligible, and then you're losing another player like that, which you do not want to go down that road again. And I don't know. Those are two players that I am quite intrigued to see whether either one of them might end up on the move. And I'm sort of with you as well. If there's a way to get that second rounder back for this year's draft, potentially something in the top 50, it might be worthwhile moving on because, as I said, there are young defensemen on the Manitoba Moose knocking on the door. It's going to be time to give them an opportunity. And listen, unless you can move some of the logjam that has been immovable basically for the entire last 12 plus months, should be good. What's kicking on Skates and Plates? You going to do a big wrap of the festivities over the course of the weekend or what?
Yeah, big recap tomorrow. Maybe a Jets Oilers breakdown if we got time. Just praying, man. Just praying there's a blockbuster to break down. I still got hope. This is a little bit to the nitty gritty here, but I still got hope that Chevy's got something up his sleeve. Maybe it's Noah Hannafin out of the blue. I don't know what it might be, but
I'm praying for a win tonight.
Hopefully we're talking about where Hannafin or where Uyghur's going to fit on the team's second pair, but we'll dare to dream there.
Listen, I'm in on that. I'm in on that. Brandon, thanks so much. That was great stuff, buddy.
Thanks. Have a great weekend.
Enjoy the day. Good stuff with Brandon Rewucki. Make sure you are checking out Skates and Plates wherever you get your favorite podcasts. Drew Mindell, one of your other favorite podcasts, the Legal Curve Hockey Show. Of course, they'll be on tomorrow morning and after tonight's game as well. Wow, huge show today. Over 600 with us in the chat. Folks, if you haven't already, make sure you've hit that red subscribe button and give us a thumbs up as well. Certainly helps us promote the channel. And if you do want to go that extra mile, you can always become a member and you'll get all those cool emojis that Remis has created in the chat. All right. Quickly, do want to give a big thanks to our friends over at Vita Health Fresh Market. If you're looking for great prices on natural and organic supplements, beauty products, and groceries, and Winnipeg's largest assortment of local products too, Vita Health Fresh Market is the place. Get ready for St. Paddy's Day with all of your favorites, and you can celebrate the day with some non-alcoholic craft beer, mocktails, and some great snacks too. And guys, with spring just around the corner, get ready for it with Ultimate Male Energy. Formulated specifically for men over 35, Ultimate Male Energy is designed to help improve testosterone production, reduce excess body fat, build muscle tissue, maintain prostate health, and more. It's on sale today at Vita Health. Vita Health Fresh Market, empowering people to lead healthy lives. 7 Winnipeg locations, including the newest store in Linden Ridge, and online at vita.ca. And hey, don't forget, gang, we've got nominations open for February's Unsung Hero with our friends at Wallace & Wallace and Jets All-Star defenseman Josh Morrissey. Send us an email about that person in your life or in your community that spends countless hours volunteering and helping others, whether it be through community volunteering, charity work, or just being that person on the block that is always helping out those in need. Unsung Hero at winnipegsportstalk.com. The Unsung Hero for the month will get an autographed jersey from Jets All-Star defenseman Josh Morrissey, and Wallace & Wallace will donate $500 to the Dream Factory in the name of the Winnipeg Sports Talk listener that nominated the Unsung Hero, and Josh and Margot Morrissey will match that as well. All right, this is a treat. Let's welcome in Drew Mindell, the host of the wildly popular Illegal Curve Hockey Show. You know they're firing it up right after every Winnipeg Jets game and, of course, doing their thing. What is it? What did you say? It's 14 years since the show started? Was that right? The anniversary you guys just had?
Oh, God, now you're making me do math, Huss. What is this? 14 years. That is exactly
years.
Right. 14 years, I know. And I haven't aged a day in 14
no,
years. It's hard to believe.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I mean, it's a perfect day to have you on, and congratulations on that. I know tomorrow's show, make sure you check it out, everyone, will be a packed one in between this home and home series with the Edmonton Oilers and, of course, post-trade deadline. But it's been interesting a little while. Let me start off with this, Drew, because I'm very interested in your perspective about, the Jets management's goals and focus going into here, and whether you think, like I do, that maybe their original intentions may have cooled and they had to pump the brakes a little bit considering the way this team has played over the last 6 weeks.
I would agree with that statement. I would agree that that the recent play hasn't necessarily given them an indication or hasn't given them the confidence that selling, going all in, doing whatever it could possibly take to be to acquire anybody possibly is the way to go. I would agree with that. But at the same time, Huss, you can't be half pregnant. So I'm not sure what the strategy is here. Are you just sort of holding water and maybe trying to sneak in as the 7th and 8th and hoping everything turns around and the shots that were going in earlier in the year start going in again? I mean, that's certainly one approach. I mean, you look at the roster, you look at the team, and I don't know how you can think that as currently constructed, they are going to go on a run in the Western Conference playoffs. Had you augmented this roster earlier, maybe at the first signs of any sort of slippage, maybe if you were the early bird who gets the worm, maybe things look a little bit different. They're always my issue with the Jets has been and continues to be that they are far too reactive and not nearly proactive enough. It's always deadline hunting. It's always waiting to the last minute. It's always let's just keep the bullet in the chamber until the absolute time when they have to do it. Well, sometimes you have to act a little bit quicker. So sometimes when things aren't going as well as they have been, as they were earlier in the year, you might need to make a trade. You might need to be the first out of the blocks. That's not the Jets' style. I understand that, but I think at sometimes you need to take that approach. This would have been one of those years to take that approach. Instead, here we are sitting here where lately the Jets are just sort of keeping their fingers crossed that the Flames keep shitting the bed, and that's what's keeping them their head above water.
Yeah, I can't believe we were all loving the Leafs last night, but that's what it's come down to right now. Very important regulation win for Toronto last night in Calgary. A few weeks ago, maybe at the start of this slump, but when we're looking ahead to the trade deadline, before things had sort of gotten as critical as they are right now, what was your wish list for the club? And when you looked at the Winnipeg Jets, if you put your GM hat on, where was your focus, and did that change much going into, let's say, the past week?
My focus was on the middle six of the forward group. I mean, with all due respect to the Adam Lowrys and the Mason Appletons and the Morgan Barons, I mean, that's not a third line. It's just not. It's not a third line of a Stanley Cup contender. Are those guys fourth line players? Yeah. I mean, my barometer is, where would they play on the Tampa Bay Lightning? Would they be in the top 9 on the Tampa Bay Lightning? Well, they wouldn't be because, they can't really score. And, I don't think I need to be, you don't have to be a hockey expert to know that it's important to be able to score. You don't have to necessarily be a 30-goal scorer. Not every player on the team is going to be, but you need to be able to put the puck in the net every once in a while. So the Jets' bottom 6 is just not good enough. So if I was looking to upgrade the area, I would have been looking at, getting more forwards in. And I know a lot of people would say the back end, because Neil Pionk has been, we know what Neil Pionk's been. It hasn't been great. But if I was going to pick an area, if I had to pick one between, we talked about it on the show last week. I think I said to Dave and Ezzy, I said, look, the Jets can make 3 moves. That's all they can make. They can make 3 moves. What are you acquiring? What is your goal? And my goal was, you got to go out and you get 3 forwards. Get 3 third line forwards. Get guys who are upgrades on what you currently have, and then see how that impacts the rest of your team. Because that to me is where you need to focus. Now they've gone out and they got Niederreiter, and the price they paid is very reasonable. That's a thumbs up for me.
That was a home run trade, I think. I mean, based on the value, comparing everywhere else. And the thing is, to your point, that technically is middle 6, and let's call him a second line forward, and it pushes somebody down. Unfortunately, with Cole Perfetti's injury, it just takes his place right now, and maybe continues that need for an extra player.
Look, and then that's why you get Niederreiter, and that made perfect sense, and I have no problem with it. I have no problem with the Namestnikov move. Look, Namestnikov is not exciting. He's not going to, get anyone, planning a parade or anything, but he's a bona fide NHLer. He's an NHL player who's going to be in your lineup. He's going to produce. He knows how to play in the NHL level. He's not going to wow anyone, but he's going to fill a role on your team. That's fine. Thumbs up. No problem with that. They need more. And I don't know that they're going to necessarily do that more. And that to me is sort of the problem, because where does that leave them? That sort of still leaves them in the mushy middle of the Western Conference playoff teams, the teams that aren't good enough to be Stanley Cup contenders. They're not bad enough to be bottoming out. I mean, and that's just sort of it. They're half pregnant, and they've been half pregnant for so many years. And at one point in time or another, you either need to give birth to the baby or you need to start fresh. And that's sort of where I'm at in my thinking with regard to the Winnipeg Jets. This would have been the time, I think this year earlier would have been the time to make a bold move. Bold moves aren't the flavor that the team goes for, but this would have been the year for it.
By the way, and this, for folks that are listening on the podcast, you'll have to get to the YouTube channel to check this out, but you've got an interesting background. Plenty of speculation that you're at Teasers right now.
I'm not.
You are not. Is that Winnipeg's favorite comedy club?
I'm at Rumors right now. That is exactly right. I'm at Rumors Restaurant and Comedy Club. So this is the background. When Remo sent me the message and said, "Hey, can you join us?" I said yes, as long as you're okay with me being this is being my background. And as a result, yes, that's where I'm at. So Rumors Restaurant and Comedy Club. 2 shows tonight, 2 shows tomorrow night. Dave Hempstead in town. Pardon me for giving the free plug.
No, I was just about to ask you who it is. I mean, everyone loves Rumors, and as I say, considering the way that the team's played as of late, maybe a nice night out watching comedy might be exactly what Jet fans need.
Well, I fear that what could happen tonight might leave everyone not necessarily being eager to see what McDavid could do tomorrow. So maybe people are looking for something to do tomorrow night back in town as well as tonight. And that would be my recommendation, of course, would be to come here to Rumors.
Hey, I'll just add in Dave Hempstead. Dave Hempstead, we had him in studio with me and you. He roasted me pretty good. But he's good friends with Mark Zucchino.
He's good friends with Mark Zucchino. You know who else he's good friends with?
Who?
Chevy. He's good friends with
really?
Jets GM Kevin Cheveldayoff.
Well, get him on the horn. Ask him what's going on. Does he have any inside info for us today? Or
I'm not sure. I'm not sure Chevy's necessarily picking up the phone and chit-chatting right now, but they've done some speaking engagements together where Dave would be the comedian or the host of the event, and then Chevy would be the keynote speaker. So they know each other.
Oh, well, if only we could get some of the inside info on what has been discussed and how things have changed. But it's funny. I'm sort of right there with you. And, considering the trend of the Jets over the years to add something right at the wire.
Right.
He read T-Kona Pauly, Drew's bang on, have a beer. Well, I think he might wait a little bit, but I'm sure there'll be one in his future a little later on. Living in the present right now, Namestnikov's on the club right now, 4th in 2025. The Niederreiter pick, which I think most people have thought was great value, especially considering he's not a rental. You got one more deal. Listen, depending on where the team's at next year, I wouldn't be surprised if he's traded, much like Brandon speculated on the Chychrun deal, and maybe get as much or more for Niederreiter at that point. So I guess we'll see what that happens. But is there a player or two that is still out there on one of the myriad of trade bait boards that interest you, that you would be a proponent of hearing is on the way to Winnipeg?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that, the Namestnikov deal takes the Jets out of the James Van Riemsdyk running. I don't quite understand why that would necessarily have to be the case. Why can't you get both? I mean, again, there are gaps that need to be filled on this roster. There are JVR would fit with this team. What does he do? He goes hard to the net. He gets greasy goals. What's the hardest thing to do in this game? It's scoring goals. What does James Van Riemsdyk do? He scores goals. You find a spot on your roster for James Van Riemsdyk. So I just don't quite understand the logic why a Namestnikov move for a 4th immediately takes the Jets out of the running for James Van Riemsdyk. I would certainly have room for both of them. I think the team would upgrade dramatically. I mean, you'd start to have a top 9 that could actually produce. You get that secondary scoring that we've been talking about, and you're not getting it, once in a blue moon via a miracle where the puck ricochets off 3 legs and then somebody's celebrating. You're getting it because you're actually producing. You got a guy who knows how to score at the NHL level. I just don't quite understand why one move immediately disqualifies you from making another move, especially when you have holes in your lineup and you can fill them. I mean, again, we put these draft picks on a pedestal, a 3rd round pick. Oh my God, we can't trade a third round pick in 2024. Like there's any sort of guarantee that that third round pick is going to materialize into something. At some point in time, you have to live in the moment. I'm not saying you mortgage the future forever and ever and ever and ever. But, a guy like that, think about the boost that would do to the lineup heading into the final 20 games of the regular season. I'd like to see more. I'm not overwhelmingly confident there's going to be more, but I would still like to see some more.
Yeah, and it is important to note for people that might be unaware, the Jets already have traded away their second-round pick, their fourth-round pick, and their sixth-round pick this year. Right. And I've been on record even earlier in the season with the strength of this draft and what we know is coming in the next year or two for the Jets. I didn't want to get off that first-round pick.
And they haven't.
No, exactly. And I think I'm fine with that. They do have their third-round pick in all the next 3 years. Now, they don't have a second-rounder next year. They have their fourths in the next couple of seasons, although I guess the 2025 one is now off the board. So you're basically looking at a third rounder in one of those 3 seasons to potentially get a rental on JVR. I think that would be, you could live with that, although I'd prefer it not to be this year just because we know I'd like to have 2 picks in the top 70 or so if possible.
Sure. But you and I both know how often these late round picks actually materialize. It's a dart throw. There's not a big difference between a 4th round pick and a 5th round pick, or a 3rd round pick and a 4th round pick. But I mean, you make, everyone holds on to them for dear life, from at a point in time, give it up and try and go for it at this year. Cause that after next year, if there's no traction and if there's no steps forward, this entire thing's getting blown up anyways. Right? That's happening, but you still have you have your 3 recent first-round picks that are developing nicely. You got Lambert, you got Lucius, you got McGroarty. Those guys, I'm not saying trade those guys, but there are ways to add and subtract and everything else and still improve this year's team. If anybody's giving you anything for Logan Stanley, dear God, take it.
Okay, well, let's get to that. Let's get to that right now because
that was the best thing I read sorry, I'm interrupting, but that was the best thing I read. Logan Stanley's demanding a trade. Who hasn't watched enough of Logan Stanley? Look, I don't want to be picking on him, but there's no more development happening here. He is what he is.
Well,
it's been enough years.
I agree with you, but every single time you hear, we saw Frank Saravelli in the write-up. Ken mentioned this yesterday. First, it was like maybe he could turn into Chara. That ship has sailed. I think we can all agree on that. The other one that consistently gets mentioned is that it took Jamie Alexiak 8 years since he was drafted to turn into a good regular NHLer. And I guess that might still potentially happen with them. I don't know how long you can hang on, but here's the question for you, Drew. Yeah. What is the value on Logan Stanley? He does have a very unique skill set toolbox, if you will. He's a huge guy. So that is in demand, as well as Ville Heinola. Where are you on both of those players and the values? And is there one that's clearly worth more in your mind on the market?
I can't believe it's a question. Heinola has way more value. I'm not trading Ville Heinola yet. He hasn't had an opportunity to prove it. I think Ville Heinola still has a lot of potential and can certainly still develop into a bona fide NHLer. Logan Stanley has had his opportunity. He's been through the ringer. He's been up and down. He's had every chance to develop into something else. That ship has sailed from my perspective. If you can get if somebody's calling you up and saying, "Hey, I want Logan Stanley," and they're giving you something more than the proverbial bag of pucks, you're taking that. I just can't believe that it's still a question. How many more games do you need to see? How much more game tape do you need to see on the guy? Heinola, is a quality NHL player in my mind who just hasn't had the opportunity to consistently step in there. I want to see Heinola actually get legitimate games, consistently before saying that he can't do it. I think he still can. I don't think Logan Stanley is going to be an NHL regular at this point in his career on a good team. He might be the 6th on an average team or a mediocre team, but I think that ship has sailed. I know he's big. I know Big Stan is big. We got that. That's it.
Well, and I kind of bring this up, and not just because of the Andy Strickland report yesterday.
Yeah.
But this is the time of year when we do see teams trade assets for players in depth roles beyond what you think you would get for them, and even for teams that maybe aren't in the playoffs right now but don't have the depth at the defense position, that might think this is a project they could do it. I put it this way, I think his value is higher than you're giving him credit for. Fair. But that being said, I would also not shy away from making that deal. Because again, we're talking about giving out a bunch of draft capital. I mean, if you could turn Logan Stanley into the likes of Niederreiter and Namestnikov or whoever the other player is coming in, I think that's probably a pretty good usage of assets, unless the guy turns in to be some beast going forward and you think, I can't believe we did that early.
He's not going to be a beast in Winnipeg. It's not going to happen in Winnipeg. Might it happen somewhere down the line in some other city? I don't think it's going to, but sure, it's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean that if you held on to him for all eternity, it was ever going to happen in Winnipeg. If I'm the Jets, I'm calling one of the stupid teams, Vancouver at the front of the list. They like tall guys who used to play in Winnipeg. I'm calling the stupid teams and I'm saying, hey, what are you willing to trade for Logan Stanley? Maybe he's the missing piece, Vancouver. Maybe they're doing moves that I can't figure out for the life of me.
Just imagine a Myers-Stanley pairing.
They're the biggest pairing in the world. They can't
Twin
defend.
Towers.
They can't defend worth bleep, but they're the biggest pairing in the world. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to exploit some of the other teams that are in this league that might not necessarily be as shrewd as you hope your team is.
I don't know. Got to give a shout out to IC Dave, who's cranking out all the content to the website today over at illegalcurve.com. I saw Dave in here, and fill us in.
No. This is Drew time. We don't have to give props to Dave. Dave gives himself props.
Fill us in on what's going on with the fellas over the next this is going to be a very busy 36 hours for you guys between tonight's game into tomorrow's show, and then of course another one Saturday night after the game here.
Right. So post game tonight will be around 10:45 Central Time, give or take a couple minutes on either side. We're going to break down the Jets and the Oilers. We're just going to say Connor McDavid OMG over and over again. We'll talk about the trades, of course, throughout the course of the show as well. Then we're back at it tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. for 2 hours of the Illegal Curve Hockey Show, in depth on the Jets, in depth on the trade deadline, of course. Then again tomorrow night, the post game show 8:45. Back on our YouTube channel, same thing, Jets and Oilers recap, more of our shenanigans. 9 a.m. Sunday, I have my first meeting with my divorce attorney, so hopefully that'll go swimmingly and we can settle that without having to go all the way to court. Looking to do some sort of negotiated settlement nice and early on that front.
Speaking of divorce attorneys, how's Ezzy? Is Ezzy still hanging on between the chaos of the two kids and the show, which he occasionally shows up and helps you out with?
As he's going strong, you can't phase Mr. Ginsburg at all. He's going strong, and he's our Ezzy. We'll leave it at that. How about that?
He's the best. Listen, guys, thanks first of all to you. Thanks so much for coming on. This is a real treat to have it. Congratulations again on 14 years a couple weeks ago, and have a great busy weekend, and hopefully the team will give you guys a little bit more to talk about tonight post-game. Well, first of all, 2 points would be nice. I think that would make everyone feel a heck of a lot better around here, but easier said than done. You know all about it, and I know we've all had conversations on our respective shows about how the Jets seem to be that team that those milestones are set against. I don't have a particularly good feeling that Connor McDavid can set an NHL record with a 6th consecutive 2-goal game tonight. That should be like minus 200 on the betting line tonight.
Maybe Big Stan can defend against him with a chainsaw or something, but that seems like it'd be the Jets' best possibility to shut him down. It's a pleasure to watch Connor McDavid, and I mean, that, I know that, everyone who watches hockey knows that, but that game a couple nights ago, the Oilers-Bruins game, I'm not sure if you caught it, I think that was maybe Tuesday night. That was, if that's the level that is Stanley Cup worthy, the Jets aren't at that level. And I know it's easy to say that because the Jets don't have Connor McDavid and everything else, but the Bruins, I mean, that's the benchmark. That's where you got to get to. And the Jets, I just don't think are there. And I don't know how you get there aside from falling ass backwards into a generational talent. That's the problem.
Well, no, it is a great point. And I mean, I guess this is, and I'm not sure, we've had so many similar conversations with the guys throughout. I mean, I still sort of feel like the way that this team has played over the last 4 to 6 weeks, I think really pumped the brakes a little bit on, going like some of those teams in the East. But what's funny, Drew, is that you look around the West and there's no real other team that has gone nuts when it comes to making deals. I think Edmonton's done the best job, and I think they have the most to lose if they didn't get it done. I love that Ekholm deal for them. I mean, I think, they gave up a significant cost, but I mean, they've been talking about needing a guy that can come on and eat up 20 minutes. He's been a horse for Nashville for a long time, and he comes to a spot with, a legitimate chance to do something special considering the way those guys have been running.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I think Colorado's still got something up their sleeve. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but I love the Lars Eller acquisition, but if they can acquire one more forward, and then they get Makar back and healthy, and then they get Landeskog back and healthy, they're not only going to be my West favorite. There's no reason why they can't be the Stanley Cup favorite, because all the Eastern teams are going to absolutely beat the hell out of each other just to get out of the East, whereas the Avalanche might be able to just sort of play patty cake through their first couple of rounds before they have to play a good team in the an actually good team in the West Final. So if you're Colorado, you're quite happy with how everything is sort of shaking out right now, in that you're not necessarily going to have to go through the epic battles that the teams in the East are going to have to go through.
Drew, this was a hell of a lot of fun. Say what's up to Ezzy and Dave, and we'll look forward to the show tonight. And of course,
hey, if Billeck's coming on after me, I think I need to go long. I need to keep Billeck waiting for a little while. He's joining us tomorrow morning as well, I think. So
we already booted him out of the green room. I don't know where he went. It's probably that sketchy arena Wi-Fi or something like that.
Yeah.
Thanks again for doing us, and maybe we'll see you around Rumor sometime soon.
There you go. Thanks, Huss. Yes, everyone, appreciate it. We'll talk to you again real soon.
All right, good stuff. There is Drew Mindell, not at Teasers, at Rumors. You sickos in there. Although I'm sure there's a few people that are quite familiar with both venues in our chat today. All right, Billeck's coming up in just a second. I should give a shout out to our pals over at Royal Sports. If you're looking for the ultimate fan superstore, Royal is it. Thousands of pieces of Jets merchandise, Bomber merchandise, and literally just about every team under the sun, from the NHL, NBA, Major League Baseball, NBA, international soccer, and more. Great hockey deals on the biggest hockey selection in Winnipeg, including 50% off many Warrior sticks right now, and a great snowboard selection as we get closer to spring break and maybe time to hit the hills. Royal Sports Pembina, 750 Pembina, and don't forget to follow them on Instagram at Royal Sports Pembina for the latest merchandise drops and sale information. And hey, if you're looking to upgrade the wardrobe as we get into spring and summer, fellas, only one place to go, and that's F Apparel down at 190 Smith Street downtown. Andrew and the gang are waiting for you with incredible variety of custom options, including but not limited to suits, golf pants, chinos, and more. Not to mention dress shirts, both to be worn tucked and untucked. The entire process is seamless. Pick your color, your patterns, and a few weeks later, you've got a great new fit, custom made to order from F Apparel. Great deal for wedding parties, 15% off for the entire wedding party when you get your custom suits done at F Apparel. And you can also get a great deal for 2023 grads. You get the young man a new suit for his high school graduation. It'll all come with a free custom shirt and tie, savings about $150. 190 Smith Street downtown. And also you can make an appointment or find out more online at that's EPHapparel.com. A big road game tonight, big weekend tonight for the Winnipeg Jets. Maybe the best place to get out there. I wouldn't mind be doing the show live from BP right now, because we could actually be maybe eating one of those gourmet pizzas or sneaking in a world-famous Boston wing in between questions and segments here on our extended 4-hour trade deadline show. Bottom line is Boston Pizza, great spot to watch the Winnipeg Jets with pick-and-player options and all those great options for you from the menu. Some great new seasonal features as well. You can check it out online and order as well online at bostonpizza.com. All right, Billeck's coming in just a second. Remo, do we have any trades to announce? I know we were just sort of wrapping with the boys. Anything happened since sort of gotten into it with Brandon and with Drew before we bring Scott on?
Yeah, I tried putting them up on the screen during the thing. We do have a couple trades. I'm looking at the TSN trade tracker. It was Dmitry Kulikov going to Pittsburgh, and that was for Brock McGinn. It was Brock McGinn. They haven't updated. It's Brock McGinn and something else. TSN hasn't updated their tracker yet, but this was the one trade of the two guys you've never heard of Montreal acquiring defenseman Frederick Allard from the Los Angeles Kings for Nate Schnarr. Those are real players. I've never heard of them though. So I think one of them is going to Laval Rockets. So I'm trying to get this Kulikov deal, but that was the one. LeBrun saying Brock McGinn going back. I think there was, and he's got a nice salary, $2.25 million or something. So trying to work on keeping track of the deals. So I figured during each conversation, there's usually like one or two deals, and that was the one.
Excellent. Thanks for that update on that. All right, let's go to Canada Life Center. And our buddy Scott Billeck of the Winnipeg Sun is hanging out in the Budweiser King Club. Doesn't look like there's a bartender there for the guys, but I'm sure they're ready for the game tomorrow. Scotty, what? Well, I mean, actually, we were joking about whether there was going to be a floor hockey game today, but then we realized that was free agency last time because the ice
there's
was
a full
up.
sheet of ice here right now.
But give us a bit of the scene downtown. What's going on? Are you guys all sitting around waiting together, trading stories and hypotheses on what's going to happen?
Yeah, pretty much. That's been the first 3 hours of the day. I think I got here about 9 a.m. just before that. And John Lou coming from Montreal. This is his first trade deadline day, and he's already got the meat spread out there. He brought some food from Miller's Meats, cheese, pickles. So that was the highlight of the morning so far. And then we got a trade, right? We'll get into that, I assume. But, the first trade for the Jets of the day. And, we're not doing a whole lot other than waiting. That's usually the name of the game.
Just before we get to the trade, I have to give John Lou some credit. I mean, he has unmatched drip in the entire sports media game. But we all know the story of John coming back home to Winnipeg to work the Jets beat after all those years in Montreal. First thing I saw today when I turned on TSN was Johnny Lou in this beautiful blue blazer.
Yep.
With embroidered gold outline of Manitoba on the thing with the little heart where Winnipeg is. Absolutely top notch. The power poll for best dress starts at number 2 as long as John Lou is in the peg.
Yeah, and it's not me. So I don't know who is next on that list, but I had to ask him this morning. I'm like, is that a pin? He's like, no, that's embroidered, and it's just like, all right, yeah, and then he goes on this story telling about his tailor and all that stuff. And
he gave him a shout out on Twitter. I had to check it out. I'm like, oh, still in Montreal. I guess when you're used to those Montreal tailors, you stick with your guy.
That's right. Well, this guy seems to he's worked with John for years, and John's got a style about him. Obviously, if you've ever seen John and his Air Force Ones, and then his his suit attire and all that. He's actually wearing dress shoes today, which is a little shocking. Yeah, exactly. So, it looked good right when he got here. That blue in person. You saw it in person. It really stands out. And then, of course, he's wooing us all by bringing food to a hungry Matt Frost
Great
center.
move by the new guy. All right, well, let's get to it. It's kind of funny. If we talked last week, what did I expect the Jets to do? I expected they'd try to get an addition that could help in the top 6, and I expected to get a player or two in the bottom 6. And to be honest, one of the most impressive trades that have been made so far is that second rounder for Nino Niederreiter. I think when you compare the prices paid for comparable players, that's an A, and that's not just my opinion. Most people that have been paying attention to these prices have been made very complimentary on that one. But there was still more to do today. What was your reaction, and what did the fellas have to say about Namestnikov coming over from, well, I guess it's the San Jose Sharks technically, traded for our former guy, Mikey Eyssimont. Long, circuitous route to Winnipeg, but Namestnikov for a future 4th rounder. Does this hit the mark for the Winnipeg Jets as far as what they need in your mind, Scott?
Yeah, let's take out all the context for a second and just, look at Namestnikov as and he's a decent defensive player who's scored before in the NHL. He's only got 6 goals, but he's had 20 in a season before. It's been a while. I think he had 18 or 16 last season. So, he's not I'm interested to see what he adds. This is the type of player, though, I think Rick Bowness wants in his bottom 6. Is a guy who's defensively responsible and that can add scoring, right? I think that's, it's no nobody. we know that this team has struggled to score in the bottom six. And before Kevin Stenlund potted a couple of goals the other night, it had been, I believe, 11 games before that they had, had a goal even from that. So Namestnikov can do that. It's not the flashiest move. And then you bring in the context of the fact that essentially the Jets, had to pay a 4th round pick, essentially for Mikey Esamont in the end, right? Because if you kind of go back, the San Jose Sharks got Esamont off waivers for free. They turned him into Namestnikov in a deal with Tampa a couple days ago, and then the Sharks turn around and grab a 4th rounder from the Jets in 2025 for the guy that the Jets have now. So I guess if you look at that aside, though, the Jets added a quality depth player to their lineup, and a guy that you think that Brick Bonus will like and welcome into this lineup. So at the end of the day, you're going to look at it, and if you look at it in let's say a vacuum, it's a good ad for the Jets overall. The optics of it, I suppose, aren't the greatest. And you've seen it on Twitter. You read social media and all that, and people are kind of making fun of it and everything. But
that's what people do on social media.
Yeah,
it's only the loudest and angriest and often most unreasonable people that are shooting their shot repeatedly on
that's what I mean.
Media.
So strip away the context and all that. It's a good ad for the Jets that I think bolsters their bottom six. And I think we've all looked at this team, especially as of late when they weren't scoring and all that kind of stuff. And you're okay. Well, what is this team going to do to kind of help that out, bolster it? No offense to Carson Kuhlman or the Johnson Fialbis or the Sacramento Linens, but the Jets need to upgrade there. And, they've done that. And, they're still, an hour and 24 minutes and 23 minutes, something like that to go till the deadline. And they still have cap space. That's the thing, because Tampa, when they traded Namestnikov half of his $2.5 million, the Jets are still kicking around with about $3.4 million, roughly 3.3, something like that, of cap space to still work with. So it'll be interesting. I think the Jets are still looking at a gritty, rugged kind of defenseman right now. That's kind of what a lot of us are kind of waiting to see. Are they going to add that? And then I don't know, do they do anything else with their cap space? It's interesting because we've heard in the last couple of days that the Jets have sort of pivoted off, maybe going all in and all that kind of stuff. And we all have opinions on that, and should they do that? Do they even trust their core if that's the case, and all that sort of thing?
What do you think?
I
think it's pretty obvious.
I think it's very obvious, right? I do, and I think the fact that you didn't take a big swing here, you didn't land some of these big players, is a bit telling to how this team really feels about its core. What does that mean going forward, though? Does that mean we're heading to a summer where it's not just the future of Pierre-Luc Dubois that this team has to worry about? Or are they going to retool on the fly? Are they going to really strip it down and get rid of Mark Scheifele and Connor Hellebuck and that sort of thing, and try and maybe rebuild in a sense around Kyle Connor and Nikolai Ehlers are here for a few more years? I don't know. That's the thing. Like, if you don't trust this core at this point, you got to blow it up. And don't get me wrong. The Jets have added a player and they've added Nino Niederreiter, but their net adds here. Niederreiter's a great pickup, but he replaces Cole Perfetti, right? And so they've net added, let's say, one player right now, because we don't know what the status of Cole Perfetti is.
It's a huge improvement over Perfetti when we're talking about playoff hockey.
He might be, but right. But he replaces Perfetti at that position. We don't know where Perfetti's going to be back, or if he's even ready in time to play in the first round. And so if
that's why it was so urgent that they got him.
I agree. But so they've made essentially one net add to this team and Namestnikov in their bottom six, because Perfetti and Niederreiter, it's a straight replacement there. And maybe I agree, it's probably an improvement in terms of physicality and all that. But has this team really invested?
Listen, I think Perfetti projects to be a good player down the road, but he's not that guy right there, especially the way the Winnipeg Jets want to play. If you're going to go up against the Minnesota Wild in the playoffs or the Dallas Stars, listen, you got to have some skill, but you have to be able to handle that physicality, get to those dirty spots, and that's not something that Cole, I'm sure, will ever really be part of his calling card, and that is for Niederreiter.
I totally agree. I just like my whole thing coming in today, and I was thinking about this and just talking to people, different people that I talk to from around the league. And what is a day like this? Like, what is kind of a half-measured day from Kevin Cheveldayoff really do to this team down the stretch? Like, if the players in the dressing room, I wrote about this kind of yesterday for the Winnipeg Sun, if the players don't feel like they've been invested in here, let's say the core doesn't feel like they got the backing that they want, how does that reflect on the ice, tonight and going forward? Like, I mean, is this core, do they have the mental toughness to kind of shrug it off and have the chip on their shoulder to go out and do great things down the stretch in the playoffs, or do they take it personally in the wrong way, or maybe not even the wrong way, but in a negative way towards the team, where it's like, you didn't believe in us, and
for example, playing like they played for the past month,
right? And so again, I think there's certainly some onus on the players, a lot of onus on the players to have gone out and made more of a statement that they want more, and they want investment from Kevin Cheveldayoff and the management staff. But you could also look at it as, okay, it was almost like a cry for help that this team got to where it could, but it needed to be augmented somehow at this time of year to kind of, again, push it forward, push it into the next level for this team to grab another gear and move forward. And so you wonder, I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of players, and we've heard it from some players. I mean, Kyle Connor, speaking to, my coworker, Paul Friesen last week, and the Winnipeg Free Press, Jeff Hamilton, a couple of days ago about, he wants this team to be all in. And, I'm not sure any player in that dressing room is going to look at what Kevin Cheveldayoff has done so far and suggest it's all in, right? And so how does
That's a two-way street, though. That is a two-way street. And I'm sure Cheveldayoff and Bonus have been looking at their team and going, we'd like this team to be all in. And
I understand, but the players are the ones that play it on the ice, right? And so if this team still believes, and I was talking to a couple players about this the other day, like they believe that, that they've hit a bit of a rut, yes, but, they still believe in the coach. They still, there's no problems there. It's not like the message has been lost or anything like that. This team understands the situation that it's in and is working. They haven't given up on anything. So yeah, I mean, I get it. There is two sides of the story, of course. There's two ways to look at it, but at the end of the day, if you've upset the dressing room by not investing in them, I'm not sure what that looks like, and so I think that's the risk of a day like this, where it hasn't been a week like, the Toronto Maple Leafs have experienced, or the Boston Bruins, or any of those Eastern teams, or even the Edmonton Oilers, who've picked up Ekholm and improved their team. And so I'm curious to see kind of how this team responds to maybe not the same decisive action that we may have seen if the trade deadline was a month or a month and a half ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. So what were we expecting? Like Timo Meier? I mean, that's he was the guy. Like, I mean, we're talking about.
I think there are people. I mean, there's been this debate this morning, with us and just talking amongst ourselves as reporters about, is there, do you mortgage future assets right now to do it if you don't believe in this team? And so, but I mean, we're going to talk to Kevin Cheveldayoff later, and he's not going to come out and say he doesn't believe in this core.
Of course
not. But does he even have to say that if he hasn't really taken that grand slam swing this year? And we heard that he was in on Jacob Chychrun and Luke Schenn, but these are guys that had no trade clauses, or no clauses in their contracts and stuff. And the Jets didn't go out and get them. They didn't offer more or whatever, beat different teams to kind of the punch. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think people have been expecting more. I think when you have your short 2,000 fans a game, in the stands. I think, you would as a team want more to drum up interest in this team. And of course, fans want to see more on the ice too, right? I mean, the players and all that. Like, I get all that. It's just, you're walking into a very unknown situation at the end of this season. Maybe it's becoming less and less of an unknown if they're not going to invest in this core, because they're probably then thinking, well, we might have to blow it up.
Well, they have invested in the core. I mean, like, I totally disagree. Well, I mean, Niederreiter might be one of the best pickups that, we've seen, certainly at a reasonable cost. I mean,
yeah, but he's not Vladimir Tarasenko. I'm not saying that he's not, but he's not Timo Meier. He's not a Tarasenko. He's not a big name, right? He's a
a big name to anyone that pays attention to the National Hockey League.
But he's not. He's not. He's
the biggest name, Niederreiter. You know how many consonants are in that name?
Fair enough. He needs two big numbers.
Huge name
to make sure it comes across the jersey. My argument against that is that if he's such a big name, but has he changed the complexion of this team? Is this team going to be a better team with him and put them over the top like some of these other players are doing and it's not going to be just one guy. It's not like the Rangers have gone out and just gotten Tarasenko. No, they got Patty Kane and they've gotten some other guys. Like, again, you can see what other teams are doing when they believe they have a chance to win. And, Niederreiter, I mean, he's got 1 year left on his deal after this year. He's in the same boat this summer potentially as the other guys who maybe he gets shipped this summer, or he's turning, if the team is kind of not, we'll see what the team looks like but next year, what does this team look like next year? Is he just shipped at the deadline and they recoup the pick that they got for him, or maybe a better one, right? Like,
very
again,
possible.
Right. So I'm not sure Niederreiter has the same impact value as some of these other big guys. Could the Jets have gotten any of those guys? The Tarasenkos and all that, and the Myers. I don't know. We'll probably never know because we're never going to be told about it. But I think when you look at what has gone on over the last week, I think it sends a reasonably clear message that they don't believe in this team as much as maybe the team itself believes in itself. And I just wonder sort of what the fallout is on the backside of that after all the hoopla of today and the last week and the last whatever is over with. How does this affect the team in the dressing room who before about a month ago were feeling really good about themselves and feeling really good going into down the stretch run just before the All-Star break. Let's say.
Well, I mean, if you ask me, this team needs to look in the mirror and realize that, I mean, you can't be depending on somebody else to come in and save the day and pull you out of it. You've been a good team for a long period of time. Get back to doing what your coach has been telling you, playing that way, competing and raising your level of play like so many other teams around you have been doing. And not worrying about that as much because, they do have a couple new players. I would be surprised if there wasn't maybe one more guy on the periphery of the lineup that comes in to hopefully help a black hole, which has become the bottom six. But, Scott, I mean, when you compare Winnipeg and their situation to the rest of the West, particularly the Central Division, I mean, it's not a lot different. I mean, Max Domi is going over to the Dallas Stars. I mean, he, I guess, is a guy that can score. I mean, he's kind of bounced around quite a bit for a third-round pick. They got Dodonov. The Minnesota Wild have just basically been brokering late picks for taking a little bit of spot. Lars Eller goes. I mean, it's not like the East. Like the Carolina Hurricanes are the second best team in the East. They've got the most draft picks. They've got the most cap space, and yet they have been the ones that have been very, very pedestrian. They added Gostisbehere and Puljujarvi. I guess you could make that argument like, oh, did they not believe in their team? Or did they believe in their team? And they say, we're not going to go and do something stupid like the rest of these teams are because we can compete with all these guys. I guess we'll see. I mean, that's the funniest thing about it. Jersey, Rangers, Tampa, Toronto, four of the most aggressive teams at the deadline. Two of those teams are done in 10, 12 days into the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the cost of doing business. That's the cost of trying to win a Stanley Cup, right? I mean, rarely do you see a team not really bolster itself before the deadline and go on to win. I mean, you can look at the St. Louis Blues as maybe an outlier there a few years ago because they did a lot of their business in the summer by getting O'Reilly and that sort of thing. So, but I mean, those teams have an established identity. They know what their issues are and have a good sense of how to fix them. I'm not sure this Jets team really understands how to fix itself right now, right? I mean, we've seen a Rick Bowness as of late who has, I don't know if he's gotten a little softer on his team or whatever, but I mean, over the last couple of days in practice, obviously his voice picked up and that sort of thing. Did they respond better against the Los Angeles Kings after not responding in the 2 games prior to that, even though he called them out on that as well? Yeah, they did a little bit more, but they still lost the game. I'm not players aren't always going to fix the problem, and that might be part of the problem. It's possible that Kevin Cheveldayoff and his management staff have realized that perhaps you can't fix this core, and they've gotten as much as they can out of them right now. And so you go out and you get a couple players, make sure you stay in the playoffs, get a couple gates here in the playoffs. Maybe you catch lightning in a bottle and get to the second round, make some money for this club who hasn't had fans in the seats in a playoff game since 2019, and then you go from there, and then you deal with it, whatever you're going to do in the summer. But again, I think today and the last week has really said a lot without saying anything, because Cheveldayoff hasn't talked at all yet. But I think if you felt this team could win, you'd be outbidding teams on some of these other players, the Chychrins potentially, the Luke Schens, players that had been linked to this team that ended up going elsewhere. And I think at the end of the day,
well, dude, there's 15 guys that have been linked to the team. You can't trade for everyone. How is the Jets situation different than Dallas or Minnesota?
Because Dallas is 7 points up ahead of up the road
then you'd almost think
Jets.
that they should be adding
and
more because of where they are, right?
But they're built like a playoff team, and they have been for the last several years. They went to the Cup final 2 years ago, man. I get it. I understand what you're saying, but Dallas is built like a playoff team, and there still are even after a coaching change. The Minnesota Wild have outplayed the Jets in the games that they've played them this year. Absolutely destroyed the Jets in Minnesota. The Wild seem to be the team that Winnipeg's kind of kryptonite in that sort of sense.
Well, I'm not disagreeing them, but I'm saying based on this, if we're saying that the Jets aren't doing, they're obviously don't have confidence in their team because they're not making these crazy bold moves. Can we not say the same thing about those other 2 teams? Frankly, everybody else in the West, minus the Edmonton Oilers?
I mean, I think Vegas has made some moves, but I mean, I know what you're saying, and I don't think Vegas is done yet either. But we'll see what happens today. But you're right. I mean, I guess the situations are different though. Dallas isn't in a in a tailspin like the Jets are. I mean. Minnesota, I don't think they really expected them to be where they are this season, given the cap hell that they're in. And so you're kind of just taking what you can right now. There's Matt Dumba's still on the board. If you're really going to the play, and I mean, I know Bill Guerin said that he would need a move that would really,
I don't think they're trading Dumba off.
Exactly. But, I think that, the Jets could have set themselves apart then from those other teams by really adding and going for it. The Colorado Avalanche went out and got a guy that they think that they can work, and I think the Colorado Avalanche are only getting better. And they don't even have Makar Landeskog yet.
Avs are in a different class to me.
Well, they are in a different class, but I mean, if you want to get out of the Central Division, who are you playing? I mean, you're going to play the Avs. That's the way you're getting out of the Central, right? So, if the West is as wide open as people say it is, and I've kind of saying, we were talking to Sean Reynolds from Sportsnet today about this, and if the Jets felt that it was as wide open as it was, then why aren't we seeing more from them? That's all. I mean, I think if you really think that this team can win, then why not go for it? Because of all the uncertainty, because of the fact that you might not have your all-world goaltender in 2 years, because you're not going to have your top line center and maybe your second line center in this summer. It seems like this team has gone to a crossroads on what it wants to do, and doesn't know what direction to go. Or maybe it does, because we've seen so far that they haven't added in the same way that other teams that are really serious about winning are adding right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I mean, I think we're sort of on the same page here on this. I mean, I think that, I don't think that there's one or two trades that was all of a sudden going to take the Jets and say, oh, yeah, this is the team that's winning the Stanley Cup.
Sure. Yeah.
I think there was just too much. I think there's a lot to, and I think that the downside of making foolish all-in trades for this group after what we've seen in the last 6 weeks, I think that sort of forced their hand. Although, to be honest with you, when I look at what they've done, getting Niederreiter, Namestnikov, and potentially another player, it's not far off than what I was sort of expecting. When you looked at what this team needed, you needed something in the top six, you needed some help for that bottom six. Would you like to improve the defense? Yeah. But again, when we were talking about some other defensemen that would be coming in, what's that going to do? We're just going to push Dylan Sandberg out because we know that they always play all those veteran players. And to be honest, playing meaningful games, and if you get to the playoffs, I think it's very good for Dylan Sandberg to be in there and, to be in those games. So we'll definitely be interested to see what's cracking in this final hour to see if Cheveldayoff and the team does any more. Fill us in on what you and the rest of the Sun team have heading into a big game tonight in Edmonton against the Oilers. But first, to wrap the entire trade deadline.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'll see what happens today and go from there, and then kind of assess, where I guess we think, Kevin Cheveldayoff has done and what he's done. Kind of even outlining some of them here. Like, in my opinion, maybe they just don't trust the core. But we'll see what happens over the next hour. A lot of things can change. Maybe the Jets figure out how to get Nick Schmaltz into the mix. Who knows, right? Like, that's the beauty of trade deadline. It's an exciting day, regardless. I mean, if you're a selling team, if you're a buying team, even if you're a middle team, because you don't really know exactly what's going to happen. So, yeah, we'll have that, and then I'm going to try and sleep before I cover this this Oilers game tonight. So, I've already been here and up way too early this morning. So, but yeah, I mean, that's on the horizon today for us at the Sun, and and then let the dust settle for a little bit before. Well, you can't even do that because they're back here tomorrow night at Canada Life Center.
Yeah, big weekend coming up. A couple wins sure could help people's nerves going into this stretch. Shout out to the Leafs last night. Can't believe I'm saying that, but it certainly helped the cause. Scotty, thanks for doing this, man. Always great having you on the program.
Yeah, anytime, Huss. Appreciate it.
All right, great stuff. Check it out. Lots in the chat. T. Conopoli, man, has Huss changed his narrative in a month? Well, yeah, no kidding. I watched the games. I mean, I've been pretty clear about that. There's nothing that this team has done in the last month that has given me a lot of confidence that it would be smart or prudent to sacrifice a whole bunch of the future for it. Listen, you guys can disagree. Some people will think, you're an idiot, Huss. This is a Stanley Cup contender. Don't forget about the last month. This team, it doesn't matter the way that they played. They are ready. They're ready to go for it all. I'm just not there personally. And that's the beauty of sports talk and these sort of fun conversations. People will be on other sides of the fence. But yeah, heading into the new year, and frankly, the way the team played when Wheeler and Ehlers and Appleton and Nate Schmidt were out, and we thought that those guys coming back would take this team to the next level, I was way more optimistic about this team. The team's gone in the exact opposite direction since then. And, if you're the steward of a franchise thinking not only about the next 2 months, but about what happens to your team afterwards with some huge decisions and potentially very important players leaving, you got to think about all of that. So anyways, that is where I'm at. Hey, Reem, I know Mike McIntyre is going to come up. I'm going to give Dusty a quick call and let him know to join us after Kenny jumps by. You want to just take over for a couple minutes, give people a quick rundown of where things are at with the deals today, and I'll be back in a couple minutes and we can tee it up with Mike?
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to take the reins. What's up? Great to see everyone in here. 680 plus people. Deadline day. We're all counting down. I got the timer up here. Less than an hour to go. Will we see another Jets move? Why don't we do a poll? Will there be a Jets trade before the deadline? Will there be one more? Let's see what you think out there. But yes, appreciate everyone in the chat. If you are here, hey, hit the like button, thumbs up, hit the subscribe button. Helps us grow the channel, helps us tell YouTube, hey, this is good content. more likely to show it to more people. We're counting down all the deals. Shout out to TSN with their trade tracker. I got their show here on, I don't know what's going on over there, but we're here talking Jets mostly. We did have the one trade, Vladislav Namestnikov, and the votes are coming in. 70% of people voting think that there will be one more trade. And let me pull up what we got going on here as I do this. Anyways, Kulikov, Petit Konopoli says, Remo, has your narrative changed too? Yeah, I think the team has proven that they kind of are what we thought they were going to be preseason. They're not the number one team in the West. There's some holes, so I don't know if they need to be giving up a lot, and they'll probably have to retool in the summer with all these guys. And I don't know, they missed out on Timo Meier. Maybe if you bring in a guy with term like Nick Schmaltz, that would work. I like the Nino Ryder deal, and if it doesn't work out, you can always trade him and get that pick back. Namestnikov, fine. He seems to be an upgrade. So we'll see. So yeah, I kind of agree that the narrative has changed because the team has changed. However, I think part of the blame here is on the GM. We had said they're running it back with basically the same team, expecting different results. And we're kind of in deja vu. You feel like you watch the Jets here the last bit, you feel like you've seen this before. So I don't think a lot really changed. I think part of that falls on the GM. You have all the, we have been saying they got too many defensemen since the summer, and they didn't trade any of them. You could have helped the bottom six by doing that. So I think that's how we are where we are as far as trades that have happened. Going back to the end of yesterday's show, I'll just recap. Yesterday's show ended with the Nick Bjugstad, nice pickup for Edmonton. They traded a third-round pick and Michael Kesselring for Nick Bjugstad and defenseman Cam Dineen. Minor trade. Anaheim getting Dylan Sakura from Chicago for Maxim Golod. And then this was the big one. We had it reported. Max Domi and Dylan Wells to Dallas from Chicago for Anton Khudobin. They had to send his salary over and a 2025 second. So you look at that pick, and I know a lot of people here wanted Max Domi on with the Jets. And I was like, yeah, it would have been super cool to see Max Domi with the Jets. We got to see a Jets, the son of a Jets 1.0 player play for Jets 2.0, right? Like we had Josh Manson, the rumors last year, didn't want to come to Winnipeg. Who else? One of the Kachucks. Trying to think who else there is that there could be. Max Domi was one. Is there anyone I'm missing? But the Jets, it was a 2025 second. The Jets already spent their, 2 seconds next year and the year after. And you got Niederreiter for one of those who's under contract for the year after. So I don't think Max Domi really would have been a fit here in terms of what the price was. Is there any other Jets, sons of Jets 1.0 that could play for Jets 2.0? Or, is there anyone else out there? I'm trying to think. Like Shane Doan, his son, I think, plays college hockey. Could that go? Oh, Steen. Justin F. says Steen. Yeah, they could have got. He's from Winnipeg. He's not playing anymore. Oh, Reeves. That's Bombers. Howard Chuck's son. They did sign him for a training camp offer. Leslie says McBain. Yeah, okay. I think Steen could have been the best one. He's from Winnipeg. He hung him up a couple years ago, and maybe we'll hold out hope. Let's see, what do we got here? The Blues acquiring Jakub Vrana for Dylan McLaughlin and a 2025 7th-round pick. Red Wings are retaining 50% of Vrana. I think Red Wings are big winners here at the deadline with the Roenick trade yesterday from Vancouver. And the Blues, I like how they're retooling, getting a lot, trading a lot of their UFA contracts and getting players. And they're also picked up Kasperi Kapanen on waivers and Vrana as well. And, maybe those are some reclamation projects for them. And this Nick Bonino trade is, he's back in Pittsburgh. There's so many pieces. I saw people tweeting about the Bonino trade. But everyone's saying, Nick Bonino on Pittsburgh, got flashbacks to Harn Ryan Singh going, Bonino, Nick Bonino. So it's a 3-team trade involving the Sharks and the Canadiens. The Sharks taking on some of the salary. So here it is. Pittsburgh gets Nick Bonino. San Jose gets defenseman Arvid Henriksen, a conditional 2024 fifth, and a 2023 seventh. Montreal gets defenseman Tony Sund and San Jose's 2024 fifth. So a lot of I don't recall so many like picks so far in the future. I don't know if you're ready to go. I can keep.
Oh yeah,
no.
I'm
Like
I'm
so
back.
many pick, like teams sending so many picks like very far in the future. Not a lot of 2023 picks getting, or maybe they've already all been traded and I'm out to lunch.
Well, I think it speaks to two things. First of all, the quality of this draft. I think teams would prefer right now to give up a 2024 pick as opposed to a 2023 when we hear how deep this draft is reportedly to be. But the other thing is that so many of these teams have been so aggressive, and this dates back to last year's trade deadline. The Florida Panthers are the one team that has made, or I guess there's two teams. So as of right now, the Flames and the Panthers have both not made trades over the course of this last couple of weeks, or maybe even this season at all. Florida, if you pull them up on Cap Friendly, they have no first round picks for the next 3 years already. They traded away both of their picks. They traded away one last year at the deadline. They traded one on the 22nd, which I believe was a part of the Tkachuk trade. And they traded away this year's pick July 24th of 2021. They have a second rounder this year. They don't have a third rounder. And then, I mean, let's go to a team like the Boston Bruins, who have been incredibly aggressive this year, and for good reason. They're on the fastest team ever to 100 points. They could potentially set a record for the best season ever, at least during the three-point era. And they've traded away both of their first-round picks, one on the 23rd, and then one the other day on the 2nd of March. So you are right. There has been picks, and even when you look at Boston, they don't have a pick until the 4th round of next year's draft. So the arms race in the East, I'll say this, the West and the East are very different. I've jokingly called them the varsity and the JV conferences, but I don't think that's far off right now, with all due respect to Edmonton and especially the Colorado Avalanche, who I think are going to be there when the dust settles, when we're down to the Final Four. The arms race in the East with Jersey, with the Rangers, with Tampa, and Toronto was so much on the line for jobs just to get out of that first round. I think it's created a very, very unique market right now in the National Hockey League, and your observation is quite astute.
Yeah, and I see people saying, well, if Toronto, gets knocked out, or Boston or Tampa gets knocked out in the first round, it's not worth doing any of the moves they did. I disagree. Toronto, they got a lot of pressure to win. They got to do everything they can, and it's funny, they haven't really won since all these deals. Since the O'Reilly had some good games, but the last couple they've lost, including to Edmonton. And you wonder,
they won last night. That was important.
They won. Yeah, that's true. They won yesterday. I forgot about that one. So we were joking. Sorry, that was the joke. That did they shake things up too much? But we were waiting for Toronto to make another. I think they got another deal, don't they? They asked Dubas if he was done, and he laughed. So we'll have to. We got the countdown up here. 50 minutes left. We did have an update, Huss, from Jets skate. They are in Edmonton. There is a game tonight. I don't know where you stand on. There shouldn't be games on deadline day crowd, but there are games. And for Edmonton, Nick Bugstad, I don't think he's going to be in the lineup tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Jason Gregor saying he's supposed to arrive late this afternoon, 3:25. I don't know if he's going to, take a police escort to the rink or what, but that sounds like no.
Maybe he and Namestnikov will come in on the same flight. Share a cab.
For the Jets, hold on, show it to Bobby B in chat. People are asking us about merch. It's in the description of video. WinnipegSportsTalk.com/shop. Bobby B's just purchased a nice wardrobe from us. But Jamie Thomas,
Bobby B's drinking from his new WST mug. Bobby, thanks very much. Yeah, Jeff Billy, check out WinnipegSportsTalk.com/the store. And you can check out the lids, hoodies, and T-shirts, all that other good stuff we've got there for you. I really appreciate the support, Bobby, and everyone else that has supported Winnipeg Sports Talk up until now.
Yeah, but here's Jamie Thomas from Edmonton. Optional skate. Appleton and Dubois in non-contact red. And if you're hoping for Pierre-Luc Dubois to make his return tonight after missing last game and Adam Lowry suiting up at second line center, doesn't look good with Dubois being non-contact. Appleton, we're kind of not surprised. It sounded like he was going to be back maybe after the weekend. But this Dubois injury, I think, really hurts them. That's not a stretch to say, but they did lose in overtime to LA. It's going to be tough against McDavid, who's scoring 2 goals a game. Maybe they can try and shut him down, but we'll wait and see what Rick Bowness says after. They are an hour behind there at Edmonton.
Yeah, and Bones said yesterday before the team left that Dubois was doubtful to play tonight. He did not expect that, and certainly from what we're hearing from this skate, that is probably most likely the case unless a minor miracle happens and he can get out of the non-contact and not only take contact, but play in this game tonight. And listen, these games are 22 hours apart. Local time here, this game's going to start at 8 o'clock, and they're dropping the puck at Canada Life Center tomorrow at 6. So, I think common sense would say that if Dubois is not good to go tonight and in a non-contact jersey today, I would say it's probably unlikely that he plays tomorrow. And, that's a lot to put on the shoulder. I guess if Adam Lowry can play so well defensively and they can just do what they can to minimize Connor McDavid, that's a win. But Remo, as we've talked about, this guy is playing at a level right now beyond maybe anything we've seen from McDavid, and that is an incredibly high bar. So the Jets definitely are going to have their hands full tonight for a team that I think does have some momentum at Edmonton. They did make that big addition with Ekholm coming in. Bukestad's not a lot different than a lot of these other players that we've been talking about coming in for, what was it, a 3rd-round pick? But they are doing some things, and bottom line is they just have so much talent on that club, but they were seriously flawed in a couple of certain ways. And I think that of all the teams in the West, and I believe it was Scott that mentioned this, or maybe it was Drew, Edmonton probably is the one team, and Ken Holland maybe looks the best right now as far as in the present with what they've done with this club.
Some notes here. Justin F. was watching TSN. I have it on mute, but he said they were talking visas and saying Namestnikov won't be available till next week. We'll wait and see what, maybe the coach or GM will have updates later today, but
makes sense.
Justin F's in here pretty often, so I don't think he's spewing BS. And he's saying because it's Friday and the offices are closed on weekend. That kind of, come on, can't they get an emergency open office to do this is an NHL player. He needs a visa. Come on, can't they just?
It's the Canadian government. It's Friday afternoon. They're probably also closed on Friday afternoons. So,
come on.
Yeah, that's not good.
They can't make special exception for NHL players. What is this? I thought this was Canada.
That's exactly right. Hey, we're over 700 right now in the chat. For those of you that jumped on just in the last little bit, welcome. Extended show today. We've been cranking it out for a couple hours. We've had real fun conversations with Rewucki, Billeck, Drew Mindell from Illegal Curve. Mike McIntyre is going to come on in a little bit, as is Ken Wiebe. And just speaking about this game in Edmonton tonight and the Oilers, Dustin Nielson, my pal from TSN 1260 and my co-host on the Lock Shop podcast, will jump on in the final hour of the program as well. By the way, if you haven't already, make sure to hit that red subscribe button and join us. And you could also, if you'd like, jump on as a membership. Shout out to Rob Kane, who just gifted 10 Winnipeg Sports Talk memberships. What a nice little gift for other people in the chat from our guy Rob Ream.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah. So now those people in chat, they'll get the microphone, and it changes color based on how long you've been a member, and you get to use these sweet emotes that I've made under the emote. We've got water bottle, Jets logo, mute button. You doing the wave is a popular one. So shout out to Rob. And we had a number of super chats today, and so I think appreciate everyone who's supporting us. He says thanks for the great content. Thank you, Rob, with the support. One thing you mentioned about Dallas, we were kind of surprised at the low moves they've made, getting Max Domi and trading Gurianov for Dadonov. I think they're kind of at the beginning of their quote unquote championship window, where Jason Robertson, he's 23, Rupe Hintz, 26. He just got, his mega deal kicks in next year. Ottinger. He's 20, what is he, 24 here. And Heiskanen, he's 23. So, I mean, their core is kind of just starting. And maybe they feel like, you know what, well, wait, and Niels Lundqvist, 20, 22. They got some, young guys, although they have the older guys, Sagan, Ben, who've got, Ben's got his $9.5 million AAV for 2 more years. Sagan's a bit longer than that. And man, he's only 31. He seems like he's been around a lot longer. And I feel like Dallas is kind of, happy where they are, and they've slid a bit, but they know that maybe the best days are ahead. However, I would say, what you think is going to happen may not happen, because I remember when the Jets lost to Vegas, you'd be like, oh, well, they're going to be back next year. This team's set for years. And you could argue they've kind of been on a slow trajectory downwards since that Western Conference final loss to Vegas.
Well, to be honest, it was since the midway point of that season. I mean, the Jets were the 2018-2019 season.
Oh, I was saying 27 after 2017, 2018. But yeah, I agree. Midpoint of the next season.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll never know what happened. But I mean, the decline started at that point. They moonwalked into the playoffs. They blew the division lead. They ended up losing to St. Louis in a series that was very tight. Could have gone either way. Let's not talk about Game 5. But yeah, since then, and I mean, obviously with the pandemic, there's been a number of things. Oh, we do have another trade. This is interesting. Jordan Greenway traded from the Wild to the Buffalo Sabres. He's got 2 years left at $3 million. He's not a guy that scores at all. 2 goals, 5 assists, 7 points. But he's tough. He's big. He is. He's got something that a lot of teams are looking for right now. And Buffalo's time isn't necessarily now, but I have a feeling Kevin Adams looks at what Greenway has and looks at what the Buffalo Sabres are missing overall, and maybe it's a little bit of that toughness and power that he brings to the table. So I haven't seen. They're just saying it's breaking. He's been acquired. We don't know what's returning the other way.
Yeah, it's Kevin Week posting a picture. Oh man, he's using his newborn for social media likes. Might have to go get my 4-month-old daughter upstairs. Maybe we can get some likes for that. What? Man, I can't believe he's doing that.
I know Mike is going to come up with us in just a minute.
Yeah.
Couple of chats. Big Al Winnipeg agree with Huss. This team's not a trade or 2 away from being a Stanley Cup contender. Nothing hurts the Jets more than trading away the future and thinking that this is the year to go for it. T. Will, on the other side of things, going all in isn't in Chevy's DNA. He's the guy at the poker table that keeps paying the blinds, but is too scared to bet all his chips on a hand until his chips are all gone. I guess the key thing is how good's your hand, T. Will. And some people think that it's pocket aces. Other people think that they're going for a they need to draw a couple keys. Andy Strickland reporting that the Jets are still trying to acquire a defenseman, which would be quite interesting. I kind of think, I don't know, Remo, if the Jets added one more player, do you think it's to round out the blue line, or do you think it's more for the back end of the top 12 forwards?
I think they need a forward. Like, where is this defenseman gonna play, and who is he knocking out? Like, you got to knock out Sandberg? I mean, unless they're trying to ship out one of their more expensive D and bring someone in. That's what I would think. But yeah, I've been hearing, you hear Drager, and they're looking for a defenseman, and it's amazing. Andy Strickland in St. Louis so plugged in with the Jets. Maybe someone they're trying to deal with St. Louis, who is selling everyone, but I don't know. Like, who are they going to get, and where are they going to play? We had heard, Kulikov rumors. He's going to Pittsburgh. I'm curious how that would change the depth chart and who they'd knock out.
Well, I mean, listen, I think it's unfortunate, but I think it's pretty obvious based on every decision the team's made up until this point. It's not Morrissey, it's not DeMello, it's not Pionk, it's not Dylan, and it's not Nate Schmidt, which means it's Dylan Sandberg. And, I mean, listen, if the team's not going to win the cup, but say you get playoff games, say you're playing playoff type games all the rest of the way, If you're looking into the future, I think that's very important for Dylan Samberg to be a part of it. And as Rewucki mentioned, I think you could definitely make the argument that he's been one of the Jets' best 4 defenders over this last little while. So for me, listen, if you asked me, if you said right now, hey, the Jets are going to add one more player, to me, it's another player to come in, help out in the bottom 6 at a reasonable cost, and see where the team goes from there. Because as I said, they've got Niederreiter in the top 6. I mean, it doesn't really seem, I guess if you wanted to bring in a JVR at maybe a little bit more of a cost than a guy that's going to come in and be a 4th liner, but it's pretty clear looking at this team, they need to be able to not lose the battle in the 3rd and 4th line, which they have been more often than not. You need to be able to score a little bit more, And, when you have, and you've made this point throughout, Remo, and this goes back to conversations all the way back to last year, this depth chart on the blue line has the 5 veterans that are signed beyond this year. You've got Logan Stanley and Dylan Samberg, who are RFAs. Ville Heinola is in the mix as well. And that isn't even getting to guys like Declan Chisholm, who are going to be issues when it comes to not being waiver exempt very soon in the future, that seemingly might be ready for a bit. So if anything, I think that player is like a Jordy Ben type that comes in, that might play, that might not play, but gives them a little bit of depth if there are a couple injuries on the blue line.
Don't they have that in Kyle Capobianco? That's why I don't understand. Like, if you're going to acquire defenseman, make it be like a guy who
completely
could be
forgot about Capobianco, but I'm not sure that's my fault because he's played so rarely.
Yeah, like make it a guy who's number 2. Why are you acquiring another? You already have a depth guy. You signed in the offseason for 2 years. He never play. That's why I'm puzzled. Michael Russo saying that Minnesota gets a 2023 second, a 2024 fifth for Jordan Greenway. No salary retained. Wow. So they free up $3 million. This is a good trade for Minnesota. They need to free up salary because, they have all that dead cap for them. So that's an interesting one. And here they got another trade or a signing for Washington, who I kind of like what they've done. Has Nicholas Aube-Kubel signing with them. That's just being shown on my screen on TSN. I looked down. 1 second. I looked down. They have a trade done.
Like they've extended him?
Yeah, sorry, they extended him. Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of extensions. The Dylan Larkin, Pasternak. Why haven't we seen a Pierre-Luc Dubois extension or any news about that one?
Did you really need to go there right now?
This would be the perfect time. Right?
You really need to go there.
Larkin, Pasternak. Where's the Dubois extension? Give us something.
Yeah, and for any of the conspiracy theorists out there that thought maybe PLD was being held out for the old TRR, our new acronym, trade-related reasons.
We got so many comments when, JTK, this was one. Well, JT Miller was out week to week, and it was just reported, and then he came back, and it was reported by Dreger that they had a trade worked out, but Vancouver wanted a center for JT Miller, didn't want picks, which, I mean, seems crazy. If you can get out of that contract, you absolutely should, because they're up against the cap next year and they're in last place. Like, you made a mistake and trade him, but no, they didn't. They pulled the plug on that trade, and JT Miller's back all of a sudden. So maybe Dubois is. Maybe I'm here for that. Everyone's commenting it in our comment section. ERR for Dubois, but I think he's actually injured.
Yes, that is exactly right. He is. I'm pretty sure Rick Bowness was not. They'd really be going the extra mile, throwing the non-contact jersey on him in the morning skate on deadline day if that was going to be the case.
They also need to win too. So they would be better off playing it than holding out.
No, exactly.
I'm here to talk conspiracy theories. Like, we see people in chat. The Jets' deadline acquisition should be Buff. They need to get Buff back, which I'm here for as well.
All right, listen, Mike McIntyre is going to jump on with us. Before we do that, Breyer gets going tonight. Good luck to Reed Carruthers, Matt Dunstone, even Mike McHugh, a Winnipeg guy that's representing Ontario. Of course, when we do our curling reports, it's always for Princess Auto, who's such a great sponsor of the Carruthers team. Jennifer Jones and curling from coast to coast. Princess Auto is where you'll find the best deals on the most unique assortment of tools and equipment around. Everything you need to complete the projects on your list or start something new is at Princess Auto. Check them out. 2 Winnipeg locations, Panet Road, Portage Avenue West, or you can shop online 24/7, 365 at princessauto.com. And with all this extra talking today, you got to stay hydrated, folks. Regardless of what side of the mic you're on, Culligan Water and our good friends at that family-owned Culligan Water have been doing it for over 65 years and are the experts in the water business for water services for you and your family. Softeners, filters, bottled water coolers, whole home systems, drinking water systems, citywide water delivery services, and commercial and industrial water products and solutions, all available. You can pop down and see them at 1200 Sargent Avenue. Give them a call at 694-5180 or check out all their water products and services for you and your family to take care of all your needs online at drinkculligan.com. And big cheers to our friends at Canadian Club, Canada's favorite Canadian whiskey, proud sponsors of WST and the official spirit of your Winnipeg Blue Bombers. If you're lucky enough to have a ticket for the Winnipeg Whiskey Festival tonight, make sure to test out and try all the great Canadian Club brands there. Canadian Club is the presenting and title sponsor of the Winnipeg Whiskey Festival in support of the Manitoba Sports Hall of Fame. Check out there may still be a ticket or two available for tomorrow's event, so make sure to check that out. Manitoba Sports Hall of Fame, or just search Winnipeg Whiskey Festival tickets on Google. All right, back to the rink. And let's welcome in Mike McIntyre from the Winnipeg Free Press. Mike, what's the vibe like around the assembled media as you continue waiting to get to the top of the hour and see if there's any more shoes to drop?
Well, let me sum it up like this, Huss.
Well, they've already made a trade.
They have made a trade. And I'd be actually shocked if they don't make at least one more here before the day is done. I saw Andy Strickland reporting that they're still trying to get a defenseman. And I think coming into this day, I would have said at least another forward and probably a blue line ad would have been on the to-do list. They got the forward in Namestnikov. And so adding another defenseman, I guess what remains to be seen, are they going to give up another draft pick? They've now sent 2 out the door for Nino Niederreiter and Vlad Namestnikov. Or is this where someone like Logan Stanley potentially comes into play, with word that he would like a change of scenery? And I suspect the Jets would look to accommodate him, provided the price is right. So that'll be interesting to see if, it's another draft pick or if it's a roster player that goes the other way. And of course, a reminder that just because the deadline is 2 p.m. Central, in years past, we often see trades trickle in, sometimes close to an hour after the fact. I can tell you, Huss, they have not set a time for Kevin Cheveldayoff to speak. And that's noteworthy because I can think back to other trade deadlines where, half an hour before the deadline, Kevin Cheveldayoff essentially, he knew his work was done and we'd already have a time set. That hasn't happened today. That tells me that there's still potentially some irons in the fire. But I know the big splash that fans were probably hoping the Jets would make at least has not come to fruition, and I wouldn't be holding my breath on that to happen in the next 30 minutes or so either.
Well, yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't expect a quote-unquote big splash. I'm not sure that there was any big splashers left in the pool after everything that's happened over the course of the last little bit.
There was just puddles left at this point.
But let me ask you this, Mike, seriously. I mean, and I've said this earlier on, and I mean, there's a number of differing opinions in the chat, which is pretty much par for the course. A couple weeks ago, when we were setting up, knowing what was happening with this club, the way that they were playing, and I was thinking that they would try to get somebody to come in and help in the top 6. They've done that. And I thought they'd probably target maybe 1 or potentially 2 players on the bottom 6, less so defense. They've done that. Maybe you can get your comments on the Namestnikov ad while you're answering this. But is this different from what you thought the Winnipeg Jets would be doing or expected? Or are you underwhelmed considering the situation the team is in and the players that have moved? Although we obviously have to take in consideration the cost that it took to move some of those players to legit contenders, mainly in the East.
Yeah, I mean, I would say I'm underwhelmed, and part of that is because I really like the Niederreiter ad, I do, but you have to consider that it happened a day after they learned that Cole Perfetti was going to be out for the rest of the regular season. So in a way, and I get that Niederreiter, I mean, it's one of the reasons I like the trade. He's got some term. He's not just a rental, but in terms of improving the team in the here and now. He just simply slides into Cole Perfetti's spot in the top 6. And you could argue that the Jets still could use another impact kind of scorer, and they have not got that. I mean, Vlad Namestnikov, I think, will be an upgrade to some of what we've seen in the bottom 6. He's a guy, he's a one-time 20-goal scorer who has some skill. At one point, he was on a line with Steven Stamkos and Nikita Kucherov. Those are two pretty good line mates, 5-6 years ago in Tampa Bay. There's also the familiarity with Rick Bowness, and I suspect this was a Bowness motivated ad. Rick Bowness has coached him in Tampa and in Dallas, and so I think he's a guy that can go onto your third or fourth line and maybe provide a little more offense than what we've seen from the likes of Kuhlman and Manalainen and Fialbi. But I still am underwhelmed, and part of that, Huss, goes back to what I think we've been talking about for weeks now. That is, there's the feeling that the West is wide open, and I don't know that the Jets have done enough, certainly so far, to really change. They'll have a fighting chance, sure, but to me, this was the year to get really. To think really big, and we've seen some other players, move for prices that. Clearly, the Jets weren't willing to pay, and we'll talk to Kevin Cheveldayoff later today. I'm curious to hear, why the Jacob Chychrun price would have been deemed too rich for Winnipeg's blood, or is it a case where the Coyotes, didn't want to trade Chychrun within their own division, and the Jets would have had to pay a premium that maybe Ottawa didn't. I don't know.
I think it just came down to one thing: the Jets weren't projected. I mean, they were too good in the first half of the season, and their first-round pick didn't project to be top 10, even if they continue to struggle. It was quite clear that the Coyotes wanted two things. They didn't want to take any salary back, but they also wanted as good of a 2023 pick as possible, because it's been reported that there were multiple offers that had 2 first-rounders,
right?
But the first-rounder this year wasn't that good in a draft with apparently some incredible talent deep into the mid of the first round.
Well, and then that's where, if you're the Jets, I mean, would a Chaz Lucius, a Brad Lambert, a Rutger McGroarty, would one of those players have come into consideration that you'd be willing to move? And again, I'm in the camp that says yes, I would move one of those young prospects if it helped in the here and now, because I still go back to the idea that the window is open this year. We don't know how long it's going to stay open. So much of that is going to depend on the futures of Hellebuck and Dubois and Scheifele. And if what the Jets have done so far, if that is it, I don't know that they've moved the needle all that much in terms of their competitiveness within this division and conference. I also don't know if they've done much to, convince some of those potential UFAs down the road that they've gone all in. And I think that's important, especially someone like Hellebuck, who we know just wants to win. And part of that, Huss, no doubt the Jets' play of late, and maybe we'll hear this from Kevin Cheveldayoff today, has given some pause for thought.
I'm not sure he'll say that, but I think that is exactly the case. I mean, listen, I can tell you that I feel a lot different about the how smart it is to swing the way you're suggesting today than 6 weeks ago. I don't think there's any way to feel otherwise after watching what's happened with this team over the last little bit in the context of what's happened in previous seasons.
Well, and I say the West is wide open, but I think we're all seeing what the Colorado Avalanche are doing. And I see Cale Makar was back on the ice today in full practice. We know that Landeskog has been skating, and potentially a return, for the playoffs is in the cards. So, between them and the Vegas Golden Knights, they seem to be getting their act together. We're going to see the Edmonton Oilers kind of up close here for the next 2 nights. And, Connor McDavid is on an absolute heater right now. And they've made a nice add in Ekholm, a guy that certainly could have helped the Jets' blue line. Clearly, though, the price that Edmonton paid is one that the Jets weren't willing to pay. So, maybe the West isn't as open as we think, even though everybody's still pretty tightly grouped together. I guess to kind of, if just go kind of half measures at this point, a little tinkering here and there. I think the fan base wanted more, and I suspect the players wanted more. But again, Huss, in a way, the players are upset. They got to look in the mirror too, right? They didn't exactly inspire their GM to, come out swinging today based on some of their uninspired play that we've seen of late.
Now, Julian in chat wants Mike's views on the rebuild with dealing 37 odds. So, I guess that's, at the end of this season, then I guess obviously what happens for the rest of this season, what happens in the playoffs will have an effect on it. But, based on where we're at right now with what's happened over the last little while, how do you see things shaking out this offseason? And to me, it all starts with Connor Hellebuyck, especially if you believe the reports around that Pierre-Luc Dubois is good as gone at his first available opportunity, which I think forces the Jets' hand to try to get maximum value sooner as opposed to later for number 80.
Oh, I would agree. And I don't think you go into next season, that is, without knowing one way or the other. Either you're getting their name on a long-term extension or you're not. And if you're not, you're moving them. And then that would accelerate whether you want to call it a rebuild or a retool. I guess a big part of that would depend on the return, right? If you're getting assets that can help you immediately, then it's more of a retool. If you're just getting future picks, then it's a rebuild and a longer term one at that. So for sure. And that goes back to why I think this year is so important. And the Jets, they should be in win now mode, and they put themselves, despite this 6-10-1 stretch, where they're still in a playoff spot, and finishing first in the division, winning the West is still not out of the question. They're going to need to play a lot better in these last 21 games if that's going to happen. But they've put themselves in a position here where, I think they're 24-9-1 in their own conference this year. That should inspire some confidence that once, as long as they can get into the playoffs, that they could make some noise. I just would have liked to have seen, I guess, some additional reinforcements added to the mix. And again, I like the two trades they've made kind of in a vacuum, because I think Niederreiter helps the top six and Namestnikov helps the bottom six. That being said, they lost a guy in Cole Perfetti, now Dubois. We hope that that's just a short-term thing. Appleton, we're not sure how long he might be out. So in a way, it almost feels a bit like one step forward, two back in terms of getting a full, healthy roster. And I just think I go back to the fans, right? This is a market that is starved for something to rally around, to cheer about. And we've seen that at times. The atmosphere come back in this rink behind me, this place come alive, when things are going well. And I just think the Jets, the underwhelming feeling may extend to a lot of the fan base as well. If this is it, a feeling that there was a missed opportunity here, a chance to perhaps do more than what they ultimately do.
Well, to me, so much of that is on the guys in the dressing room as opposed to the GM. I guess, you could be the most aggressive team and you could make all sorts of massive moves. The core is the core. This is going to be determined on Connor Hellebuyck and Nikolai Ehlers and Mark Scheifele and Kyle Connor and Pierre-Luc Dubois, and hopefully getting a little bit more from that bottom six. And Listen, the additions are nice. We'll see what else happens. As you can see on the screen right now, Elliot Friedman is reporting, this is a real interesting one, JVR to the Detroit Red Wings. Now, if this had happened on the weekend before that back-to-back game against Ottawa and last night's game against Seattle, maybe I would have understood what they were doing, but they've been selling a number of pieces. They traded Hronek, they traded Vrana, although Vrana was more, I think they were done with him and, wanted to move on with him. But make some sense of that one to me, Mike.
I can't. They seem to pull the chute on their season the other day after those back-to-back losses to Ottawa. And JVR is a rental. I mean, unless they're planning on re-signing him, but he's a UFA, so I don't get it. Unless they're going to try and flip him in the next 20 minutes to another team for more than they gave up for him, which wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, it's a curious one for sure. Not totally unlike a team like Pittsburgh, but at least Pittsburgh, unlike Detroit, they're in a playoff spot right now, but they also were selling, but also buying. And look, I get that. The Jets have had that strategy in years past, right, where they've kind of done a little of both. I mean, even last year they sold, but then they got like an Appleton who obviously had some term. It's just JVR has no term, so I'm not sure why Steve Yzerman would be buying. Then again, Huss, I'm not going to question Steve Yzerman. This is a guy who obviously built what he did in Tampa Bay, and I like much of what he's doing with the Red Wings. This is just a bit of a head scratcher for sure. But maybe there's another domino or two to still fall. Yeah,
if you told me that he signed there in the offseason as a veteran presence to come in, could have totally understood that. And maybe the cost was very low. We knew that Philly was trying to get a third-round pick for JVR. It'd be interesting to hear what the return is. And Elliot Friedman does mention that this is pending a physical and trade call, so we might not know clarity on this for a little bit. Mike, back to the Jets. We are hearing, as I said, Andy Strickland reporting the Jets are still sniffing around, trying to look to add a defenseman. I guess regardless of who goes out or what goes out to bring that defenseman in, do you think this is a guy that goes into the top six? And if he does, what happens to the depth chart? Is it as simple as Dylan Sandberg is going to be in the press box?
Well, and that's why I say it'll be interesting to see if Logan Stanley is potentially the return, especially, it was reported, I think Drager reported yesterday that the Jets are loath to give up more draft picks. Well, then they went and gave up another draft pick today for Vlad Namestnikov. So this is where maybe a player...
I thought that was more in regards to the first-round pick, because let's face it, fourth and fifth and sixth-round picks, we see this all the time, and this is exactly what the Winnipeg Jets have done. That'll add to, your depth players. That's often what goes in on rentals. But certainly the people that think that this is the year and this is the time to go for the Stanley Cup are more than willing to trade prospects and first-round picks, because that is the currency that you get, that you have to give up to get players at the top of the food chain when we're talking about who can really come in and hopefully make an impact, although as we all know, there's no guarantees, and there's going to be some very disappointed teams and fan bases in a few months based on everything that's happened in the past 3 weeks and a lack of playoff success that's inevitable for some of the teams involved.
So let me just throw one out there. You wonder if there would be any sense to this. I think a guy like Radko Gudas would be a really good fit here for the Jets, because they don't really have a D-man with that kind of snarl, that nasty streak that, they have Brendan Dillon to a degree. But I think a Radko Gudas could be a good fit. And then if you're the Jets, you look where Gudas would be coming from. Does Logan Stanley make some sense there as a potential return? We know Paul Maurice thinks very highly of Logan Stanley, right? Given what's happened in the past. So yeah, I think they are looking for a defenseman who isn't just going to be a seventh or eighth guy, because I feel like they already have a seventh or eighth guy here. That's what Stanley has been. That's what Capobianco has been. And at times that's what Dylan Sandberg has been. So I think that you are looking for an ad that can step into your top six. And the Jets, we know, still have a little bit of money to play with here. They haven't broken the bank. So yeah, it should be interesting to see, assuming they do land somebody, who it is and just what kind of an impact that defenseman can make.
We talked about this yesterday with Ken and some of the other guys. It was interesting that, this was floated out presumably by the agent to maybe put a siren around Logan Stanley's name if there was some interest going in. Ville Heinola is another guy there. We haven't had much consensus between the different people I've asked this question, but what do you think if they were going to move on either of those players right now, what the value of those players is? And is one significantly higher in your mind in today's NHL at this point, the deadline going into the playoffs, than another?
You're talking about Stanley versus Ville.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Logan Stanley's the guy that's been playing, he's the NHL player right now, whereas Ville is the AHL player. That being said, there are all kinds of metrics to suggest Ville Heinola is
Well, it depends who you're trading the player to as well.
Right. That he's, number one, he's too good for the AHL, and number two, that he's arguably one of the, if not the best defenseman currently not in the NHL. And you're right. A big part of it would depend. If you're trading to a team that is bulking up for a Stanley Cup run, Logan Stanley is probably the more valuable asset right now. If you're trading to a team that's in the process of rebuilding, if it's the Arizona Coyotes or the Anaheim Ducks or some team like that, then I suspect Ville is, he's the younger player with a lot more upside. So you're right. I think a big part of that would determine or be determined by who you're trading with. So, two extremely different players in terms of what they bring. One has the size, obviously, in Stanley and can kill penalties, block shots, whereas Ville's more of the play driver, the puck mover. So, yeah, I mean, the Moose skated a couple hours ago here because they're playing tonight here at Canada Life, and my understanding is Ville was on the ice for that morning skate. Interesting, we're not in Edmonton today, Huss, so I can't tell you what Logan Stanley may or may not have to say right now. It'll be interesting when we do get our next crack to talk to him, assuming he's still a Jet after today, about that, rumbling that he wants out. And look, do I think Logan Stanley's, kicking and stomping saying he wants out? No, absolutely not. I think this has happened very quietly behind the scenes. And, he'll still be, if he's not moved today, I still expect he'll be kind of a good soldier and be part of the team. And look, we know that injuries can happen in a heartbeat, and Logan Stanley could still end up being a big part of this Jets team during the stretch run. He may be on the outside right now looking in, but that can change pretty quickly. And again, part of that will be, do they bring another D-man in today who knocks him down another notch on the proverbial depth chart?
Well, I mean, to me, he's not in the top 6 right now anyway, so it doesn't really matter. By the way, we've got insider battles on this JVR stuff right now.
I see this.
Frank is reporting that there's nothing done, and Drager said, what was it, Remo, that things are changing?
Things changing fast on JVR. Yeah,
JVR.
Chris Johnson has something too on it. They're talking about it right now on TSN.
Maybe they got the wrong player. Maybe Steve Yzerman went, wait, no. We wanted Trevor Van Riemsdyk. TVR, not JVR.
Is there another guy with the initials JVR on another team?
Trevor Van Riemsdyk is rumored to be up on the market from the Capitals, I believe, where he is. But yeah, something strange is going on.
Is James Reimer's middle name Victor? James Victor Reimer coming in for some goaltender help.
What a strange saga, that's for sure. I mean, almost as strange as JT Miller being week to week and then playing a day later. Whatever shenanigans the Canucks were trying to pull there. There's a lot of weird things happening around the league lately.
Well, the Canucks, I mean, the Canucks, they trade a first and a second for Hronek. And listen, he's a good young 25-year-old right shot defenseman. I understand why they'd want him. But then the whole story about this JVR trade with a significant offer from the Pittsburgh Penguins was that they, didn't want the picks. They wanted a center right now. And
ridiculous.
I mean, listen, I guess, to a lot of people going, hey, they need to blow it up. They need to rebuild. But that is not what ownership wants. And that's probably where it starts in Vancouver. And that's what Rutherford and Pierre Alvin basically are doing right now. They're trying to shake up the deck chairs, but still have a team that can hopefully compete. Although I think, as we've seen so far this year, and listen, losing Demko for the majority of the season, I'm sure was a big part of that as well. But the Canucks have not been that competitive, and it was that time. I mean, there was a lot of hand-wringing for the Canucks going from 2 first-round picks and 4 picks in the top 70 to 1.
In a deep draft. It makes no sense. I mean, but it just shows, I think, the degree to which ownership is involved in that market and the meddling and the lack of patience. I mean, there's ways to properly rebuild and retool, and the Canucks, they're trying to kind of be everything at once. And, history suggests that usually doesn't work out. And in a way, Huss, that's why it's going to be so interesting with the Jets potentially as early as this summer. Some of those same decisions in terms of where this team is headed, both short-term and long-term, may have to be made here when we find out what's happening with Hellebuck, Dubois, and Scheifele, the big three potential UFAs in the summer of 2024. I know fans don't want to necessarily think that far ahead. They want to focus more on the here and now. And so far in the here and now, we've had 2 adds to the Jets. We'll see if we get a third or more in the next few minutes. But
Mike,
and then, of course, lost in all this is 2 big games coming up here in the next 48 hours with the Oilers. And the Jets are facing a tall task in that sense as well.
Well, I mean, this entire next couple weeks, I think, is, that trip out east. I mean, Florida, Tampa, Carolina, coming home to play the Boston Bruins. I mean, this is one of the toughest parts of the entire Jets schedule. I can't tell you, and I'm sure your inbox says the same thing. There is a section of the Winnipeg Jet fan base that's very frustrated with a number of things, and Kevin Cheveldayoff is the one that takes the heat. Do you think that there is do you get the sense that his job is on the line at all right now? I mean, I don't, but maybe that's just the way that I feel about the way that, this organization is operated and some of the things that he's dealing with right now. But do you get any sense that, his job is on the line when it comes to whether it's to performance today or what happens with this team in the end of the regular season going into the playoffs?
I don't. And, I think part of the reason I have that feeling is because we aren't seeing him being more aggressive today. You just have to look in Toronto, Huss, to see what a GM under fire looks like. Kyle Dubas, a guy who I think most people feel if his team can't get over the proverbial hump, his time is done, right? They've kind of been hanging around there for a few years now. The time is now to kind of put up or shut up. And so you've seen Kyle Dubas, retool a third of his roster here in the last week. Incredible the amount of moves he's made, mortgaging the future big time to go all in. We're just not seeing that here in Winnipeg. And I think part of that, if Kevin Cheveldayoff felt that, it's now or never, you'd probably see a much more aggressive approach to this trade deadline.
Hey, I'd way rather a guy do what he thinks is in the best interest of the franchise than try to do whatever he can just to save his job.
Yeah, and that's always the risk. Like with the Leafs, have they almost made too much change? And is there enough time for this entire group now, which they got to wear name tags around each other because there's been so much turnover? Like, is that almost too much of a good thing? So yeah, I just think I'm seeing no signs of desperation from the Jets or even urgency. And, that's, I'm sure, frustrating to some fans. But to me, again, it speaks to a GM who traditionally has been patient and knows that ownership shares that patience as well. And, that his job isn't on the line. We know he signed a 3-year extension. This is just year 1 of that. So he's still under contract for 2 more years. That being said, Huss, again, with this team approaching a major crossroads and turning point when it comes to like what the core is, you do wonder that is he ultimately around? Like if they basically hit reset on this organization, whether it's this summer or at next year's trade deadline, is he around for the next kind of build back up, or does that fall to somebody else? And that's certainly a situation I could see. But again, we know True North extremely loyal, and they believe, and I think Kevin Cheveldayoff's done a lot of very good things for this organization. And as a result, I don't get the feeling that his job's on the line.
Oh, the other thing is I'm not sure that Chevy completely operates in a vacuum. And
Correct.
I think that there's a lot of people above him, or certainly significant people above him on the food chain when it comes to True North Sports and Entertainment that are very much are very much involved in, or at least knowing what's going on and probably signing off on this.
Yeah.
Mike, well, let's just get to this summer then, because I'm just going to throw with you a scenario. So the Jets hang on and make the playoffs, and let's say they win a round. Let's say they end up finishing third and they beat, say, Minnesota or Dallas in the first round, and they get knocked out by Colorado in the second round, and then it's summertime. Hellebuck, Dubois, Scheifele, Wheeler, all of these key players with 1 year left. Do you see the massive changes starting this summer, or is this going to be, are we going to be talking about 1 year from right now at next year's trade deadline with all of these decisions that have been literally left to the last minute, potentially with great return if you actually are moving on, or even the potential to think, this is going to be our year, we're going all in again, and then the potential of losing some of these players as free agents at the end of the season?
Yeah, I just don't think you can do that, because let's just say then you take that approach and then you get off to a good start next year. Are you then using all those players as your own rentals at next year's trade deadline, and then now you're really losing them for nothing in the summer of 2024, assuming they're moving on? Again, I go back to, if you're not getting them signed long-term, you got to move them. And it was the same, that's the approach the Jets took with Jacob Trouba, right? They knew they weren't signing Trouba long-term, and they didn't go into the trade deadline with Trouba and move him then. They moved him ahead of that. Now, Andrew Kopp, they took a different approach, because I think there was still some hope that they could potentially sign Andrew Kopp long-term. They once they realized they couldn't, they moved him last year at the trade deadline. But I don't think you can take that risk of watering down the potential return by waiting until next year's trade deadline. I guess the added question mark to all this, Huss, is if you're moving one or all of those guys in the summer, are you moving them to the teams that they're ultimately going to sign with? Or are you moving them to a team where they are just going to be a 1 year rental, or even less than a year, because maybe that team flips one of them at the trade deadline as well? And that would, certainly that would impact the potential return, right? If you're moving Pierre-Luc Dubois to Montreal this summer because you feel that's where he's going ultimately, are you getting a bigger price from Montreal in the summer? Or if they know they're getting him anyways, does that water down the return? Like, these are all questions which I don't have the answers to, and probably will be keeping the brass up at night.
The way I see it, I think the Dubois situation is a little different. And again, I don't know whether it's just that he just wants to go to Montreal and that's it, or whether more has been made of that, but that he's not into sticking around in Winnipeg for whatever reason. Right. But I certainly think that if you're talking about Scheifele, and I don't even want to consider this, but if you're talking about Hellebuck, I think you have to have those conversations. And much like Matthew Tkachuk's deal last year, say, hey, I've got 1 year left. I'm not coming back. Your move. And you figure out some teams that these players would consider signing with. Because again, not only are you getting their rights, and if they're willing to sign with them, I think that increases the value. Sure. But those other players are still coming in next year at very manageable cap hits for teams that might look at this opportunity to not only get a great player, but for the short term, gives you much more opportunity to really make that push. And then beyond, you're paying more for that player, but you've still got him in the mix.
Yeah, I don't think True North, I don't think they want to go the way of the Arizona Coyotes and go a long, painful rebuild. Again, you just look, they're having trouble filling this building behind me already, Huss. There were upwards of 2,000, there were more than 2,000 empty seats the other night for the game. What's that going to look like if this team just tears right down to the foundation? And the message to the fans is we're years away from getting back to where we were in 2018. I'm sure people will still, there will be people who still embrace that, but would make the ticket a lot harder sell in this market. And I just don't know that anyone has the appetite for that. So, these are difficult decisions, which we're getting closer to having to be made. And they'll be very telling one way or the other for which direction this franchise goes.
All right, Mike. Well, listen, I know you're busy and you got to get back down. Thanks so much for doing this.
bet.
Do you think will we hear of one more move from the Winnipeg Jets before this is all said and done, or are we going to be talking about Niederreiter and Namestnikov as the two ads for the Winnipeg Jets at the prices we've been discussing?
I'll be stunned if there's not one more move to talk about here in the coming minutes. Huss, I still think the Jets will do one more thing at least. But yeah, time is certainly of the essence.
Well, it's 2:00 right now, so there you go. We'll see what happens. Thanks again for doing this, Mike. This has been awesome. I know how busy you guys are, so really appreciate you jumping on with us. We'll catch up next week. Have a great weekend and enjoy a couple very important games as well. Not to mention everything happening today around the league.
Indeed. Right on, Huss. Take care. Have a great
Good
weekend.
stuff. There's Mike McIntyre of the Winnipeg Free Press. Hey, while we've got such a big crew in here, and again, thanks to everyone for jumping. Wow, we're over 812 folks. Make sure you hit that red subscribe button. We're here every day, normally starting at 1 p.m., but today we went on 11 because we figured there'd be a lot going on, and there has been, although maybe not as much as some people would like. So hit that red subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up as well. And I'm just throwing in the chat right now a link for our sports trivia night over at Little Brown Jug. It's going to be on Wednesday, March 29th. I know many of you were with us the first time we did this at the end of last summer. It was such a great time. We're already curating the questions right now, but we do have limited seating and availability. So ticket information is right there in that link. Figure out your teams. I don't know if any of y'all are going to be trading some teammates yourselves from last time, but we'd love to see all of you down at Little Brown Jug on the 29th of March. Link is right there. And again, we'll have it on our socials and our website as well if you missed the link in the YouTube chat. The weekend is here. 1919 might go great with the games tonight and tomorrow against the Edmonton Oilers. You can pick up Little Brown Jug wherever they sell great beer and your local Manitoba liquor marts. And a big shout out to our friends at the Nick and Nicky DQ for their great support of Winnipeg Sports Talk since day one. Might need a flamethrower burger after this shift today. Certainly some chicken fingers, but mostly maybe a blizzard. And hey, if you do need a DQ ice cream cake or a DQ blizzard cake for an upcoming party or event, you can hit them up on Instagram at DQ Manitoba. Let them know what you're looking for. They'll get it made up for a quick and easy pickup at any of the 4 Nick and Nicky DQs. DQ Niverville, DQ Northgate, DQ Polo Park, and DQ St. Anne's. Remo, I see that the ticker, the countdown clock has hit 0.
It hit 0. It's officially 2 p.m. The trade deadline is over, but I think it takes a while for, the fax machine gets so bogged up there at NHL headquarters. I don't know. They put so many faxes in at the same time. They're all trying to get it in. It's like when your test is due and everyone slaps their thing on the table. So we'll see what happens. One name that is not getting traded is James Van Riemsdyk. Chris Johnston saying 16 seconds ago, James Van Riemsdyk was not traded before the 3 p.m. deadline, which is strange because he's a UFA. Philadelphia is not going to the playoffs. Get what you can for him, right? I don't understand why he would. And the first reply was Joel Edmondson trade. And then Montreal, who's also not a playoff team, hasn't done anything either. And as you said, Florida, they didn't do anything, and they're kind of probably not going to be in the playoffs. One other team that is in a playoff spot that really hasn't done anything, Seattle. They haven't done. I don't think they've done too much.
Well, and again, it's important to note, as you mentioned, the fax machine does get busy. Heading into the top of the hour.
They come in one at a time. It's not like email where they're all in there and it's
you have
at
to
once.
get it in the queue. So that's why we're going to be here for another hour at least to get any other deals made around the National Hockey League, and we will be talking to Dustin Nielson in Edmonton. Dusty will join us in about 25 minutes or so, give his thoughts on the deadline, and we can talk a little bit more about these games coming up tonight.
There was one report that makes me raise your eyes a bit, and I was kind of surprised about this. Some people are mentioning in chat. John Buccigross, who's with ESPN, the rights holder, tweets out NHL team coming to Atlanta again. Stay tuned. I have no idea what to make of this. I mean, I don't know.
What?
This is what he tweeted. John Bucharas. So this isn't like some rando out there tweeting BS. This is a guy who works for ESPN, the USA rights holder.
Wait a sec. Are we sure there's no? Did we check the account? There's no third S, and they bought their blue check mark or anything like that. This is the legit Bucci Main himself.
Yes. So I don't know. And now people are gonna see people. I already see it in chat. Winnipeg going back to Atlanta.
Get the hell out of here.
That's probably why they never transferred the records over, Hustler, because they're gonna go back. I don't know what to make of this. I have no idea. We're putting it out there saying this is what a reputable guy is saying.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah, it's not April 1. Last time I checked, we're a month away from that. I don't know. I don't know. I'd feel bad for Houston and Quebec City. So, we'll wait and see.
Quebec City is not happening, but Houston and Kansas City both have ready to go rinks. And I think fan bases, well, certainly Houston's a way, way bigger market. I mean, it's one of the biggest markets in the United States, huge TV market.
Yes.
They've obviously got all the other four major sports. Kansas City's interesting because they don't have a basketball team. I mean, obviously the Chiefs rule the football season. The Royals are big in baseball season, although they've stunk for a long time. They win once every 30 years and then are terrible for basically the other 28 or 29. And that Sprint Center is often a host for things like March Madness and college hoops tournaments, which college basketball is very big around there. But they did think that when they built that, they might be able to get a National Hockey League team there. But I will be interested to see if this has more to do with the Arizona Coyotes, Remis, because if there's one thing that's come out of all of this, regardless of what team you cheer for or who you're pulling for, the Coyotes are such an embarrassment right now that as much as the NHL has put into this franchise, with the way that they're handling things, taking on more LTIR contracts just to fake get to the cap floor, I'm not sure how much longer they can go on with this. And I mean, it's not like they got a shovel in the ground for a new arena there, and they're playing in a junior hockey arena right now too. I mean, or a college arena.
I think it's lower than junior. I think there's gonna be more people at the Regina Pats game, right? Is that accurate? Might be. Well, I know. Remember when they asked Blake Wheeler after the Jets played there for the first game, and he's like, "Is this remind you of playing college?" He's like, "Oh, we played in a bigger arena." It was such a burn. Anyways, we have we'll know more about what's going on with the Coyotes. Gary Bettman is putting out the call for everyone to vote in this Tempe election, where they're gonna spend all their own money to redo this garbage dump and turn it into this beautiful entertainment district in Tempe. Like, who knows? So we'll see.
Hey, I tell you what, for all of you that are tilting right now and on the ledge, be happy that you're not a Panthers fan right now. As I laid out, they have no first-round picks for the next 3 years. They just lost last night at home with their season on the line to what's left of the Nashville Predators. Remo, get that clip if you can that you sent me earlier today. This will be a nice little.
There's a clip. I sent you a clip. I sent you an article.
Yeah, but in there is the post game of Paul Maurice.
Sure.
And if this doesn't remind you of the Maurice about a week before he said "see ya" to the Winnipeg Jets, I don't know what is. Again, the pressure there for a team that was President's Trophy winner last year, made some big moves in the offseason. And one of the biggest ones they thought was bringing in Maurice to take them over the top is in all likelihood going to end with this team out of the playoffs right now. And there was a moment in this bit, which we'll get to in a second, where Paul Maurice was borderline speechless. And that is not something that any of us are accustomed to be seeing. And I mean, they did go into that game last night without their top two centers, but they just had a win over the Tampa Bay Lightning, which, to be honest, I kind of thought that was going to be maybe a point where they would really start to win some games. You have to beat the Nashville Predators at home, and they had just lost to Nashville 7-3 in Nashville in the last couple of weeks as well. What a disaster of a season for the Florida Panthers. And just think about the last 12 months for this team. They were in first place. They were winning the President's Trophy. They were the most aggressive team at the trade deadline. And this is where that got them. Let me know when you got that, Reem, and we can fire that up.
Sure, I have it ready. We did also have a signing, actually. Dante Fabro signing with Nashville. I think his name was floated around.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Now, I haven't watched this. I have it ready. It's from Florida Hockey Now, who's doing a really good job of covering this on their YouTube channel.
George Richards, doing something similar to us after the big corporate giants said, see ya. He's really one of the go-to guys for anything to do with the Florida Panthers. But this is Maurice last night after that home loss to the Nashville Predators, with the Panthers having played more games than everybody else and considerably on the outside of the playoff line.
I think from the second period, in the second period especially, went as hard as they could and had lots of opportunities to put pucks in the net, but that didn't happen. And I thought we were victimized by how we put the puck in the offensive zone in the early third. We didn't get the sustained pressure that we had in the second, and lost some time that we needed to get pucks to the net.
What was the biggest difference from that first period to
the stubborn with the puck of how the game was going to be played. I mean, it was going to be a dump, and the dump game, you got to go in and get it, and we did it. The second period would be an example of the way that game needed to be played, and we wanted to do things with the puck that you couldn't.
We've been talking for a while. This team needs to go on that run to get back into the spot you guys want to be in. What do you think all season's kind of been keeping that? It seems like every time you get some momentum, it just kind of comes back to earth.
I don't know. I'm not giving you a season recap now. We were tough tonight.
A little frustration, though. I mean, kind of hard to figure your team out. You play so well in Tampa.
Yeah. Well, I think in Tampa we had embraced an underdog status with the people out, and we're not stubborn. I think we had 3 pucks that we should have put deep that we didn't. And today we did that on shifts alone in the first period.
All right, so there's a little bit of a very frustrated Paul Maurice after the Florida Panthers' entire season seems to have gone up in flames as of late. All right, well, we're seeing that Darren Dreger is reporting, and Darren Dreger is probably the most dialed into Chevy, that the Jets are done. So a little surprising. Mike, I should have taken that bet with Mike. He would have bet me anything that there was still something to happen with the Winnipeg Jets. Not the case, though. One addition today, Vladislav Namestnikov coming from San Jose for a future 4th rounder. And, of course, the only other ad going into the deadline was Nino Niederreiter for a 2nd-round pick last weekend. Niederreiter made his debut for the Jets on Tuesday and will be back in the lineup tonight, although it doesn't look like Mason Appleton and, most importantly, Pierre-Luc Dubois will be there to take on Connor McDavid, the hottest player on the planet, and the Edmonton Oilers. What else are you seeing and hearing, Remo, about the end? Sounds like John Klingberg's on the move.
Are you seeing that from Dreger? I don't see that here. So
I'm seeing it on TSN right now. They're saying John Klingberg acquired by Wild.
No, I thought you were talking about Chevy. He didn't tweet that. Did he say that on TV?
I'm seeing it in. I'm just getting a couple messages and a bunch of people in the chat.
Okay,
so
sure.
I would assume that is from TV.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, John Klingberg to the Wild, and he's had a terrible season. I don't know if it's because he's terrible or he's on a terrible team. Probably a little combination of both, but maybe he can recapture some of his value after turning down a big contract from Dallas, taking the 1-year deal to sign with Anaheim. It's just been I'm sure it's been a rough year in terms of blowing your future earnings for John Klingberg. Just like, I don't know, it's like he had a bunch of NFTs that were worth so much money and he held on for too long and they went down to 0. That's what's John Klingberg's future earning capacity.
An NFT reference for that. And I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
The Minnesota Wild, very quietly, with the toughest cap situation in the entire National Hockey League, add John Klingberg to a group. Now, we'll see what the return is going the other way. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how this works with their cap. Said that they were having projected cap space of 2.3. He's got a $7 million one-year salary. Does that fit in? We'll crunch the numbers. But the Wild have their first-round pick, 2 second rounds as well, Reem, and some talented young players that are getting some big-time playing time. And certainly just from a power play and offensive standpoint, John Klingberg it's weird that we didn't hear more about him going into the deadline, but I think part of that was the miserable season that he's had that you just referred to. But he certainly has done it in the past, and I think a change of scenery for Klingberg will be exactly what he was hoping for, to be honest, when he signed the deal with Anaheim in the first place.
Yeah, I think this could be a good fit for him. They were using Kalen Addison, the rookie, as first power play for most of the season, and he's been a healthy scratch or in and out of the lineup lately. And if you bring in Klingberg, you can maybe play third pair and be on your first power play. And again, he's been a top power play guy before. And they've been kind of looking for that. So I actually like that move for Minnesota. They cleared out the cap space with Jordan Greenway. And Minnesota, they haven't won. What was the last time they won a playoff round? Was it 2003? I'm trying to remember. But Minnesota, just the city itself, just so much sports misery there, and always high expectations for the Wild, and they've just been like that team that's always good enough to get into the playoffs and lose in the first round every year. Maybe it'll be different. Okay, they got Marcus Johansson. I forgot about that trade already. They traded away Greenway, and what else? And so we've been hearing Dumba's name around trades for so long. He's a UFA after this season, but he didn't get traded, and yeah, that's a nice ad for them. That's John Klingberg.
Well, it is. And okay, listen, I'm going to run through. I've just got Daily Faceoff up, and these are some minor deals, but there have been a few more that have been reported. Of course, the Jordan Greenway, listen, the return for Minnesota, Bill Guerin did a job today. They moved off of Greenway, but I mean, they have Reeves. They've got other players that fill that role for them. And to get a second rounder in 2023 from Buffalo and a fifth rounder in 2024, way beyond what I thought you could have possibly got for Jordan Greenway. So a pretty impressive run. Now, the Minnesota Wild weren't done. Ducks trade Chase Prisky for Austin Strand to Buffalo, some minor leaguers. Jacob Peterson to the Sharks from Dallas for Scott Reedy, more AHL guys. The Leafs traded Dryden Hunt to the Calgary Flames for Radim Zahorna. Most of these are, players not on NHL rosters. However, another deal, former St. Louis Blue Oscar Sundqvist moves from Detroit to the Minnesota Wild for a 2023 fourth-round pick. Rasmus Asplund to the Predators for a seventh-rounder in 2025. Maybe that's a player that Nashville believes might have a future in their system. Patrick Brown from the Flyers to Ottawa for a sixth-rounder this year. And Austin Wagner to the Blackhawks for future considerations. Not sure whether that is some sort of a salary dump from the Los Angeles Kings. Those are all the deals that we're hearing. And, of course, a little earlier, Dmitry Kulikov went to Pittsburgh for Brock McGinn and a third-round pick. Not a bad return for Anaheim, for Kulikov, all things considered.
No, Anaheim did well. One name from Anaheim didn't get traded was Adam Henrique. I think he's injured, so that probably hurts things. But that's a team that's been clearly tanking this year. They didn't do anything too major, but they got a third-round pick and Brock McGinn for Kulikov. That's pretty nice for them. And yeah, trading John Klingberg to Minnesota. We'll wait and see what it was. And Minnesota got some other picks by taking on salary in, being a third-party money launderer and other deals. So.
Yeah.
Good.
A little bit of NHL money laundering. What a great way to put it.
Arizona's not the only team who can do it. So I see Ken Holland speaking right now. So the Oilers are done. I like what they did. So a couple, teams that didn't do anything for sales. Montreal did 0, which was a surprise. Philadelphia didn't trade JVR, who was number 1 on the trade board coming into today. Florida did absolutely nothing, and as you said, they kind of need to get back some of. They're not going to make the playoffs. They don't have their first-round picks for the next couple of years. They're in a really bad spot. And who else am I? I'm trying to think who else was quiet here, but yeah, Calgary, who behind there, get Troy Stretcher and Nick Ritchie. So gonna be between Calgary and the Jets for that last playoff spot in the West.
I mean, that's the way it looks right now. There still is over 20 games left. I mean, listen, if any team has a 20-game stretch like the Jets just had a 20-game stretch, I mean, they'll be in that conversation as well. The thing that is just so concerning for me from a Jets perspective, regardless of what happened with the deadline and who was added, is this schedule over the next little while. Edmonton, the Sharks in. Now, the Sharks, the game you absolutely have to have. A home game against the Minnesota Wild that's had their way with Winnipeg so far this year. And then the road trip to Florida, Tampa, Carolina. Oh, and then the Boston Bruins waiting for you back at Canada Life Center. This next 8 games, crucial for the Jets to salvage something from. And obviously, that'll start tonight. I see our guy Max is in chat. Now that there won't be much to talk about regarding the Jets, we should have a daily segment dedicated to AEW with Dynamite coming up in a few weeks here. Give us something to look forward to. Well, I guarantee you guys will feel different if the Jets can pull off a couple wins this weekend. That being said, I would say that they're underdogs in both of these matchups against the Edmonton Oilers, and it'll be very interesting next 20 games as we go through to the playoffs. I will say this, and again, maybe this is I don't know about Money Puck, Reem. I mean, sometimes when there's all the different playoff predictors, we like the ones that are favorable to our team, and we dismiss the ones others. The Jets' chances of making the playoffs has dropped to 83%. Calgary's sitting at 48%. The Kings are at 85.9%. Colorado 90%. Vegas 91%. Seattle 91%. Minnesota 91%. But the craziest thing about this Money Puck model,
yes,
is that here's a Colorado to win the Cup, 2.5%. Kings to win the Cup, 2.4%. Vegas to win the Cup, 1.4%. The Winnipeg Jets, 5.8%, which puts them third in the West behind the Minnesota Wild at 6.2 and the Edmonton Oilers at 13.2. I'd be lying if I said I had any idea how they calculate this stuff. Hopefully they're right. But I figured people would get a kick out of that, at least when we dropped it on the show today.
Yeah, Calgary's 5.2%, and I still think the Jets are going to be in the playoffs just because I don't think there's anyone who's going to catch them. Calgary, I don't think is very good, and the other teams below. I said this early in the show. St. Louis, Nashville, they're below. Vancouver, they're all taken. The only team that's going to catch them is Calgary.
8 teams for 9 spots.
Yeah. You mean nine teams for 8 spots?
Excuse me.
And hey, it's been a long show here, Huss. You've talked for almost 4 hours, minimal breaks. So there's been a lot of topics, but they'll get in, and I guess they figure Hellbuck could get hot, and they could go. And also the West not as difficult as the East. So I do like the theory that the West team will just waltz, maybe Colorado waltz to the final and play up an East team that's just gone through this meat grinder of matchup. So that'll be something to see how that will play out. And I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, our focus is going to turn to 2 things. Cheveldayoff speaking this afternoon. We do expect that he will have a presser at some point from Canada Life Center to answer the questions of the assembled media, discuss why they did what they did and some of the things that maybe they considered and didn't do, or why not, how they feel about this team going forward. I mean, for anyone that thinks, and listen, I've talked about this all week long, I am the opinion that they were far less aggressive because of the way the team's played in the last 4 to 6 weeks, and I don't think they thought that it would be prudent. I'm not sure that they believe that this is a Stanley Cup contender, although obviously some of you do. I'm not in that camp right now. Can they make the playoffs? Can they maybe win a round? Yeah, certainly it's possible. Is it likely? Well, I mean, I think it's likely they make the playoffs. I mean, to miss the playoffs would be, that would be devastating, I think, for the organization, to be honest. You want to get back, you want to be in it, but as long as the Avalanche are getting back to full strength and, you've got a bunch of really good teams. And again, this is in the West, which isn't even close to the East. So, I think that the writing was on the wall about what this does. But, and I don't think Cheveldayoff will speak to all of this, but Remis, I have to think that with where they are right now, especially considering the moves that they made, I mean, yeah, it was a future 4th rounder for Namestnikov, and it was a 2nd rounder for Niederreiter, who has another year of term, who will be with the club, who at some point, if they are in sell mode, will be an asset that they could certainly recoup that asset. I think we are officially, whether it's, I mean, it's not now, but at the end of this season, getting into the real turnover of this core that a lot of you were hoping to happen last year, and it didn't happen. Listen, overall, it's been a fun season. I mean, the team has, I think, exceeded most people's expectations. But what's funny is how those expectations went from 0 to 100, and now how disappointed so many people are that the team didn't mortgage the entire future to go nuts here at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I'm curious how it's going to be. I think there's a lot of disappointment out there that you just add the 2 forwards. You know, maybe you could have added a another forward somehow. You know, shipped out a defenseman like we've been talking about since the summer. I think there are probably opportunities to improve the club, but you know, as we about to turn over this core, it's been, the team's been here for what, 12 years now. You have to think that it's a bit of a disappointment the way that this is all going to turn out. If, you know, Scheifele and Wheeler leave, Hellebuyck leaves in the summer. I mean, this was kind of, we talked about this is going to be the last dance, and the way they're kind of fizzling out here in the second half into I don't know what's going to happen in the summer, but bit of a disappointment here after we had such high hopes after getting the Western Conference Final in 2018. I'm sure we'll have time for a franchise, a core eulogy when it's actually broken up. But I mean, it's hard not to see where the team is right now as the beginning of the end. Or that could have been a while ago, but now it's like teams saying, you were talking with Scott that they've shown, or Scott was saying that they don't believe that this team can go far, even though the West is wide open and they're right there in a playoff spot.
Yeah, Joe Witherspoon in chat. What's up, Joe? Great to see you hanging out. So miss the playoffs or get thumped in round 1. Would have rather begun selling and started the rebuild early. And there'll be lots of people that will feel that way. Although, 6 weeks before, frankly, before all of the guys that the team was missing, including Nikolai Ehlers and Wheeler and Nate Schmidt, came back, this team was in a really, really good spot. Unfortunately, I think we've seen the regression to the mean right now. And hey, listen, it's going to be on those guys to figure it out. I don't think that they will quit. If anything, they'll know what the situation is going forward, and we'll see whether they can get some wins over what is, about as imposing a stretch of games that we're going to see this entire season. I know Rob Pepper was asking if the teams play, if the team plays Calgary again. They do have an April home game. I want to say it's like April 6th, second last week of the season, part of that last homestand against the Calgary Flames. So listen, we are going to talk to Dustin Nielson coming up in Edmonton a little bit. And I'm not sure. Do we have any word on when Cheveldayoff might speak?
Haven't seen that. I'm texting with Ken to see if we could fit Ken in at some point. He wanted to go on after he knew that they were done.
Okay.
And it appears they are done. So I texted him, sounds like they're done, and waiting to hear back from him. But he was really unsure and preferred to go yesterday, which he did. And you and him had a great talk about Logan Stanley's trade request, which that video didn't expire when I posted it this morning at 7 a.m. I thought maybe by now it would have been expired, but you can watch that discussion on our channel. So that's why you gotta subscribe.
Well, we're going to head to Edmonton right now. But yeah, exactly. Well over 700 in the chat. If you popped in late, great to have you with us. Hit that red subscribe button. Give us the little thumbs up on it. And shout out to all the new members. Thanks again to Rob Kane, who did the 10 gifted subs today on the chat. And if you do want to support Winnipeg Sports Talk in another way, check out the website, winnipegsportstalk.com, and check out all the merch we've got on the website. You can, of course, get the Winnipeg Sports Talk New Era Special Edition hats available over at Royal Sports. All right. we'll get a couple of fire extinguishers out for the chat, and let's get Dustin Nielson in here from Edmonton. Probably a little bit of a different vibe around the Oilers than it is around Jetland heading in. Dusty, what's up? Good to have you on the show, dude.
Hey, buddy. Welcome to the Lock Shop. How are you doing today?
Exactly. Can we just make some XFL picks?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe talk Briar a little bit. That might not go well. But that being said, while everyone is here, make sure to get us, I'm going to go in and I'm going to throw this link right now into the chat because we're right around 600 subs. We have a brand new Lock Shop YouTube channel, and we're giving away $1,000 when we get to 1,000 subscribers. So for everyone that's here, we do lots of fun conversations from Winnipeg, Edmonton, talking sports betting and more. There is the address right there. Pop on over.
Give us a sub. Give us a sub. That'd be great.
The sub button. And for you new folks, sub to Winnipeg Sports Talk and the Lock Shop. All sorts of good stuff.
I got the $1,000 right here still.
There it is.
Subscribe to the channel. We're going to give away $1,000. I have this sitting here for a month.
Let's go. Well, before we get to these games tonight, we've been on the air, saw Ken Holland speaking. What's the vibe around the Oilers? Listen, I guess no matter what happened, when Connor McDavid scores 2 goals a game and the team beats the Leafs, thrashes the Leafs, and Nuge beats the hell out of Hull, that people would be pretty happy. But I imagine compared to maybe some other teams in the West, including right here in Winnipeg, vibes and confidence is high.
Yeah, I think they have to be. I think this is a very good deadline for Ken Holland, considering he had no money basically going in. He literally has like $167 coming out of this thing in cap space. So he spent to the limit. Now, he did put himself in a tough cap spot, which is one of the reasons that they weren't able to hop in as some of these other guys. But Ekholm he's exactly what they needed. Like, Matthias Ekholm is exactly what this team has needed on the blue line for quite some time. He's going to take some of the pressure off Darnell Nurse. He's going to play with Bouchard, hopefully up his game 5-on-5 as well. His Swedish roots right there alongside Philip Broberg, who's one of their young guys who's going to hopefully be a big part of their future. So he just checks off so many boxes. He looks steady against the Maple Leafs in that victory as well. And then yesterday they added Bukestad, who I don't know, he's been killing penalties in Arizona, but their penalty kill sucks. He takes a lot of faceoffs, but he's at 47%. I think he wins less than 43%, but he takes a ton on the penalty kill. But he gets away from, actually, he's +7 on Arizona this year, which is kind of weird if you're still buying to plus minus, because everybody else is a bunch of minuses on that team. And he's had some positive numbers 5-on-5. So he'll come into Edmonton. He's not going to play the 17 minutes a night he's been playing in Arizona. He's probably going to play like 13, 14 minutes a night. Jay Woodcroft did say they were going to start him as a center. So you got a right shot center there, so they can run him, McLeod, and then a combination of Nuge and Draisaitl and Connor McDavid, who, like you mentioned, has been absolutely otherworldly for the last little while.
Are they still talking about the Nuge fight in the on the text line?
Today we did talk. We're like, somebody asked on the text line, they're like, do you guys think the Oilers have enough toughness? And I said, well, playoff toughness nowadays is different. And then Tommy Gazzola listed off like 3 guys, and I piped in. I said, and you forgot Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who's never lost a fight in his life. So, but it's a good vibe. This has been an interesting week because, everybody's stressed out about the deadline. Then they had Boston on Monday. Then they had Toronto. This week could have been an absolute disaster. Instead, you get the perfect piece for yourself on the back end. You get a depth forward. You played the Bruins really well, ended up losing that game, but played them pretty well, pretty tight. And then you pumped the Toronto Maple Leafs on the national game with Chris Cuthbert on the call. So, so far it's now, that being said, if the Jets beat them twice this weekend, Monday's going to be a train wreck in this city. So we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, well, it's going to be that way for one of us on Monday. I'll tell you that much. And I don't know if even a split can change. Listen, there's a lot of people. And I think some people had very different expectations of what the Winnipeg Jets were going to do. I was sort of in the camp with the trend that we've seen from this club and the way they've been playing for the last 4 to 6 weeks, really since sort of the middle of January. That I didn't think it was prudent to go crazy and, trade all your best prospects and first round picks for something that could, I think it was sort of fool's gold to think that this team was going to make a run to the cup. Can they get hot? Can Connor Hellebuck steal you some games and steal you a series? Yeah. And can maybe he do that tonight without Pierre-Luc Dubois? Everyone around here is hoping for it. But definitely I would say at least the chat here, people are underwhelmed right now. And I think when we look at the West, I mean, assuming that there's no other major moves that are coming in right at the deadline. I mean, the Colorado Avalanche didn't do a ton, although they're getting probably Landeskog and Makar back. I mean, try doing better than that with any trade so far this year. But it really does look like the Edmonton moves and Ken Holland might be, if you did a little power poll of GMs in the West right now, Ken Holland right up there. Although I have to say, very quietly, Bill Guerin in Minnesota with those late additions. He just got Oscar Sundqvist for a 4th-round pick that he probably got for brokering another deal.
Yeah.
And then adding John Klingberg, who I think the change of scenery is going to do wonders for. Do you believe that Jordan Greenway got them a 2023 second-rounder and a 5th-rounder with his 2 goals on the season?
I don't know. That's the typical, hey, you see what Nashville got for Tanner Jeannot? Do you think we can get a second for a guy who's scored even less? Well, he's a big body. So that surprised me a little bit. The Klingberg one, they didn't give up much for Klingberg. Now, Klingberg's not having a great year. That being said, Anaheim's brutal. Minnesota will be a much different spot for him, probably a little bit of a different responsibility there for him as well. And they didn't give him much to get him. I think the prospect they gave up, there's rumors that he wasn't even going to sign there anyway. So they really gave up Schuster and a 4th, and they got a bunch retained. So some pretty nice work there by Billy Guerin for the Minnesota Wild. So the Minnesota Wild kind of diving into it late. Colorado relatively quiet. Lars Eller's not a bad pickup. Thought maybe they might do a little bit more. In the Pacific's very interesting. The Los Angeles Kings went out. They got Gavrikov. Then they got Korpisalo in that deal as well to try. And then Quick leaves and then comes back to the division with the Golden Knights. The Kings were a hard out last year for the Oilers, and they didn't even have Drew Doughty in that series. But I do think, unless Korpisalo, is the real deal here once he gets to the Kings, I do think the Kings goaltending is going to sink them in the end. But good to see that they were kind of pushing as well. They do have something that these other teams don't really have, especially in the division. They can throw Kopitar and Philip Deneau, defensively sound centers, at the Oilers, and those guys caused a few issues last year for sure.
One other trade that came kind of late, and I mean, I know Remis mentioned this, but Calgary did end up doing something.
They did.
They trade Connor Mackey and Brett Ritchie to the Coyotes for Troy Stecher and Nick Ritchie. And Stecher and Ritchie both, to be honest, seem like Daryl Sutter type of players. I didn't think Calgary's been playing that badly over the course of the last couple of weeks. They've been having some real tough games. They lost in OT to Boston. They lost in regulation last night to Toronto. But that shows that they have not completely thrown up the white flag at all on this season.
Yeah, it's I think somebody texted into my show today and said, you see what Blake Coleman said? He said, Calgary's a good team that just can't win hockey games. I was just like, I mean, maybe they are. It's a bold take for somebody on the team. They were in a really interesting spot because they got to go on a little bit of a run. Like, you're not just going to make up 5 points overnight, right? They've got to sort of put it together here, and they could have very well probably got a haul for some of their guys. If they wanted to move to Foley, to one of these teams who's going to load up, or some of these other guys, they really could have cashed in. So, kind of in no man's land right now. Maybe this one minor deal is a little bit of a bump to the team that says, hey, look, we're not giving up on you. Let's go out. Maybe at some point Markstrom can make a save for them. And if he can get hot, then maybe they can make a push for some of these other teams that might be struggling a little bit. But I wasn't sure they were going to do anything today. And then, at least they did something. Although I was told today by a bunch of people out here in Alberta who popped onto Sportsnet 960 there for a bit, said things were not being handled well down in Calgary with the recent play and then a quiet deadline. So I had a little bit of a chuckle at that. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I can tell you that is exactly the same thing that people are saying here, at least around here. Here's a great lock shop themed chatter from an old 1290 legend, Ty in the Brokery. Hustler, I thought you were a betting man. What's with the conservative approach to the Jets? If not now, when? The time is now. I'm a betting man, but I don't like to make bad or dumb bets. And to be honest with you, listen, we've been talking about this all week long. I don't think the time is now for the Jets. I think the time is now to realize that you're going to get what you're going to get out of this season. And hopefully it goes well. Hopefully they're in the playoffs. It'd be great to make a bit of a run. But I mean, I think you're nuts if you think that this team is coming out of the West or winning the Stanley Cup. And I think that would be the case as well, even if they mortgaged all their future. Like, I don't think there was something out there that turns this team with this current core, Hellebuck notwithstanding, into a team that's beaten the Avalanche, beaten the Oilers, and then going to be taking on who's ever standing in the East.
What would that be? Like, what would that piece be? Like, you're right. They're not available because somebody would have been all over. But what do you think they're missing from being in that spot, Huss? What is it?
Well, listen, I mean, certainly, a change on the blue line. And there was a lot of talk about Jacob Chychrun. The Chychrun deal's fascinating in that what Ottawa gave Arizona was reportedly not as good. Now, I don't know whether the Jets were one of the teams that offered 2 first-rounders.
The Oilers offered more than the Sens. That was out there, yeah.
And didn't get it done. Although, to be honest, I think the Oilers might end up being better off with Ekholm.
Yeah,
with an extra year of term, knowing where he's at, and he does sort of have that experience and size, although Chychrun's a heck of a player. But honestly, I think that this team is going to see a significant changeover in their key players. And I know if everyone wants to win the Cup and people were disappointed with the way things went from 18 to 19 and certainly the last couple of years, but I think we're now finally getting to that point where there's going to be a significant changeover, and I think that's probably starting this summer. Although there's a lot of hockey left to be played, and we will see what's left of this club. But it's a very different situation than what Ken Holland's got in Edmonton. In that, what's the contracts left of after this season for Draisaitl and McDavid? 3 and 4?
Draisaitl's got 2, and McDavid's got 3.
So Ty, if you're asking the question, if not now, when? That to me is the Edmonton Oilers. Not as much on potentially going into an offseason where you're going to potentially lose Pierre-Luc Dubois, Mark Scheifele, and God forbid you don't get Connor Hellebuck signed. And the bottom line is, if this team can continue to play the way they did through the first half of the season and not falling off like we've seen in previous years, maybe we're having a different story. But the thing is, if Boston wins, if Jersey wins, the guys that they brought in will be nice complementary players, but it starts with the core of those teams. And listen, I guess some of you are still completely sold on the core of the Winnipeg Jets. I'm not, but I really do think that neither is management. And I think that's part of the reason why they didn't sacrifice what would have been a significant part of future assets to have more additions to the club at the deadline.
Well, you talk about where Edmonton is at right now, and this is it. This is it. If you don't at least make significant runs or a significant push, when Draisaitl's up in 2 years, what's going to stop him from going? When McDavid's up in 3 years, what's going to stop him from going and joining Draisaitl wherever he ends up? Now, what they have done is for the next 2 years, they have McDavid and Draisaitl, they have Kane, they have Hyman, and they have Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. And those other 3 guys are all signed to deals just over $5 million for like the next 3, 4, 5 years. So they've got their core. If you want, you include Nurse in there. Tassini to be better. He's a little overpaid, sure. Now you got Ekholm for 3 years. So you got Ekholm, Nurse, Bouchard will be under control, and all those forwards I mentioned, along with some cost-controlled forwards up front, some younger guys. This is it. This is the window here for the next 3 years. Well, you have Connor McDavid, and if Edmonton, and that's why I don't mind what Edmonton did. Like, they got Ekholm, he's got term, he's 30, he's going to be 33 in May, but they still have their first rounder next year. They still have their second rounder next year, so they can go at it again, maybe even heavier next year, Huss.
Yeah, no, it's true. I guess the one thing is, do they have the guys that can stop the puck?
Well, next year when they trade for Connor Hellebuck, obviously that'll get sorted out too. So
stream's over. Get this guy out of here. Apparently, Chevy, by the way, is speaking at 3:00, so we'll roll up to 3 and then continue to carry that live here, folks. So we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We got some great trade offers that I won't even bother throwing up. Dave Asplin, no, but if you want to subscribe to the Lock Shop, here you go. It's in the chat. Hit that subscribe button, boys, and get in there on their first 100K. As far as right now, though, how much talk was there about maybe adding to goaltending, or was that kind of off the table considering what they've committed to Campbell and the fact that they extended Skinner earlier this year?
That's the one thing. We had a lot of people text in. I think.
Are they out on Campbell?
Well, people have turned on Campbell relatively quickly. I understand why. Now he's got 3 years left. Low Tide today when we were doing our deadline coverage talked about how, a goaltender might take some time to settle in, get going into the second year. They're just lucky that Skinner's been better and Skinner makes no money. He just got an extension. There's another piece of that core moving forward, right? His new deal will kick in as well. And they'll have both goaltenders signed for about $8 million, which is okay. You can deal with it. If one of your guys is a starter for $3 million and the other guy's making $5.5 million and you can't play him very often, not ideal. But $8 million on your two goaltenders isn't the end of the world. Campbell went on a run here where in January, Skinner wasn't playing great. Campbell started to play better. His numbers got better. And he's managed to win a few games where the Oilers have scored 5 and they've won 5-4 and things like that. So overall, his numbers aren't good. I will tell you right now, if the playoffs started tonight, Stuart Skinner would be the goaltender that starts game 1. And I think it would be ridiculous if you just didn't run Skinner the entire series. You'll go back and forth right now because you try to get Campbell going or whatever. But Skinner's the guy and has earned that call moving forward, I believe. Campbell, even when they signed Campbell, it's not like he played a ton of games in the National Hockey League, right? It took this guy a long time to solidify a spot in the NHL. And if you look at mistakes that Ken Holland has made so far, this one still is to be determined, but it's not looking great. Let's just say that for now.
All right, so guys, Cheveldayoff's coming up live at 3 p.m. We're going to carry that live. So right now, Remis is going to open up registration for the marbles. Make sure you've hit the red subscribe button. You got to be subscribed to win. It's completely free to go in. And let's get, we're almost at 400 thumbs up. Thanks for the support, everybody. That is very nice. Hit that up. And while you're at it, subscribe to that link that I hit up in the lock shop. Dusty, you've covered this league for a long time. Let's just get away quickly from Winnipeg and Edmonton. What do you make of the arms race that we've seen over the last 2 weeks in the East?
It's fascinating. I can't remember the last time that there were 6 teams in either conference, even in the league, really, that all were getting in on something, right? And they're all really good hockey teams. That race in the East, I love the fact that it was okay, Boston make a trade. They'll pull the trigger on Orlov. The Toronto Maple Leafs have Ryan O'Reilly. And then the New York Rangers, well, I guess they kind of started it a little bit earlier on when they got Tarasenko. Then they add Kane. Tampa Bay, who's gone to 3 consecutive Stanley Cups, they go and get into the mix as well. Carolina, they got my boy, Puljujärvi, huge addition. And then they got the blue liner that they brought in as well. They're a very good team. The Eastern Conference playoffs, I don't know if I've been, there's been series that I've been excited for over the last few years. But I don't know if I've been this excited for a conference and to see how it plays out in a long, long time because there's so much on the line here. Tampa's trying to hang on and push forward. Boston's trying to take down those guys. And then you got the Toronto Maple Leafs who are like, hey, look at us. We're relevant. We're going to go do something this year. And then I still wouldn't take Toronto to beat either of those other 2 teams. So respect Dubas trying to save his job or get an extension or something. But the East is going to be absolutely fascinating.
Well, we had a bit of a laugh earlier today talking about 1 year ago today, all the talk was about the Florida Panthers, who were top of the East. They were so aggressive. They've got no first-round pick this year, next year, the year afterwards. And they're on the verge of missing the playoffs. Who of those 6 teams that proverbially went all in, who is the Florida Panthers of this season, Dusty?
Toronto. I think it's probably Toronto. I wonder if New Jersey could be that team next year, though. New Jersey just came out of nowhere, and I guess Hughes took another level, and they brought in a number
Jack
1
Hughes has been
defenseman
a
and stuff.
monster this season.
But I don't want to take anything away from New Jersey, but if I had to pick one of the teams of this, this Super 6-pack or whatever you want to call it, to maybe take a step back, maybe. I think they got some good young pieces who are taking steps in the right direction, right? Whereas Florida was built around Huberdeau and Barkov and a defenseman that can't necessarily stay healthy all the time. I hope this continues, man. I hope this continues. You look at how the Rangers sort of, remember they put out the article, they're like, oh, we're going to go into a rebuild, and then boom, turned it around. They got a 1st and 2nd overall pick playing on that roster right now, but they're not overly contributing a ton. So it's set up here for a few years. That's for sure.
Yeah, we might be getting that letter next year here in Winnipeg.
Oh.
I have a feeling we're going to be
That's a good
getting that
step.
letter.
It's a good step.
You know what? At a certain point, you have to do it. And listen, I mean, this is not news to anybody in the chat. By the way, if you're wondering what is going on in the chat, if you're new, you haven't been around, !marbles, get in there. We'll do a fun little marble race in a second for a prize. And then we will hear from Kevin Cheveldayoff live at 3 p.m. Make sure you have hit the red subscribe button. But yeah, I think it is going to be that letter. And then when you're talking about guys like Dubois, potentially Mark Scheifele, again, I don't want to consider Connor Hellebuck. To me, you got to give him a Carey Price contract and have him be the cornerstone. Hopefully he's down with it. But there might be a little bit of short-term pain beyond this season for hopefully some long-term gain. All that being said, the difference between the East and what was put out by those teams compared to what's in the West, I mean, I've never, as long as I've been watching hockey, we've always talked about maybe one conference being stronger than the other or a really tough division. But, I mean, it is so skewed right now. And, listen, that's a great thing for teams like the Jets and the Oilers because I think you've got a way more realistic chance of potentially going on a run. But I'll tell you what, the Colorado Avalanche, once they get healthy and let's say they make it through the Central Division and make it out of the Western Conference, I don't know what's going to be left of the team that ends up winning the East. And that's something that we have seen before.
Well, it's interesting with Colorado because last year they cruised, right? Like last year, Colorado was a juggernaut. East was pretty good last year, and then same type of thing, battling through, and then Colorado took care of business, not with ease, but not as difficult as maybe it should have been if both teams were in the same sort of spot and come through the same sort of journey to get there. Which is why I think people in Edmonton are kind of excited, right? Because although I said this today on some of our coverage, the East, it's elite, but the West, if Colorado, depending on Colorado's health, the West is still relatively evenly matched. Like, I don't think, like for example, I don't think the Oilers are going to sweep the Kings in the first round and get 8 days to rest. Like, I think whoever comes out of the West is going to have to earn it more than Colorado did last year, and I include Colorado in that this year. But the good teams that you're going to have to knock off to come out of the East, I mean, let's say Toronto does somehow get it done. They're and they have to play all the teams that we would expect them to face. Can you imagine getting to a Stanley Cup final, having to go through Tampa, Boston, and Carolina? Like that's insane. But that's the type of road you're going to have to take. It's nuts.
And hey, before we go, let's quickly talk about the Hurricanes. Because while every one of those other teams was trading their first-round picks and their top prospects, the Canes sat back and added Gostisbehere and Puljujarvi. They still have cap space. They still have pretty much all of their picks minus the third rounder, and it was just a prospect that went to Edmonton. They were basically just taking on the salary. They didn't even have to give up.
Yeah, they just gave up a salary. That was it. And they still have another third rounder. They've got picks in every round for the next 3 years. So,
are you surprised that they didn't sort of meet everyone at the table, or is that just a matter of they're very confident in their team and felt that they didn't need to do it?
Yeah, I think their owner has said multiple times, like, he's not a fan of moving significant pieces, for rentals and things like that. They brought in Gostisbehere, but they didn't have to give up much for him. Yes, Puljujarvi comes in. If it works out, it's fine. You literally had nothing to do. I thought maybe they'd be a team that would get in on Chychrun or something just because they had the cap space. But hard to argue with what they've done regular season. Now, and I love these guys. I think they're extremely talented. Sebastian Aho, Svechnikov, Teravainen, Marty Necas is having a great year. Are those the types of guys who can get it done in the postseason against some of these elite cores who have already won it? That's going to be a tough call. Plus, their goaltending isn't Shesterkin if he gets hot, or Vasilevsky, or Allmark having an all-time season. So there are some areas where Carolina could have got better, but they've built something really good there. So I have a hard time doubting them.
I don't doubt them either. I think that they'll be a real tough out, and wouldn't it be hilarious? I don't know what this does to Trade Center next year, but if they're the team that ends up coming out of the East after all those other 6 teams did all of that. Hey, listen, pal, great stuff. Enjoy the weekend in these 2 games between the Jets and the Oilers. Thanks for coming on, and I'll look forward to getting back in the lock shop with you next week.
Sounds good, buddy. Have a good weekend.
Thanks so much. There's Dustin Nielson. Give him a follow on Twitter at Nielsen TSN 1260, and follow Lock Shop Bets while you're at it. The two of us go mano a mano, head to head, most days at noon before Winnipeg Sports Talk at 1 on Twitter and on our Lock Shop YouTube channel. All right, Remo, we got to crank out this race before we hear from the general manager of the Winnipeg Jets. What's the word?
Yeah, I'm just going to close it up. Normally we do last call and stuff, but we're in a time crunch.
Everyone's had some time. We got to add
10 minutes.
Let's add Dusty, and then let's add Nino Niederreiter and Namestnikov. Two long names on marbles.
Oh yeah, good thing I know how to spell them. So we got 204 names. I see people typing it in now, but they probably didn't get in. So
we're pressed for time, folks.
And there were people who typed it in like way before I had opened it. So you got to watch for. I guess it just takes one person to start a train. So if you didn't get in. You're either too early or too late.
Here's the thing. While you get that set up, I will promise you that we'll do an extra marble race at some point next week because it's a huge week for Winnipeg Sports Talk. Today is episode 499 of WST, so we'll come out of the weekend.
Whoa.
For episode 500. Hard to believe, but man, we're excited about that. And then on Wednesday is the official second anniversary. We started Winnipeg Sports Talk with our first ever show March 8th of 2021, and still trucking with one of our biggest shows ever with 499, and I'm sure next week will be a big one too. So make sure to join us Monday. Well, join us every day. Hit the subscribe button and just be with us. But we'll bang out another marble race or two, but normally we do it Friday afternoon around this time. So set your reminders to jump in for the marbles.
We just got a major super chat here from Frosty, group donation with iHeart, Greg M, and Coops. They gave a $100 super chat.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, that's
you guys,
insane.
Thank you.
Not necessary. But,
can't even
appreciate it. Well, that's pretty insane.
Wow. iHeart, Greg M, Coops, Frosty Winnipeg. Thank you guys so much. That is that's phenomenal. It's the biggest gift we've ever received on the program, and cannot thank you enough for it. All right, Reem, Chevy coming up in about 5 minutes or so. So let's fire this up and see who our big winner is today.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring up the chat thing, but it's freezing my computer, so I'm going to close something. So we got 200 and... How many did I got here? 207 total names. As I get this up, we got a strict deadline here. Deadline marbles. I got to save it. And then we got to play a theme song too, right?
Yeah, for sure.
We'll pick a track that's like not crazy long.
Yeah. Give one that's under 2 minutes because we don't have the time.
We don't have the time. So I'll pick a theme song right now. I don't know if there's any requests.
Go. Tristan Rivers, all-timer from our supporters and the artist behind this theme song for Marbles on WST.
Okay, picking the first one.
It's Friday, another week of words gone by. You deserve to treat yourself, maybe an ice cream cake or a bottle of rye. No day in, so that you can't deny. Why use effort even for pleasure? You find luck to cry. It's time to do a marble race. No separating best to worst. Marble race. Just like marbles with the punctuation first. Marble race. Don't spam or you will suffer. Oh, let's pay. Marble race. You will mark before it's too late.
Hey, Reem.
Yep.
Chevy's apparently starting. Let's just hold the marble race and head over there, and then come back after Chevy. We'll be here and we'll drop the marbles. How about that?
Save some room that we can call up if we need to. We got opportunities to to show that this group is the group that got us here, and we have a lot of confidence that it can take us to the next level.
Did the last 6 or 7 games change your approach to how you looked at this deadline?
Yeah, no, obviously we were very excited to get Nino Niederreiter, a player that, really wasn't on our radar up until, a couple of days ago, so to speak, when we started having conversations with the Predators. So those are the unique things about trade deadlines that, sometimes, teams that you don't think are selling become sellers. Sometimes teams that are sellers, maybe aren't. And then, obviously there's, just lots of different things that transpire as you go.
Yeah, I guess the last one for me. Ellie, do you feel like you've improved your team that they can compete for a Stanley Cup then now with just a couple of additions?
Yeah, I think that if you look at our team and you look at how it's constructed, it's kind of been constructed over a period of time. We used lots of different assets over the years to acquire the different players on this team. I think if you look at it, the majority of the core of this team has either been drafted or traded for, and we've got a world-class goaltender that certainly can, obviously I'd match it up against any of the goaltenders in this league. I'd match our top two centermen with anybody in this league. I'd match our wingers. Obviously you mentioned Kyle Connor, Nick Ehlers, Nino Niederreiter. You got Blake Wheeler. You've got wingers that can score. I think you've got lines that can check, and I think you look at the depth with respect to the people that are available on the fourth line that can kill penalties and provide roles. So you look at our defense. It's deep. It's big. We were having a player that is having a Norris type of year. So if you look at all the different components as to why you think you should be able to compete for a Stanley Cup, I think we've got them.
Kevin, just to follow up on the players, a couple of them saying they wanted you to go all in, looking at this as your window, improving the team. I'm wondering, is there a concern at all on the effect it might have on the players for future years, thinking that this might be the window or the 1-2 year window that you have?
Everyone talks about different windows and everything like that, but these guys are players that are good players that are they're the ones that are going to take us to the championship here. It's not the players necessarily that you acquire at the deadline or different things like that. You do your work in constructing your team during the summers. You do your tweaking at a deadline. There's players that are available at different deadlines for different reasons. But again, I think you've seen you see on the eastern side things are maybe a little bit different. On the western side here, I think you saw teams that kind of picked and choose on the different areas that they needed to improve upon, or if their opportunity to improve upon was there or needs, that they solidified them.
What's your message to fans who want to see this team go deep into the playoffs, felt that this was a real big opportunity for you? I mean, you look at, you made Niederreiter's a good trade, you've added to the team, but to those fans that feel like they were hoping that you would do more.
Well, I think fans, obviously always hope you're going to do more. There's certainly the advent of social media. There's a lot of misinformation out there that, fans tend to maybe gravitate towards and maybe get a little bit overly excited about the different opportunities that you might actually have in front of you. This isn't fantasy hockey. This is real. There's a real hard cap. There's assets that organizations have, and, everyone talks about trading picks. We saw a lot of, picks traded, over this course of time. We've traded a lot of picks over the period of time to assemble this team. So, again, we were aggressive. We were in the market. We got players that we feel that help us win right now, and that's the most important thing.
Last one for me. You mentioned you were aggressive. You were connected, whether they were rumors or reports, whatever, connected to a handful of players. What was your hope or plan going into it? How close did you get to that?
Well, again, I think that you're always in this game. You're always making the calls, and that. Again, it's hard to answer that because the plethora of rumors that are out there of all the players that I actually never even called on is amazing. What is rumored that we might have been in every single one? It's kind of like July 1st. Like everyone, rumors everybody in on every single player. Fact is you only have a finite, either it's cap or resources or anything like that. So again, I think that, deadlines tend to over-exaggerate a little bit of what is actually real.
In 2018 and 19, probably when you saw yourself as a front runner, real contender, you had no issues spending all of the cap space that you had, or just about. You got out of LTI this year, moving Brian Little last year, and didn't use all of the space that you have in this case. So is that maybe a sign that you don't see this team in that same team?
No. So, again, there's some things that people don't factor in. We have to save some money for Cole Perfetti's performance bonuses that are potentially there. It's a formula that it's hard, to explain how, but you have to keep real dollars in there, not face value dollars. So there's a little bit less cap space in there than what people think. You have to save some money for a call-up. What you don't want to be in is in a situation where, you have to play short because you don't have the cap space during a meaningful, period of time. So there's probably a marginal amount that we, could have spent, but, again, you're going for the different people, and sometimes cap is an issue, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes, again, Vladdy, fortunately for us, didn't cost us, the $2.5 million. It only cost us the $1.25. But had we had traded for him for $2.5, that would have taken a lot more of our cap space.
Sort of with 2024 and all of those pending UFAs kind of in my mind. You mentioned you built your team through the draft as you have and through trades as you have. It seems like that next window depends a little bit on free agency and your ability to extend your own guys. So is there any amount of this trade deadline that could be seen as sending a message or not sending a message to those guys that are part of you extending this window?
No, I think that, again, the message is that I believe in this group. We didn't move anybody out, at the deadline. This group is the group that got us, to this point. We've added, a couple of strategic pieces that we felt was important, and that this group is good enough to take us to the next level.
And last one for me right now is Pierre-Luc Dubois. Has there been talk of an extension, or what's the expectation?
I've had no talks with any of our pending RFAs.
Scott touched on it a bit, but how much then did the team's recent play factor into your approach?
Well, again, it's not factoring into the approach. I think you approach the deadline with the goal in mind and filling the areas that you can in front of you, with the options that are real. And, again, that's what you have to deal with. So we didn't necessarily look and say, because of how we're playing here, we're not going to do this or not going to do that. But, you have to do and deal with what's real in front of you. And we felt that, these were the best options. That's why we struck on Nino when we did. And obviously today, things fell into place, with Vladdy that only became available, yesterday.
So if the team had, say, been on an 8-game winning streak right now, you wouldn't have been more aggressive?
No, because again, we were as aggressive as we were able to be.
What do you make of what's happened in the East?
Good question. It's a good question.
Glad you're not there?
Again, I'm glad I'm here.
How do you feel your moves have kept pace then with the other moves in the West?
Well, it's not so much, you don't make moves to keep pace. You make moves, again, to fill your holes with, the opportunities that are in front of you, and you see the fit. So I like what we had. Obviously, we didn't see the Cole Perfetti injury coming. That was something that, it was unfortunate, in that regard. But as far as the moves we made, we feel we filled the holes that to allow us to be a deeper, team, 1 through 5 lines.
Overall, from what you saw around this trade deadline, how would you describe the prices that were being paid for the assets?
Well, I think, again, I was talking to one manager yesterday, and I don't know if this, again, you guys can do the research, but I think there was at one point maybe 12 times a first-round pick was moved, something like that, whereas in past deadlines, I think maybe the average is like 3 or 3.5 or 4. So it was a bizarre, deadline when it came to, different things like that, and I think things obviously happened, like I said in the onset here, a little bit quicker than normal deadlines do.
Did that price seem like it was a barrier this year?
No, it wasn't a barrier. But again, it's again the opportunity. It's got to be the right fit. It's got to be again. It's got to be a player that if you're paying those kind of prices is long term. Those are the kind of things that that come into play. Like we've been aggressive over the years, and we were certainly not afraid of being aggressive if the opportunity was there for us.
I'm interested in your take on what you're seeing from your team's play basically over the last 6 weeks, where you think things have kind of gone wrong, at least in the drop in the standings, and why you have faith that they're going to be able to turn this around.
Yeah, I think that, again, it's a great question. I think we need to get back to the structure that, that we were successful with throughout this course of this year, playing the way that we can. I think that although we didn't get the results that we wanted to in the Kings game, I really liked a lot of things about that game, with respect to, reining things back in and playing with, with the structure and the intensity and stuff like that we need to. So, again, I think that if you look at, and again, you look at around the league, teams go through these kind of spells, and there's a few teams in the Western Conference that went through it at different points in time. You can't take it lightly. You have to, get back on track, obviously, with, just about 20 games left, till the end here. It's important that you get playing that right way again.
Kevin, it was reported yesterday that Logan Stanley has asked for a trade. Can you confirm if that's the case?
Yeah, I'm not going to confirm or deny, anything with regards to, those kind of private conversations. Again, I think that there's opportunities for players. Logan's had a tough go with a couple of injuries that have kept him out of the lineup for extended periods of time. And again, it's a tough league to be in. You're playing for keeps. You're playing to win, and we'll ice the lineup that the coaches feel has the best chance to win in each and every night, regardless of the players.
I think maybe one reason people would be underwhelmed by the trade deadline would be that you mentioned losing Cole Perfetti. You obviously got Nino Niederreiter right away, but you lost a pretty valuable piece till it looks like at least the end of the regular season. Was the Nino Niederreiter trade almost because of the injury to Cole Perfetti?
No. Again, I think, you're looking at acquiring now. When Cole Perfetti got hurt, I didn't know Nino Niederreiter was available, because obviously he didn't come available till, really only recently. So again, that opportunity, once it opened up, we struck quickly on it.
And then just one on Cole himself. Rick talked earlier in the year about a young player like Cole, who's not the biggest, maybe needing to learn some hard lessons at times about, absorbing hits and that. He's had now, if you count last year's 2 different injuries, that's 4 injuries now. And how concerned are you about that durability? Is this just a run of bad luck?
Yeah, again, it's unfortunate for a young player to have to go through the adversity that he has, but my confidence in how he's going to grow from that is there for sure. I think he is a young player that and if you look back, there's some other guys have gone through these types of things as well. But as far as affecting him long term in the future and that, we're not worried about that at all. It's just unfortunate that the timing of it for him is what it is at this point in time.
And just last one for me, draft picks are obviously a commodity, but you've made some very good draft picks in recent years that are now, promising prospects. Are those guys untouchable when you're talking trades, or
No, they're not. And I think what people, again, there's lots of, again, conversations that go on, out there. Sometimes you like your pick, sometimes the other team doesn't. And vice versa, and sometimes, there's deals to be made, but they want a right shot defenseman and you have left shots, or you have a centerman, or you don't have a centerman, or you do have a centerman, or you don't have a right winger, or you do have a right. Like, those are the kind of conversations that go back and forth with managers. And then even when you're talking first round picks, like, there's speculation, well, your first round pick isn't going to be near as good as the first round pick I'm being offered. So those are conversations that, get weighed in and factored in. And, you get asked maybe to put more into deals or different things like that. But that's not just this trade deadline. That's any trade deadline. That's any, any time you're talking a trade with a team.
Kevin, as a manager, how do you know when it's time to go all in, quote unquote?
I guess the interesting thing here is this quote all in, like, again, I think it's, to win in the National Hockey League, you need to have a team. You need to construct a team that works well together, and you need to construct a team that has cohesiveness. It's not about getting the next new shiny toy. It's about, pieces that you think can fit, the character, that you think can, work together, with your room. And I think, again, the opportunity for these players to show that, this group here that we believed in, can take you to the next level with a couple of additions. And that's what we did.
And just a quick one, too. Why was it important to keep the first rounder for this year and then the year after? I know you've said you've used them before when you've gone for it. Why was it important?
Well, you said it was important. I didn't say it was important. I was just saying there wasn't an opportunity to use it.
Why do you think so many teams this year made their moves early?
That is a good question. I think there was a little bit of a scarcity, in the thing. I think teams, identified what they needed and wanted and saw it and, tried to go after it. Those are things that, again, I can't speak for the other, teams that made moves or anything like that. But I know for us, we, like I said, once we saw Nino was available, we struck right away, so do you, wait and see, what's available later? Maybe, again, I can't, speak for, what other general managers thought, but, I know for us, as soon as we had that opportunity, we did it.
So over your career making trades, once it's official, do you feel relief, satisfaction? I mean, how is it on this day?
Yeah, you feel like, okay, what's next? Because, in days like today, it can be a crazy time. Today wasn't necessarily as crazy, and that's why I think, like I said, you see things maybe coming in under the wire, different things like that. I remember the trade deadline. I think it was 19 when, Josh got hurt the night before, and all of a sudden, going into it, we weren't looking for a defenseman, and waking up that next morning, you need a defenseman because you just lost a guy. So those are things that, every single time, every single time you play a game, it's always subject to change as far as where your needs might be or what direction you might need to go.
Kevin, you had mentioned that the Nino Niederreiter deal kind of came unexpectedly out of left field. Can you give us a little bit of a peek behind the curtain? How do those trades kind of evolve? Does it start with a conversation about somebody else? I mean, how much can you share in that? Because it sounds like it was a lot like the Stastny deal in 2018.
Yeah, a little bit. The Stastny deal was a little bit different. With respect to Nashville, we had a conversation, and they indicated that they were going to take things in a little bit of a different direction, and that if you talk about the different players that might be available and your levels of interest, and then you try to ascertain what the price is going to be, and then you have to make your offer, and you have to whether there's haggling sometimes there's not, and it just depends, and in this case here is I was able to work quickly and well with David Poile to get to a price that we were both happy with.
Were there names before Nino's was brought up, that you kind of circled back to him by happenstance, or was he your target once the conversation started?
Again, there's lots of different moving parts and different balls in the air at different points in time. But again, when you feel like you have something that works and you want it, and you can, you have the price to pay for it, then you strike and do it, because you never know who else is, lurking around the corner.
Last one.
When Rick's up here sometimes, especially after last weekend's games, Friday, Sunday, you can tell it just drives him nuts when his team doesn't play with any emotion. What's it like for you watching those kind of games?
Yeah, it's hard, and fortunately for us, again, I think Rick has done a fantastic job of driving emotion and driving this group to play with emotion. The 82-game schedule is a long and hard one, and there's ebbs and flows, with it. And again, emotion and caring, should, not be lumped together. It's this group, really does care. This group really, does want, to do something good, together. And again, there's lots of different things that go in it, but it's tough. It's tough because you know that they're trying, and you know that it's not going well for them for whatever reason, and you as a manager can't go out and play. You as a coach can't go out and play. So I'm sure that again. One thing with Bones is that you do know whether you're standing here, but if he's saying something here, he's said it to the players as well. Thank you.
All right, there's General Manager Kevin Cheveldayoff speaking live from Canada Life Center after a little wrap-up of the NHL's trade deadline. Reem, and we will get to marbles right away. Thanks again for your patience, everyone, but I knew you all wanted to hear that. That was an interesting that was an interesting presser from Chevy. I would say the tone was maybe a little bit different than some of the ones that we've heard from the general manager in the past. Very interesting. Obviously, the chat was plenty of comments in the chat. Let's just say that. But a couple of crazy sound bites. I don't know, crazy, but very interesting ones that we don't normally get from Chevy. And the one that stood out to me was talking about social media and how so many fans get maybe ideas that are somewhat misplaced, and then drop "This isn't fantasy hockey. This is real." That's that's a soundbite for the ages.
I'm gonna be replaying that one. I want to have it like big letters underneath. I don't know. That was a crazy one, and I think people in chat were insulted that he said that. In questioning their intelligence when it comes to all the rumors and speculation and deals. And he even said it's funny that rumors come up with players they weren't even in on. That's what he said. A lot coming out with some great questions from Jeff and Murat. Murat asking why he didn't use all the cap space. They were saving room for Cole Perfetti's bonuses. I got to check how much.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Listen, one thing that wasn't brought up when we're talking about cap space, and this is not going to make people feel very good, but if you canceled your season tickets and you haven't been going to games this year, there's 2,000 empty seats at the building. I don't think we can overlook the possibility that the fact that, this team has been good this year, and a lot of times the rink has been far from full, may not have played into that as well. I'm not saying that is the case, but I think it has to be a possibility as well. And some people will say that's BS. We got a really rich owner. You should be prepared to lose money. It's not ours to play with, but I do wonder how the current economic state of the club and the support of the fan base this year and the erosion of season tickets and corporate sponsors and those sort of things, I do wonder, and I know that wasn't really touched on, and I'm not sure whether we would get an honest, straight answer on it either way, to be perfectly honest, but I don't think we can eliminate that from being somewhat of a factor as well, as much as that'll piss some people off.
Yeah, I have no idea if it was or it wasn't, and I was looking at Cap Friendly. They have projected cap space at the end of the year, like 850,000. So maybe they are close up. I don't know the inner workings of that. The other quote, there's a couple quotes that stand out, and see people reacting in chat and us reacting. He said there was an opportunity to use their first round pick in a trade like he had used in previous years, acquiring Kevin Hayes and Paul Stastny. And that's interesting because it seems like a lot of other teams are finding opportunities to use their first round pick. And maybe it was the thing that he felt that they weren't good enough. But then he did say he believes in the core group. But it just feels
what
like
else is he going to say?
We've just done this before. I just feel like I'm living in a repeat here.
Yeah, well, a lot of those other deadlines, they did go and make those trades, and they did use the first round pick. It's not like this hasn't happened. Like they've never done it before. But listen, I don't know how much truth serum you're going to be able to get to put into an NHL GM after, a situation like this with probably a very disgruntled fan base, many people expecting and wanting more. And what's he going to say? You know what? This team, basically what I think happened, they cooled a little bit. And we even heard this from, Elliot Friedman, Darren Drager over the last little bit, that the Jets had cooled from wanting to give up more draft capital right now because of, the situation the team was in. I mean, I think it's impossible to ignore that. Bottom line is that this sets up for a very interesting run in the final, 21 games of the season. Hopefully the playoffs, although that's far from guaranteed at this point. And then an off season, I think, unlike any that we've seen before, for obvious reasons, because the clock can't keep ticking any longer on deals with Scheifele, Hellebuck, Dubois, Wheeler, all going into the final year of their deal. And I've been saying all along, I know some people see this as a 2-year window. I saw this as a 1-year window. And that's, I guess, part of the reason why a lot of people were so keen to be uber aggressive and add more than Nino Niederreiter and Vlad Namestnikov. Obviously, that wasn't the feeling inside of Winnipeg Jets management. If you want to, obviously, we've got incredible feedback from everyone in the chat. We do have a poll up right now. And the poll, what was the question here, Reem? We've got, did Chip and Cheveldayoff do enough to help the Winnipeg Jets? Pretty simple question. And 74% no, 26% yes right now.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I think the Jets, you look at what they were last offseason, and they really did nothing to improve the club. It's the exact same team. They shuffled around the bottom 6. They got off to a hot start, but kind of cooled off to where we thought they were going to be. And they're in a playoff spot right now. I think they're going to get in the playoffs. Will they be able to make some noise? I think that depends on how well Connor Hellebuck plays. So I guess they did have an improvement over last year because they're going to be in the playoffs versus not, but it's a lot of the...
It's not guaranteed yet.
I feel, it's not guaranteed. I feel like you're going with the same group expecting a different result, and maybe there were areas where they could have improved on, and they didn't. I do like the Niederreiter trade. That's great value. What we've seen other second-round picks like Greenway and Max Domi, it's amazing that they got him, and he has another year left. I mean, that is a great trade, but I don't know if people want to see more, and I don't know if Namestnikov is the more that you wanted, but I think it'll help, and it sounds like he'll be in the lineup next week. We'll have to wait and see on that. I haven't really seen.
I'm just a little surprised. I mean, as I said, and Harvey Minuk asking what my take was in. I mean, I didn't think that this team over the course of the last 4 to 6 weeks had inspired the confidence to go all in, as a lot of people mentioned. I didn't think it was prudent. I didn't want them to trade Rucker McGroarty. I think he is an absolutely key piece of the next core of the Winnipeg Jets. And I think that with this draft being as deep as it is and the changes on the horizon, I've thought all year long that trading the first round pick would have been probably not the prudent move. However, I'm with Remis. I mean, I thought that, as far as trades went, I thought the Niederreiter for a second-round pick was one of the best, certainly value-wise, like the addition of Namestnikov. But I really did think, less so on the blue line, but more in the bottom 6, that if there was another player or two that they could have added at a reasonable cost, I would have liked to have seen it. But I certainly am not as nuclear as some of our friends in the chat right now. And again, there's still 26% of people, at least in the poll, that aren't as loud in the chat. But I think that, maybe feel that, these were prudent moves that didn't sell the farm. Good value, helps the team somewhat right now. And we'll see what happens. But it does come down, as Cheveldayoff said, the one thing that is true, this is going to come down to this team, the players, the key players. And I go back to that game. Twice in this year, we've seen to be in a bit of a confidence crisis for the Winnipeg Jets. And it's been Josh Morrissey that stepped up. The St. Louis game, he put the team on his back. They won the game. He had 2 goals and 2 assists and absolutely was the leader of the club against the LA Kings on Tuesday. There's going to need to be a couple more guys in that core to step up the way Morrissey did if we're going to be talking about a competitive team come playoff time and a team that is in the playoffs. Because, listen, I didn't think I'd be sweating out watching the Calgary Flames every night right now, but I, like many of you, have been. And 5 points is 5 points. But, man, when you talk about Edmonton, Minnesota, Florida, Tampa, Carolina, Boston, just in the next 8 games, the Jets have some really tough spots on the schedule. And starting tonight, they're going to have to find a way to come together and get some points out of these games. And it's no easy task, considering especially what's happening back-to-back tonight in Edmonton and tomorrow, 6 p.m. at Canada Life Center.
Yeah, how many straight games with 2 goals a game for McDavid? 5?
Yeah, 5. He can,
and he's going
set
for
an
the
NHL record tonight.
Tonight? Yeah. So good luck to the Jets. We're going to hope they pull out of this. We know that they've shown to be a good team this year, and they're going to have to figure out how to get back to playing the way they were playing in the first 30 games rather than the last 2 months. And again, it just seems like a bit of a familiar story with the second half drop-off. But hey, Ken was on here last week, said, they're better equipped this year to handle it, and they did make a couple additions. And I mean, I don't think Adam Lowry's going to shoot 0% for the rest of the year after getting off to that hot start, and he will be centering the second line tonight.
Yeah, no Dubois and no Appleton tonight from the sounds of it, and that is not what the team needed, considering where they're at right now and what's happening with the Edmonton Oilers. Speaking of the Oilers, just before we do the marble race, I didn't do the Coolbet lines earlier. Jets plus 130 underdogs tonight. Edmonton minus 154. A busy night. The Kraken are minus 171 in Columbus. They beat Detroit in OT last night for a big 2 points. The Canes, who were very quiet. I wonder what the Carolina sports talk chat was like today as everyone else in the East loaded up and they sort of sat back and just added Gostisbehere and Pujärvi. Minus 350 for the Canes in Arizona. Habs and Ducks. Ducks minus 118 favorites. Devils and Golden Knights. Devils have been scoring like crazy with 18 goals in their last 3 games. Devils a slight minus 118 favorite against the Golden Knights. And although, because of the way the Jets have played lately, when it comes to the lock shop and my personal bets, the Jets have been on the suspended list somewhat. The Coolbet guys did ask us to go with, we got Winnipeg and Edmonton going at it. Dusty was on the show earlier. They did ask us to put together a couple of competing exclusives. And needless to say, you know what Dusty's done? Connor McDavid to score two or more goals, over 5.5 total goals in the game, and the Oilers to win. That's plus 635. And I needed to provide a Jets one. I joked that it would be, how about Jets win and Hellebuck 60 saves? That's not the one that we put in. Kyle Connor to score, Josh Morrissey to get at least a point, and the Jets to win, plus 500. So if you like either of those, they're available right now in the Coolbet exclusives, and you can always use the promo code WST if you haven't played a Coolbet before for a 100% bonus on your first deposit up to $200. All right, Remo, we've been cranking this out for 4.5 hours right now. I think it's time to crush some marbles and then maybe go for a 1919.
Do I play the theme song again, or we already did it right before Chevy? There were some.
Yeah, it was a
good
one though. That was the Green Bay. Although Benji Rothman in chat saying that should be the intro to all of Chevy's press conferences on WST cracked me up. Maybe we'll get a different theme song for Jets press conferences from our guy Tristan Rivers Music.
Yeah, next time we'll hear it. Well, I did pick a familiar one. I thought it was a good day, and we needed a shorter one. I picked the Dojo.
All right, here we are. The Dojo. Do we have Dusty and as Niederreiter and Namestnikov in?
Yeah, they're all in there. Let me just double check that I put in today, because I've done that before.
Yeah, there's lots going on today. I
just want to make sure we already played the song. So, and people were saying don't play the song before, as we were. Chevy was 3 minutes early to the press conference, that wasn't on us. That was a shocker that it was early, but
we got right into it. We tried to time it perfectly, but unfortunately the Jets just somehow didn't take into account the marble race on WST. What are they thinking? In all honesty, though, thanks again, everyone, for being with us for this extended show. A special thanks to you folks with that super generous super chat, and everyone else has supported us. Episode 500 is on Monday. Our second anniversary is on Wednesday. And just before we go, I'm going to copy this. Do not forget, I know many of you have your tickets already. I'm just throwing this in the chat right now. This is the event information for the Sports Trivia Night, hosted by myself at Little Brown Jug. First one was a huge hit. It's your boy Bruce. Come on out there, get some of the fellas, and we'll have a great time at Little Brown Jug on Wednesday, March 29th. But obviously, seating and capacity is limited, so just go to that Eventbrite link, pick up your ticks, and we'll see you there on the 29th of March. All right, Remo, how many are we in again for this marble race?
207. And I'll say anyone in the podcast, that link is in the description of this video. And if you missed it in the chat, because it's going so fast, the description of the video has all relevant links to that, Unsung Hero information, all of our social medias. You're going to want to follow us. We had a nice clip yesterday on our Instagram, TikTok, all that. So,
yeah, no, that's great. And by the way, I was just going to say, we're at 475 thumbs up. We've still got over 600 people with us in the chat. Help us out here. I'm not sure whether we've ever had 500 for a show. So if you could please just simply hit that thumbs up. If you're on a mobile, you might just have to close the chat for a second and hit it. That would be a great milestone for episode 499 of WST, the big 500th show coming up on Monday with a wrap of a very big weekend for the Winnipeg Jets and more fallout from the NHL Trade Deadline. All right, Reem, only one thing left to do. It is Friday. Despite a long show, we're not done yet till we finish a marble race on WST.
I'm hitting the music. Well, I already hit the music, but I'll hit go.
Let's do it. Big start. Jack Hole with a nice start right now. The dojo is always interesting because there's a few different ways that people can come out of it. But it looks like Jay Miller has had a nice start. Jano, Jet Oil Tom. Oh, and Namestnikov. Namestnikov's in third. Listen, I got to tell you, if somehow Niederreiter, or maybe especially Namestnikov, the one player the Jets acquired today, actually wins the marble race, I think we're going to be in for maybe be pleasantly surprised over the course of the weekend. Who do we got here? Jay Nose in first. Oh, we're getting some eliminations. Bruce, Gonzo, sorry to see that. The dojo always pops a few people out. Jano still hanging in first place. Although, who's that? Who's just popped in? All right, a little slow right now. Hugh's been a contender in many a marble race. The Ty and LeBrokery? He kicking around there?
Yeah, he's there. The Al Broderick, he's in first. He's always here. Good on Al.
Nicely done. What's going on, Al? All right, Dave Asplin. It looks like Dave sort of escaped first. Dave is in the lead, and we have a number of marbles getting thrown over the top rope in the dojo. I didn't remember the dojo being such a minefield. All right, can Dave make it through? We've got a lot of anchors there. Oh, Chris just got popped out. All right, and Kerr is in first place, but he's getting stopped by another bit. Paper Ninja, David Asplin, and Ankur. Ankur, great supporter of the thing. Could it be Ankur with a first ever win? And it is! First time winner. Ankur, way to go. David Asplin coming in second. We have Mark LePage, Paper Ninja, fifth.
Damn,
Sam's Scarf Closet. SK, always in the chat. Appreciate you. Tracy O, Chris P. Great stuff. Man, there was a lot of eliminations in this one, Remo. I don't think I can remember. Certainly not when we were in the dojo before, that many over the top rope.
I was expecting no eliminations. I thought this was one where everyone just cruises to the end. I don't even know how they got all tossed over the top rope there. So what a race. A lot of eliminations, and Anchor wasn't close at all. I think last week it was like within under half a second together.
Yeah, we had six marbles within. How many marbles even finished?
Hey, we had 36 out of 207 finish.
What?
Yes.
The dojo showing no mercy. Tracy O, you're in the top 10. Nicely done. And Kerr, you are winning, my friend. Hey, send us an email on Kerr at winnipegsportstalk@gmail.com. and let us know what size you are. If I've got your size, we'll hook you up right now. Otherwise, we might need for our next shipment to come in, which will be a few weeks, but we'll get you locked and loaded or work something else out. Folks, don't forget, link one more time, March 29th. I just dropped it in the chat. Would love to see you all there. And wow, only 36 finishers. I think that's the lowest percentage of marbles in the race to finish of anyone that we've ever done before, Reem.
I think you might be right. And yeah, Frosty also says, I don't remember the dojo being this killer. And
no,
dojo just slaughtered everyone.
Speaking of the dojo and the cage, John Jones is back this week. I just learned yesterday.
Yes.
Fighting as a heavyweight.
Really? Well, I love John Jones. I remember the first time, I love him in the octagon, outside the octagon. Well, it's more questionable, but I remember the first time seeing him fight, you could see the skill that he had, and I used to see him back in, I want to call it the ring, but the octagon and throwing down. So I'll get excited for John Jones. Though we do have Jets. That's at 6 o'clock, and then we can watch the fight after.
Yeah, Jets 6 p.m. tomorrow, 8 p.m. tonight. Couple big congratulations, Garden City Gophers. OT win yesterday in the Winnipeg High School Hockey Final. First ever championship for Garden City, beating the powerhouse St. Paul's Crusaders. Huge shout out to Garden City. And a big good luck to our guy, Sean Moranin, and the University of Winnipeg Westman. What a great interview we had with Sean earlier this week. Westman playing in the Can West final tonight against the Victoria Vikings. But regardless of a win-or-loss tonight in the final, the Westmen will be heading out east to, I believe it's Halifax, for the national championship. Their first trip back to the Nationals in 30 years after that thrilling win over the Bisons in the big crosstown rival last week with everything on the line. Remo, a heck of a show today. We got to thank the guests that came on. It was great to have Dusty, Brandon, Scott Billeck, Drew Mindell. Don't forget Illegal Curve tonight, right after the game, and then back at it tomorrow. The hot takes will be flowing, I'm sure, at 9 a.m. tomorrow from the guys on the Curve, and then back again tomorrow night. And, of course, after Illegal Curve, Kenny and Rennie will fire it up as well. No shortage of topics around this hockey team, but the trade deadline is behind us. Nito Niederreiter's a Jet. Vlad Namestnikov probably won't be able to join the club until early next week. Although I guess there's a Monday game, too, against San Jose. Hopefully sooner or later, so as opposed to later, they can get him in the lineup. And other than that, prayer may help because Connor McDavid's the hottest player on the planet right now, Remo, and the Jets are going to have their work cut out for them, especially without Pierre-Luc Dubois at center.
Yeah, Namestnikov, game against his former team on Tuesday, could get in for that big revenge game, right, Huss?
The San Jose? Yeah, did he even play a game for them?
No, it's like John Quick going to Columbus and getting traded. Yeah, this was an awesome show. I was kind of worried about going for this long, but we had no shortage of topics. There was no downtime. I think you took way less breaks than I did. I had to step out a couple times here, but so much fun. We had over 800 people in here. At one point, it's kind of dwindled down now since the deadline, but that's expected. But it's great seeing everyone here. Some funny moments in the chat, and we did actually had some trades to talk about after Billeck. Oh, there's not going to be any trades. And yeah, maybe it was like two guys you never heard of from Montreal and LA getting traded for each other, but there were some
Minnesota at the end. I mean, Minnesota getting Sundqvist and the Klingberg deal. I didn't think they were going to be able to pull that off. So, I mean, I think a good day for Minnesota.
Yes.
I like Namestnikov. I understand, though, why people were hoping that maybe there'd be another couple. I wasn't expecting the massive swing for the fences ad, but I wouldn't have minded a little more help for a bottom six. But, I mean, to your point, Rumo, like Adam Lowry, there's no way the guy shoots 0% for the rest of the season. And that goes for Morgan Barron. That goes for everyone except for Kevin Stenlund that had 2 last week. So whether it's following Stenny and Josh Morrissey's lead, the big guys, everyone needs to step up right now. Quarter post of the season remaining, and we got back-to-back with the Oilers tonight in Edmonton and right here in Winnipeg tomorrow at 6 p.m., if you're at the game tomorrow, I will certainly be there in the stands. Holler and say hi if you see me. Otherwise, join us for episode 500 of Winnipeg Sports Talk on Monday. full wrap of the weekend and get ready for that game against the San Jose Sharks. Thanks for being with us, everyone. Thanks to all of our guests that jumped on the program today. Dustin Nielson as well. Mike McIntyre taking a bit of time out of the schedule down there. And now all the guys will be writing their copy. We'll look forward to getting to that. And then, of course, game time tonight. Don't have to wait a long time to see this Winnipeg Jets team get back at it. But we will have to wait a little bit for Namestnikov to end up joining the Winnipeg Jets. Thanks again to all of our sponsors, but most of all of you for making us a part of your NHL Trade Deadline Day. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday for episode 500.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
Thanks for tuning in to Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Make sure to subscribe on YouTube and your favorite podcast feed at winnipegsportstalk.com.